Oh boy.
Yeah, no, the winners haven't updated on October yet, so I was wondering who won.
Yes, you won. Want me to forward you
I thought
email?
you I thought you were
Here's
joking. I thought you
from
were
Jim.
joking about that, but okay, if you say so.
Cool. Got him. Thanks. That's from GWeb, so
All right,
you're listed. That was at 1:27 p.m. Central Time.
all right. No, I was gonna say because GWebs was gonna send me something. I forget what. Yeah. Oh, let me see if I still have the thing on channels. But I was gonna say he could just all ship it everything at once instead of two separate things.
So I ordered
Um,
one of those little loader deals from NAA. I think it's pretty sweet. I'll have to do a video on it or something because there aren't any on YouTube.
yeah, GWeb's just so you know you're in a different name, so
Yeah.
not underneath your GWeb's name. I figured you'd leave.
So you have any plans on customizing that little 22 then, the North American?
I'll probably make grips for it, like inlay, silver work and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not gonna
Nice.
do any. I'm not gonna do any tooling or anything to it because I'm gonna keep it, and I don't like tooling on my personal stuff.
Now you're good. Now you're good, GWebs. Why don't you ask GWebs that question that you were talking to me about, then, Blue?
I already told you there's an ointment for that.
I guess you're supposed to send them something, so like you can just save on shipping and like send them both together as prize pack and whatever else.
I can't hear nothing.
Can you hear me?
That's all I can hear. You the only one in here?
That's that's
No,
I'm the only
people
one.
know I'm talking though.
Yes. You guys really want to listen to me talk?
I'm using Swiss Army knife to show off.
Does anybody else watch Cinema Sins?
Yeah, fucking A. I like wait for their videos to come out.
I just recently found out that they're freaking awesome.
Yeah, dude, I've seen every one of them multiple times because I work in the workshop. I just play the playlist once in a while, like every year or so. I'll play it. Fucking hilarious. I find myself doing it in movies now. We'll be watching a movie and I'll be like, that sucked, or those glasses changed position. Bing! Like, I do it all the time.
I've been doing that with television shows. I've been watching movies, but I've been doing it with freaking television shows. It's hilarious.
This 5-minute timer lasts 48 minutes. Bing!
I was watching the Battle of Hoth clip again on YouTube, and I'm like, ding, ding, ding! Why aren't you covering it? I want to see you cover it. By the way, if you're curious what their videos are like, they do everything wrong with, and you can, I'll use a really bad movie, for example, World War Z. And they didn't even cover half of what was wrong with World War Z. Like you
Yeah,
could
they're
have a
just
human.
It's like entertainment reviews. It's not a real review of the movie, but they're fucking hilarious to watch, and they do some really, really, really funny shit.
Yeah, Watch Mojo isn't bad either, but they do like the top 10 superhero movie weapons, or that's more. It's not as entertaining. It's not as funny, but they're also pretty good.
They also CinemaSins also does What's the Damage, where they'll go through and like mark off everything that's damaged, like Die Hard. Every time a terrorist breaks something in the building or a window gets broken out, they charge that, and then they tally it up just kind of for fun. Every movie is, everything's billions and billions of dollars worth of damage in every movie.
Yeah, if you like CinemaSins, I think you'd like Screen Junkies as well. They do what's called honest trailers.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are funny too.
Those are also, yeah, exactly, hilarious. These aren't small channels either, like, they'll have, 6, 7 million views, on videos, so, not small channels, but just in case somebody else missed them like I did.
Yeah, they pull hundreds of views within a couple minutes every time. Like, I see their videos in the morning sometimes, and they're full. Like, they get tons of views right away. I don't know how accommodating my light's gonna be for this, but just finished my first, since I started taking over the company, a first Swiss Army knife. Came out pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of that. That looks really nice.
Is that tougher because you can't take it apart or something?
Yeah, they're a lot harder because there's a lot of spines in them. There's a lot of spring in them. They're slip joint instead of lock back, so you don't have any rigidity in the system. Everything's got to be loose all the time.
Is that a cougar?
Yep, it's a cougar or a puma jumping on a bunch of birds. I'm trying to get the right reflection. This light sucks.
Pumas are endangered, so I don't think you should have done an endangered animal.
Okay. And then I did my silver and copper mix for this guy. So like the top half of his body's copper, the lower half is silver. Came out pretty good. Pretty happy with this little guy. Got on eBay right now.
G-Webs, is that your Tech 9 or just a picture of one you got?
I don't know. It's my picture.
Oh. No. My grandfather has a Tech 9 that he got years ago. He only paid $100 for it.
Oh, yeah? That's awesome. You should keep it.
Oh, yeah, I am. Because he got it all through Shotgun Magazine back 80s, early 90s.
You mean Shotgun News?
Shotgun News, yeah. I forget.
Back about 5 or 6 years ago, I passed up on the Tech 22 for I think it was $200.
Oh, come on.
I was bummed.
Were you drunk?
Right. Well, it was I went in and bought my Rossi 22 Magnum, and then noticed that afterwards, and I didn't want to spend the extra money, or I would have bought it because it was only $200. Came with a magazine, an extra magazine.
G-Webs, you know that Cop 38 357 4-barrel handgun?
Intimately.
Yeah. No, he got one of those through Shotgun News also when they first came out for whatever the price was, and he still has it.
Right on.
Is definitely coming to me. My brother was like, I want that. I'm like, no.
So you did them lines on the screwdriver? What was that other thing that comes out like in a T-handle?
Oh, it's like an awl. It's for sewing.
So did you do something to the side of that thing?
Yeah, I do something to all the tools. This one's just got a little bit of like warbling to it. So then I do
something to the side. Is it just a file on the side? I just thought I saw something on the side earlier.
No, nothing really to the side of it. It's got a hole in it and stuff. Like it's a weird little angle.
Reflection then. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you were holding out before?
Probably. It's not so impressive because this one's kind of tiny, but when I start tooling up knives like this that have tons of blades on them and I do a different pattern on each blade, it starts looking really, really wild.
What do you charge people to just send them send you their Swiss Army and do all that to the blades?
Generally, for almost any knife, I charge $50 for the whole thing. I'll do everything, and that includes if you're into it.
And then that's $50, and you put it in a box and send it to you, and then $50, and then they get it shipped back. You ship it, shipping on the way back.
And it'll look like this when you get it back. So, unless you don't want the swirls, of course, like that, whatever you want for as far as customization. But yeah, that's I usually do it. Charge about $50, and then I ship it back on my dime. Yep, that's I actually get a lot of
Do you
orders for just tooling.
do you offer a guarantee that you'll be respected as a pimp after that?
Yep, absolutely. There's enough bling for 3 guys in these knives. Just reminded me I left one in the car. I'll be right back.
Or had left a hoe in the car. I think it's nice that everybody respects Huck's absence enough to not.
We're all just quiet.
Was everybody watching that show tonight?
What show?
The show that everybody's watching, I guess, because nobody's talking.
Oh, I've got Cops on right now, but I don't think The Walking Dead's on at the moment.
So I found this old magazine pouch from when I carried a PF9, and so it's a real small, like Uncle Mike's magazine pouch, a little cheapo, but it fits the each magazine things fits 2 of the speed strips, or the quick strips, like perfectly. So I've got like a dual magazine pouch with weighs nothing. It's got 40 rounds of backup for the 22 in it.
Cool. I was away. I was looking for my Swiss Army knife. My LL Bean Swiss Army knife from the mid-'80s.
Is it an actual Victorinox?
It's LL Bean, so I can't tell you.
Oh, it should say it on the blade still.
I'm trying to get the blade out. I just don't have any fingernails at the moment.
Gotcha.
Nail clippers work, though.
Grab a cat, squish his foot so his nails pop out, open up the knife. Done.
It's actually a Wenger.
I've opened boxes that way.
It's a Wenger, so you know.
What I like to do is if I'm going to slap somebody, I'll do that and then slap them with the cat's fist, or whatever that be, claw, and then that way if any CSI happens, I don't even get busted. The cat does.
Yep, it's Wenger Delamont Switzerland stainless with a little umbrella.
Is that U.S. made or German made?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh, cool. So I sold 2 knives today.
Awesome.
Off the eBay.
Yep. I got a guy that buys, like, he doesn't buy all the time, but when he has money, he buys like whatever types of knives. So he buys tactical knives, he buys inlaid knives, he buys pendants and bullets and all kinds of shit. That was a nice little bonus. Paid the bills this week.
Paying bills is for suckers.
Yeah, I wanted to go buy a gun or something, but I couldn't. I didn't even get to buy ammo. I had to drop fucking $65 on gas to go rescue my brother and get him new tires.
On a Sunday, that sucks, dude. It's so hard to find tire places open on Sundays for me, at least.
Yeah,
Are
we
you going to Big Sandy next weekend?
No, probably not.
I'm planning on it, actually. I was looking at it. It's just I need to get my tires in. My tires, all 4 of my tires are showing thread right now, so I can't drive anywhere.
That's pretty much where I'm at.
Yeah.
I have 8 hours to get, well, 6 hours to get there.
Yeah, Mandy's going to California, so I might either be going with her.
I can drop you off.
If I'm not going with her, then I'll be staying here to watch the dogs, which is probably what I'll do.
She could drop you off. What are you gonna? Who's gonna watch the dogs if you take them? Well, if you both go.
Yeah, we can't take them.
So that's what I'm saying. Who watches the dogs if you both go?
Nobody. I guess my brother would stop by, or her daughters would stop by, or something. Check them once in a while.
Well, there you go. Then you could go to Big Sandy. It's only a day anyway. For you, you'd have to drive over to Prescott, kind of around. You can get there in a day easy. Shorter than me, for sure.
Are you going up there?
I just said, I'm in the same boat, dude. My tires are showing steel belts. I don't want to drive 6 hours on the highway to drive off-road for a couple miles.
Right.
I definitely want to go. I got all kinds of reason to go, but it ain't in the cards, I think.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nobody you can borrow a car from and pay for the gas.
Yeah, I was thinking actually I might rent one.
Ooh,
I
no,
was
that's
watching a
expensive.
video of your car earlier that you did, G-Webs. It's nice.
Just with the mileage, let alone the cost per day.
Well,
I
I don't know.
car?
Dude,
You don't buy. Who rents cars with mileage? They're all
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you would put a lot of miles on it.
$25 a day, no matter what.
what,
Yeah,
25
I don't like
bucks.
driving around if I'm not in my cop car. Driving around in the cop car is half the fun of an 8-hour drive.
Back in the 80s, where I was growing up, there was this place that opened up, and I thought it was a great concept, but it apparently never caught on. And the name of the place was Dirt Cheap Rent-A-Heap.
Yeah, we got them.
And for like $20,
You get-
you do the
They call
gas.
it rent. They call it rent a wreck out here.
Yeah, okay, yep, same concept. And you just pay for the gas and very little, but you're getting a beater car, but it doesn't. But you just have to get from point A to point B and back.
Yeah, if I'm going on a long trip though, I want the rental car because I want their towing, and they're going to send me a new car if something happens.
Yeah.
Plus, there's less likelihood of a brand new car breaking.
Well, with that,
The good thing about rentals is that they usually get better gas mileage than what you got, depending on what you got.
well, with
Okay,
rental
crap about
rec,
that stuff though. I mean, what are we talking? 8 hours to driving is like a tank of gas, maybe a tank of gas each way.
with
Yeah,
rental rec,
I'm not talking that much money.
can you upgrade the road surface?
I have no idea. I just know they have that out here. But again, I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to drive some crappy car. I could drive my own crappy car. I mean,
Well, yeah, but then you don't have to
Say if
replace your tires right away.
yeah. But no, the reason I'm saying I got to hook up with a rental so I can get it on the cheap. But like I say, I don't like just driving from there. I want to drive my car.
No.
But anyway, I don't know. I may or may not go. What if I went up to get Huck and then went over there? You still wouldn't go?
Who?
Well, I'm talking Huck, obviously.
What? What's that?
If I drove up by you and then went over there, would you go?
I don't know. I don't. The problem is I don't know when Mandy's going and what her schedule.
Why don't we
is.
just take your fucking dogs with us? How many dogs are there?
3,
Right on.
2 full size and a Chihuahua.
Hang like little helium balloons off of them, then they could run out in the line.
Honestly, I probably wouldn't go if Mandy wasn't going because I'm pretty behind on orders right now. I was
You hate guns?
supposed to have and I hate guns. Yeah, they scare me. I don't know. I'd definitely like to go, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem logistically possible right now.
What do you think the odds of Chris going are?
Not. Well, maybe.
Unless
Honestly,
he's
maybe.
going with somebody.
He'd have to take a day off work. I think it's probably 0% chance. And he'd have to pay to go there.
How much is it?
Yeah, it's something. $25 maybe?
Oh, okay.
Well,
That gets you in the door.
if he took a sick day
Yeah.
off, then yeah, the
Well,
only way is that, but
When he got a free Jaeger class, he decided not to take a second sick day. He took like a whatever extra day they
Personal
call it,
day.
like an Obama day, and then he also had sick days, and he didn't take one of them to go to the second day of a free class. So I doubt he's going to do it to go to something he has to drive and then pay to go into.
I can't believe he didn't use another sick day. That just blows my mind. I mean, now if he was hurting, that would be different. I can understand, because you do have to be in physical shape to do those sorts of things. But
but he's missing a full day's worth of pay.
yeah, but especially working for a large corporation, you normally get compensated.
Exactly. That's why I think he should take a sick day, not a personal day. But I think he's a little too honest for that.
Which is why if you're getting salary and not by the hour, then it's fine. You can do
Yeah,
it.
but I mean,
You're by the hour. It sucks.
I mean, there are that is probably a very good example of a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, seriously.
To get it for free. I mean, it's not like it was something worth $20 for free.
Right, I know. But
I mean, it's no different than, like it costs money to make money sort of a concept. It's like, sometimes you got to give a little to get a little.
So I keep telling her, but easier said than done.
Oh.
I'm about to drop some serious money on my Jeep right now. There's a bunch of stuff I've been needing to do with it, including tires, but it's been putting it off.
I wait until they pop, and then if they're unrepairable, I get a new tire. And if they ain't, then you ain't used up all your tire yet.
Oh man, I popped 2 in one day, and I was done after that. That was like a couple weekends ago.
I remember back in the days when I could put new tires on just because I wanted tread or whatever.
Because you were ready?
There's no hardly ever rain or anything, so it's not like you need tread out here.
Yeah.
I just want to keep the rims off the ground.
It's not like you live in a state where there's snow 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, and that
Yeah, in
never
Florida you
happens.
need tread.
Anybody have a clue how many people have actually done the Glocktober shooting challenge?
I haven't seen anybody other than you.
You did.
Yeah, I think you're about it.
Well, I thought somebody else did earlier. I don't know if it was Digital Prophet or somebody else. How long is Nathan gone?
Forever.
You think he
Yeah,
comes back sometime this week?
I didn't realize Nathan was gone until you just mentioned it.
Well, I just
We're not
realized
hunting.
that he wasn't in the chats lately, and I must have missed his last chat before he went.
Yeah, like a couple weeks ago, he said, "Yeah, next week I'm going." So I'm assuming it was like this week. So he'll be back.
He went on his hunting trip?
Yeah, his elk hunt.
Well. And I can
He never shared his phone number with me, so I can never send him a text and see how it's going. But
I
about to make a shot, and the elk is a little bit hesitant, so he's waiting till he gets just the right angle, and that's when Quark phones him to see how his elk hunt is going.
I like send him a text. I wouldn't phone him. That's one
Whoa,
problem
what the hell
with
is that?
mobile. It's limited minutes.
What is that noise?
What noise? If you have your phone on silent, it won't tell you when a text comes in.
No, I have like a horrible noise in my headphones. I don't know
Never
who
been
that.
up this late to hear the.
It is October, so it's probably a ghost of Glock past.
Yeah, no. I have a feeling it was someone letting air out of something or something.
Oh, that was deflating his tires so he gets more traction.
Yeah, airing down. Do y'all ever use like shell catchers?
No.
I've been looking at something like
Called the ground.
what? Yeah, but I don't want to like I don't know.
Some kind of an op where you don't want to leave any kind of evidence behind.
Then I use a revolver.
Exactly.
Seriously, my shell catcher is a ground. You could do one like some guy in Sandy did a great video on how to make a big shell catcher for relatively inexpensive.
I have to check
There
that
you
out.
go. You got to hear my phone start up because it was dead after I took a picture and I forgot it was off. It's telling me I missed a call from 10-4. Really?
Well, it wasn't me. I didn't call you.
On October 4th, it's telling me I I missed a call. Stupid phone.
G-Webs is gone.
I gotta run to the store. I'll be back in a few.
Uh-oh.
I'm getting ready to head out 'cause I'm tired.
You still.
Excuses, excuses, young college boy.
Yeah.
He's not a college boy. He lives at home and doesn't do a thing.
Yeah, I eat potato chips and watch football.
You eat nachos off your chest.
Well, actually, that is what I did today. I sat home and I watched football all day.
You are pitiful. By the way, if you don't know You're Pitiful, it's a song by Weird Al Yankovic. And it talks about people like Thin Blue Line.
Yeah.
You know, you live at home and you're 43.
When I'm 43, my parents will be in a home, so technically it will be my house.
Technically, are you the oldest?
Yep.
Nah, they'll give it to one of your siblings.
Yeah,
You
probably.
got a middle child, don't you?
Well, there's 4 of us, so
Oh, it's gonna go to the youngest son.
yeah, probably.
That's how it works.
Which I really don't care about because the house, we have an HOA and all these regulations and a bunch of bullshit that I don't agree with. But no. So I don't care who gets the house as long as it's not me.
HOAs suck.
Yep.
If I want to let my grass grow up to be as tall as me, I can do so.
I am definitely moving out in the next 1.5 to 2 years. That I know.
I'm definitely moving out in the next 1.5, 2 years, but yet you do not know how to cook.
Unless you have a trade, I think you're underestimating the cost of living on your own.
That's why I said he doesn't even know how to cook and he wants to live out on his own.
Trust me, I've already got it all planned out.
He's gonna find out eating out at Subway every day is gonna bankrupt.
No, I don't eat at Subway. That place is
You
nasty.
can boil water, you can do ramen noodles, you're set.
Ramen noodles are disgusting.
But you know what? They do the trick.
That's
Yeah.
what I'll be eating for a long, long time.
They're full of so much bad shit.
Oh, I mean, you're absolutely right. I'm just saying, if
You won't go
need,
hungry.
I know. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
if you economically need to make the stretch, it will do what you need. That and a multivitamin.
Yeah, something like 15 cents a pack of ramen noodles. Very inexpensive meals. I've got like a month's supply in my cupboard still, so I'm good. Although I'm getting really starting to get sick and tired of shrimp and chicken.
My preps are a mix. I've got traditional stuff like that. I've got the 25-year stuff, and then I've got other types of off the grocery store stuff that just so happens to have a multi-year life. But there's stuff that I normally eat anyway. So if for some reason at the end of that time period I have it left, I just simply take it to the shelter. And I mean, there's enough people there that it'll be gone in a day or two. So, and I take it back, before it expires. So,
Yeah.
still.
I will say ramen and chicken noodle soup does stretch chicken noodle soup out a couple days.
Uh-huh.
I used to love ramen. It was like my favorite thing.
Did I just understand it right? But Dano is doing long-term experiments to see if the people at his shelter will live off of his survival food.
I think that's what we just heard.
That's one way to look at it.
So are you also drugging him too to see the side effects of the drugs you're developing?
I pictured Dano out there with like a tranquilizer rifle and tagging their ears.
What I was really surprised at, and I think it's probably out of ignorance, the shelter that I spend a lot of time at does not have a no gun sign. And in my state, it carries the weight of law. And I think it's just out of
They're
ignorance.
homeless people. They're not going to have guns. And really, who's going to go in there and rob a homeless shelter? You know, what they want, their shopping cart full of
I don't
cans?
think I don't think it'd be robbing. They'd be worried about. It'd just be like general violence.
Oh yeah, there's no money there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's robbing the place.
Rape City.
It's somebody pissed me off. They stole my cigarettes. I'll fucking shoot them.
But where are they getting
Yeah, I
the
know.
guns and ammo from? They're homeless.
Dano, in the zombie apocalypse, isn't the homeless shelter Ground Zero?
Wisconsin and the Iron Pipeline.
Dude, it's a homeless. The homeless people will probably live and take over the fucking world because we'll all be dead because we don't know. Like, half this population doesn't know how to survive, and then the other half that doesn't know how to survive will kill the half that does know how to survive, and all will be left is homeless people everywhere.
Well, the one advantage they do have is they know where there are a lot of natural places for out of the wind, where there's natural heat, where there's a natural spring. Even though the river might be polluted that it goes into, but they can literally catch it before it goes into the river where it's still pure.
I'm planning on taking an online course on how to get out of the wind, so I'll know that eventually.
So you're gonna take an online course on how to be a homeless.
It's this multi-part course.
Are there
eventually I'll be
classes you
able
can
to
take
earn
on this?
homelessness.
Yeah.
Yes, there are. It's called moving out of your parents' house before you're ready.
Windology 101 is what I'm going to start with, and I'll have maybe a subsequent course, Windology 102, staying out of icy wind.
How to pack a shopping cart.
I don't know. I lived on the beach my first 2 weeks on the island.
Well,
Granted,
that's 'cause you
that was 20 years ago. That was 20 years ago, though.
And I'm going to say that's because, too, it's like, oh, damn, these beaches are nice. I'm just going to stay out here just because it's nice.
Oh, it was shitty, dude. It was blistered and sunburnt, and it wasn't a cakewalk.
You didn't find that lying underneath the palm trees in the shade helped?
You know, I thought there was a lot of palm trees and a lot of grass skirts out here, and I have to say that there aren't as many of either as you might actually think.
And you were coming from Wisconsin, correct?
Well, I lived in Green Bay for a little while, but I'm from the UP and born in downstate Michigan. So, I mean, that's why I always say the Great Lakes. Lived in Wisconsin for about 5 years growing up.
Oh, okay, just growing up. Okay, I didn't know the order. I knew you lived in Michigan as well, so.
Out of curiosity, how did you end up in Hawaii?
I bought a motherfucking one-way ticket.
You want to know how you lived? Did you move there from the UP?
I mean,
Yeah.
were your parents?
The reason
Hawaii?
why you moved to Hawaii.
No, dude. I moved. Let's see. It took I don't know. I took about a month or so to get out here from Michigan. A couple weeks downstate. Took a train across the country over to Seattle. Saw some people that I knew from there. And then took a train down to San Francisco. Got on a plane. Came out here. Literally circling, getting ready to land and go look at the one guy that I came out here with. And looked at each other and said, well, where the fuck do we go now? Like, didn't have much of a plan. The only thing we knew about Maui was the song from Loggins and Messina, Lahaina.
I'm in the coconut.
No, not that one.
I know, I just had to say that, though.
And, you know,
Did you-
I turned 22 about 2 months after being out here, and it was just one of those things where you make shit happen or you don't. And I had already tried, you know,
Nice.
wander. No. You know the term wanderlust. You know, where you feel like you just kind of gotta go. I had already tried out after being 18. Tried North Carolina. I tried Seattle and up in Alaska. Got a little busted up when I came back to Seattle after, and got shipped back to Michigan.
Got shipped back.
Well, you know, it was an on-the-job injury, and basically they paid for my airfare and whatnot. Kind of got shipped back home in a double leg cast, a neck brace, and a wheelchair. And
Someone asked what the hell happened.
nah. What happened is unimportant. What happened is I'm not in any of those things these days. I just don't jump as high as I used to, and I definitely don't run as fast.
We still fall as hard.
Yeah, you still.
Oh, definitely. I'm still 6'3", and it still hurts anytime I hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you have family out there? What was the motivation to go to Hawaii?
When I had come back from Seattle and Alaska, and I was basically, you know, convalescing or rehabbing or whatever, getting better, whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it. My buddy had just come back over like the Christmas vacation time, and his family had gone to Kauai. So we're sitting in the bar talking about how nice it was, how much fun he had, and how nice it was there. And as soon as he got off the plane, it's like negative 40 degrees below zero. It's icy, it's snowy, it's majorly shitty. And he's like, when the fuck am I, you know, going back? And I said, well, when the fuck am I getting out of here? And, oh, you can't do that, cat. So we kind of hatched a plot that evening over Heineken's and Jägermeister, pretty much. And it took.
I just want to say, there's no way that plan could have ever gone bad.
Again, if there's a will, there's a way. If you have perseverance and the will to make it happen, I'm telling you, man, life is like that sometimes. You can either have it handed to you, or you can go make it happen.
I prefer having it handed to me. That's, I think, Thin Blue Line's
Hey, don't get me wrong. The silver platter is nice, but sometimes those bitches can be a little stingy on handing it over sometimes. So you just gotta go make it happen.
I just couldn't imagine just picking up and moving to Hawaii. I mean, yeah,
With a duffel bag,
nice.
external frame backpack, and a bicycle in a box, basically.
Yeah, no.
I didn't know.
Yeah, you got out of the freaking cold weather. That's why you went to Hawaii.
Yeah, I got tired of shoveling snow, my friends, and I'll be honest with you, that was one of the major impetus of the trip was fuck shoveling snow.
There are southern states in the continental United States you could have moved to.
Yeah, I'm going to say that for those that are not familiar with the UP, that's a daily thing in winter because of the lake effect snow. And we're not talking about just a couple inches. We're talking about plus at times.
You're talking about feet, not inches.
Yeah, you're talking in feet. What did you ask, G-Webs? I didn't quite catch it.
I just said when you're not shoveling snow, you're cutting grass.
Yeah, then there's that. Because that is the funniest thing is basically as soon as I moved out here, they bought themselves a riding lawnmower for the summer and a snowblower for the winter. And I was like, well, what the fuck is that all about?
Yeah, I will say this. Growing up, at least my father had a snowblower and a riding lawnmower. But I never got to use a riding lawnmower.
I don't know. You know, some people grow up getting taught the value of hard work. You know, or, you know, how some people say that Midwest work ethic kind of a thing, because it shocked me a few places that I've worked over the country where some motherfuckers are just lazy, you know, or some motherfuckers just want it handed to them, and I'm not saying anywhere specific, I'm just saying there's different people doing it a different way all over the place. That's really all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, I grew up without air conditioning as soon as... I was never allowed to use a riding lawnmower. I was never allowed to get my driver's license until I turned 18. My father did not trust me on anything that I could actually drive myself. That didn't involve pedals.
I'm not sure if that says a lot about him or a lot about juke work.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, what did Dad know that we don't?
Yeah.
No, he was always afraid I was gonna, because this all happened because I became diabetic and it cost him a shit ton of money for the hospital. He's like, I'm not gonna let you get injured.
Oh, because anytime you would get injured, the hospital stay would be extended due to diabetes and whatnot.
Yeah, he was always worried about that. It's like
Yeah, it's not
I'm
like
not stupid.
it's not like pushing a lawnmower to mow 2 or 3 acres would throw your body chemistry off.
What if he cut his foot? He'd bleed.
No, I
pretty
was
bad.
only responsible for cutting the backyard, which was not very hilly.
Actually, it can mess up your blood sugar really good, burning all that energy on a hot summer day.
Yeah.
And I was responsible for cutting the front along the road. That was it. That's all I had to cut. He did the front yard on the right lawnmower, which is the hilly part of my yard. So that was his. Again, I wasn't even allowed to use the snowblower until.
So what do you do now? You put the cats out there to mow it or to chew it? Crane's out there.
I use a lawnmower. Yeah, it's just this way he was. I was not allowed to shoot a firearm, but I had more than ample enough opportunities to really, really hurt myself very bad with a bow. But I had a head on my shoulders, so I knew what to do and knew I would be safe.
I'd have to say that was one of the nice things about growing up in the UP was, I wouldn't say I'm a great hunter in any respect or anything like that, but the ability to be able to go hunting and or, I'll use the term discharge firearms out in the national forest was, I'm thankful for those things. Bushcraft, forestry, all of those kind of things. I'm glad that I know them.
I've never hunted, but I know how to hunt. I'm just not 100% sure on. I know the properties about gutting and skinning. I just don't know if I could do it without actually practice.
Do you use your cats to hunt? Like, instead of hunting dogs, you have hunting cats?
That's a good idea.
If I wanted to eat birds, my 2 cats would probably supply or have a readily supply. I just don't know if they would share.
Yeah.
They usually leave me on the cleanup detail is what they usually do for me.
Yeah, my first cat was indoor-outdoor cat. She'd actually get out, and I always would leave when she got out. She'd always leave like a chipmunk or a bird or whatever she caught with its head off on the steps. Always ate the head. Left the rest for us.
Oh, my 2 were originally feral, so they are killers. There's no doubt in any part of that.
Yeah, my other cats have been strictly indoor.
Have you and Six String been in a chat yet, Z?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple times.
Is 6-string Hawaiian?
I don't think so.
No,
He's
but
Italian.
they sound like
Okay,
they'd
after.
be a good pair for a chat.
We've done a couple of something like this where it seemed like it was late night or whatever.
It is
Granted,
late.
It's only almost 7:30 here, so my late night and your late night are definitely 2 different things. Yankee said something like the other day. He was like talking about a video that he posted like 2 days ago. I'm like, no, you just posted it yesterday. He goes, it's a new day. I'm like, oh yeah, then there's that. The only problem with being so far out here is like, I think once. Do you remember back when Jaeger was on one of the chats, and I think he answered one of my questions was, do you ever make it out to Hawaii for the tactical response? And he had pretty much said, if you get 10 people together or whatever and all this and that, and he goes, and any other time that I was about to try and do something out there, and there was no interest. And the interesting thing is when I talk to people at the range or sometimes talking to people around where I work, which is I'm at a harbor, so there's several different employees off of each boat and everything like that. So let's just say not everybody's
going to come off the boat. You're saying?
not quite like that. But there is the phrase FOTB out here, and that's fresh off the boat. And sometimes that's what you're looking for, and sometimes that's not what you're looking for several reasons. But that's what I was getting at is it's just the range is only open 3 days a week. So sometimes I just wish I could go, be like you guys, and you can like you're talking about going to Big Sandy, or everybody just went to the Iraq Veterans Shoot, or within driving distance to go to an area to go get training or something like that. Those things aren't.
Yeah, I bet you it sucks eating macadamia nuts and rubbing coconut oil on all the 18-year-old surfer girls out there while you're thinking about how we're.
But those places that you named are sometimes thousands of miles apart from each other.
Well, yes, but I guess what I was trying to give an example was what some are on each side of the country. Like, yeah, you might not drive all the way out to Front Sight, Dano, but you might drive down to Tennessee. Or, G-Web's being where he's at, he might be able to just wait for James to roll through town, or,
Yeah, he'll be here in a few weeks.
That's kind of what I was saying is that, or like about a year and a half ago when the stuff was going crazy, and I think G-Web said it in a chat, something about, like, if you get a chance to go to Masad Ayub's class, like, he's getting older, you ought to do it if you can. I actually looked up, his travel schedule, and at that time, one of the closest places that he was going to come to me would be, like, Seattle. And granted, that's not exactly close, but it just wasn't in the cards financially at that time to be able to, outlay all that cash. Mostly the travel. The travel would have been
When
more
you live out
expensive.
there, it's not cheaper, or you guys don't know about like special rates or anything.
Special rates for what?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just assuming, we are all out here like maybe once a lifetime you take a trip to Hawaii or something, or like for your anniversary or your honeymoon or something you go to Hawaii, but when you live in Hawaii, I got to assume it's more routine to go back and forth to the mainland. I'm just thinking
a lot of people
might
that
know
have
about special deals or like, empty seat deals or some sort of like, we know you live there, so we'll give you a cut rate since you're not really just flying for vacation. We can rape you.
They have a tendency to try and rape you because they know, like, well, fuck you, you already live in paradise, motherfucker. But some people, like, if you have family members or whatever that work for the airlines or whatever, those are usually some of my friends that, they'll be the ones that get to travel back and forth. When I do go to the mainland, I usually make it and I go see my goddaughter in Texas. Go visit friends and stuff like that, usually Austin, Houston, Galveston.
What does it cost to go back and forth out there?
It was cheaper before, where it was like $600-700, and this last time the ticket was almost $1,000 when I went in May.
Would it be cheaper to go on a boat?
Usually it's a time constricted thing where, like, because I work 7 days a week usually, so like I have to kind of try and put my time when like one or two of the boats aren't in operation, which they usually are in operation for the most part. So I kind of have to block whatever time I can take for. It might be a week, it might be 2 weeks, it might be 10 days, and that might be once a year, once every 2 years.
Are you in the tourist side of the boating?
Oh, definitely. I'm all about hospitality and aloha, my friend.
So you're like that one guy that would meet people when they got when they got on the Love Boat?
Not quite. Definitely not quite. Like I work at
So you're like the bartender?
I work at the small boat harbor, and there's like if you know anything about Maui, there's this place called Molokini.
I don't know if the Love Boat crew are you like that?
I feel like Isaac, but I probably look like Gopher. But actually,
now I can relate.
But no, I don't actually even work on the boat itself. Actually, man, I don't want to tell you my store number. Dano's on the chat. I don't want to get fired.
I only asked for your boat
It
number.
doesn't cost that much to call Hawaii anymore.
Dano won't get you fired. He'll sink your boat.
That's right. I just want to know the boat number.
Dano, you fuck with my job, and that would be a bad thing for you, my friend. I wouldn't want to do that. We've just met.
Dano didn't do it. He just uncovered the information, and then some random
somebody else
on the internet did the action.
Because there's not many
Dano was
people
like that guy who ran. He's
That's
like
all.
Snowden of gun channels.
I'll tell you what. I'll type it in the side chat, and I would hope that no one would say the word out loud. Okay.
Do you think I actually called the guy's employer?
Yeah,
I thought that it was a possibility, Dano. I didn't think that it was.
I heard it was reported by some guy named Dan.
Give me a fucking break.
I don't know you, Dan.
I
don't
mean,
know you.
I didn't think giving hand jobs to sailors was an occupation.
If you think there's a remote, no, in all serious, if you think there's a remote chance you're speaking to somebody online that's that kind of person, you shouldn't be speaking with them. Period.
Man, I talk to several hundred people a day. You know,
I mean,
that's the
if
job
you have
that
a
I do.
choice,
Island, I read that too fast when I replaced the O with an I.
Well, that's you. That's subconscious. That's
That takes a
Freudian
lot
for
more
you,
money.
man. That
I'm
is definitely
not-
Freudian for you.
Gross.
And only because you've hired a lot of them, Quark.
Well, it does take quite a few to actually find it.
and I do mean people that you have the option of talking to. I'm not talking about talking to them for business or work or stuff like that.
Well,
I mean,
that's
because
the thing.
this is
I
all
personally don't
optional.
get to pick the passengers that are on any of the boats. So, you know, you
Right.
could be just as big a dick in real life as you are on vacation, or you might just be a dick on vacation, because that does happen. But one of the
True.
cool
Yeah,
things...
people are paying for, so they're gonna, take advantage. I guess.
Sometimes people have manners, and sometimes people don't have manners. I think I could safely say that.
And sometimes people fall off the boat.
Well,
At
now,
night.
if you are a
Sometimes they cut
reputable
the boat
business
fish
owner, the
incorrectly
Coast
and they're
Guard
sleeping.
requires you to come back with the same amount of people that you leave with to come back with. Now,
get you,
technically,
we'll get
Wait,
you
they
on the
you
don't
don't
plane.
have to be breathing, but you still have to come back with the same amount of people.
When
Don't you just
people
keep
are
like a
assholes,
body on
they put,
ice
idols in their room?
in the hold that way?
What was that, G-Web? Something about idols in the room? What?
Yeah, when people are assholes, you put idols in their hotel room.
Like Greg Brady style?
Pretty much.
Make them go through a complicated series of adventures in order to not have a jinx.
The only problem is Vincent Price isn't alive anymore, so I don't know how they're going to work it out.
That's what I'm saying. So they're pretty much at your
Whim.
whim. You can do whatever you
No,
want with
see,
them.
you know how you were talking earlier about people coming on vacation, they might save up their whole life to come for a week, 2 weeks. They might, have only one chance to come out. You have to treat, now this is
Yeah.
my philosophy more than anything, you have to treat everybody like a VIP. You have to treat everybody with aloha. Somebody gave me shit the other day about he was leaving and you said aloha, and I think I put aloha means hello, aloha means goodbye. Like, aloha is, like, kind of a way of being,
Aloha.
I mean,
I have not seen any TV shows to not know aloha means hello and goodbye. Like, how could you not know that?
well, I don't think they were really giving me shit, but they said, like, he's leaving. I'm like, well, aloha means a lot more than, and that's the thing, like, in the Hawaiian language, words have several different meanings sometimes,
What's the Hawaiian word for Glock?
It's still Glock. It's still Glock.
Polymer.
It's Glock, but it smells like spam.
Dude, I love Hawaiian spam, man. That shit's
when
good.
you were talking about spam cans all those times, G-Webs, I thought about sending you a can just to fuck with you.
I don't eat that
Like,
crap, but I did
people
buy the
hungry
can
for
of the bacon spam, which is allegedly spam made out of bacon, which is not. And
No,
I don't
It's
know how
got
they
it's
open
just
the recipe.
spam made out of more pork than anything else. And yeah, I wouldn't even want you to feed that to your dog. But I will say that they make a little thing out. Either. I like his dog. I wouldn't want him to feed. It's too much salt for his dog. But they make a item out here called a musubi, and basically they take like sushi rice, they wrap it in nori, which is motaya, is seaweed, but and then it's got like a fried spam piece. So they take the sushi rice, they put the spam on top, and then they wrap it in nori,
Yep.
and it sounds disgusting,
It's so good.
but it
No,
is.
I think I've seen that somewhere. Maybe it was on the menu somewhere.
It's like a guilty pleasure.
Dude, I go get every time I go to the Hawaiian restaurant down the street from my house. Is what I get. I love that shit. It's so good. I never thought I'd
That's
like
where-
spam.
Yeah, we have a Hawaiian place here. That's where I seen it.
It's so
So
good.
here's I make it myself. Here it is. So like it has rice, spam, and I add a kicker. I add eggs on it. So
Yeah,
it doesn't melt.
That's
it doesn't
a
melt.
breakfast
No,
mousse,
it doesn't.
bro.
So it doesn't melt through the seaweed itself because it'll melt because I saute mine in like oyster sauce and sugar, so it's like really sweet, but so it doesn't melt through the seaweed wrap. So yeah, that's what I right here on my screen.
Oh, I gotcha.
I make that.
Most of the ones you get at the store aren't going to usually be wrapped that much in the seaweed.
Oh,
It'll be more of
yeah.
a strip. But anytime Auntie is making it, I guarantee it's got that much nori on it.
I like mine a lot of. I buy the sheets and I just cut it in half with like scissors, and then I just use that. And then I wrap it in like when I bring it to like work or anything, I just wrap it in like saran wrap.
It's like a Hawaiian burrito.
You can go pick that stuff on the beach for free now. We gotta.
Yeah, for
buy it.
sure. I use the can. I use the spam can itself after you open it and use it as my my mold. So I put my rice in there and I fill it up.
Yep, I gotcha. You do it like almost like Play-Doh style or whatever. You
Yeah,
might
for
take.
sure. And then I fry the eggs in a big pan and use the spam can as like a cookie cutter, cut out the right size for the.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's definitely a good way to do it. I'd have to say, you know, coming from the Midwest, a lot of the cuisine that I was exposed to when I first came out here, I was like, what the fuck is that? And there ain't no fucking way I'm eating that. And now I gotta say anything from, you know, raw fish or octopus or squid luau or, you know, just there's been so many different things out here, whether it was Filipino, Korean, Hawaiian, Japanese, Chinese, Micronesian, you know, cuisine that
What's something that's crazy then that they eat that isn't like just like monkey brains or something insane, but like, you know, that actually is eaten by people that is extreme for somebody from the Midwest?
well, think about
Vegetables.
yeah, there you go.
Salad.
Stuff
Like-
without cheese.
Think about octopus, right?
All
And
right, so
then-
the
Actually,
live
that's
kind?
good if it's done right.
Well, usually it's like when we have taco sashimi or whatever, it's like it was kind of steamed, you know, but it's still. Some people tell you it's rubbery. I don't know. I think it's got a good flavor. And sometimes people just freak out about raw fish. You know, whether it's poke or sashimi, they'll just trip out.
Well, I mean, I don't know when you've been back here if you've eaten sushi or if you're bothered, but there's sushi all over the place here. So that just, if you are inclined to eat it, you can go
Yeah.
get it pretty much anywhere. I'm in Tucson and we have it.
And before I moved out
Lots
here,
of
I
lots
never
of places,
had
actually.
had sushi or sashimi before I did move out
But
here.
when,
But like
what year was it you moved out there?
94. I make
Yeah,
20
okay.
years.
I mean,
I just
To be
made
honest,
20
though,
years.
in the 90s even, when did any of us eat sushi? Like, we knew it was around, so we seen it on Seinfeld or something, but, you know, there was no sushi restaurants on the corner, I don't think. Until
Like one of the
late
wild
90s,
things
at
out
least.
here is called squid luau, and really it is. It's like
What is that? Luau
luau
means
leaf.
picnic or whatever?
Yeah, kinda. It's usually something you would have at a luau or a family gathering or whatever, and it's like they take something that looks like cream spinach, but it's not. It's luau leaf, which is taro leaves, and basically it's almost like a creamed spinach with squid in it. And some people can make it really good, and some people make it the way they make it. I'm not trying to offend anybody by saying it that way, but I've found that the key to good
it's hot?
squid luau, it's hot, is the more butter you use, the better it is when you're in the cooking of it. So think of like cream spinach, but think of like a hotel pan size of it or whatever if you're at the luau, right? And it's gonna have actual, you know, squid in it.
So, like, cut the arms or whatever, so it's just little rings like rubbery onion rings?
Rings and legs.
Alright.
You're
So,
painting-
and then it's like having cream spinach, like, just a big wad of goo with then there's extra squid in it or extra rubbery in it.
Kinda, except the luau leaf breaks up a little bit better than spinach when it's cooked, so to speak. And the key to good squid luau is the amount of butter that you put in it when you're cooking
So at
it.
what point did you decide that it really doesn't feel like I'm chewing rubber?
Oh,
Well, but it's not rubber, I'm sure. It's more
No,
probably
and it isn't.
slimy or something.
no, not even so much. You don't even know the way that they prepare it. You know, it's not really going to be slimy. Because if it's slimy, it means like it's old squid or old octopus or something like that, and you don't want to fuck with that in any way, shape, or form. But you know how it is there when you like go to the family reunion. It's potluck, right? Everybody's got somebody that brings some that everybody eats, right? And then basically,
Like,
you
I
know,
think-
sometimes there's a dish that one of the aunties might have brought that just
Exactly.
nobody.
She's all like, no one knew it was cat food.
Yeah, well, or they do know it's cat food, and they take like literally maybe a forkful just to say they took some or something like that. So that's kind of out here. So there's a lot of pride in your cooking, I guess. Just I mean, just like anywhere else, you know.
I've seen a couple of the YouTube channels where they'll talk about, or YouTube channels, the guys from Hawaii, and either, well, I guess I've just, back, especially when there was video responses, you
Yeah.
could watch the guys and they would talk about their different stuff, just the way, like, Prophet's always talking about that mambo sauce or whatever, like, with other people that understand what he's talking about, like, they reminisce or whatever. So they were talking about some weird stuff, and it was, well, I can't think of it off the top of my head now, but
Like bagon or patis, or like if Chris was in here right now.
it was like fast food type of stuff more than anything, but just because I guess of the crazy, what do you call that, like hybrid of all the different types of cuisine.
Yeah, fusion.
That's what's unique about-
Pacific Rim. That's
Yeah,
like
but
one.
it's like Hawaiian is its separate thing, right? Because
Yep.
everybody's got their own thing, and then they come to Hawaii to mix it all together, right?
Yep. Like we'll have Tahitian stuff. We'll have all of that because all those people have come here. Like this is gonna sound
Well,
weird.
they're all
You're like
vacationing
the
there
you're like the
at the
junction.
same time as us, right? It's not like it's just Americans out there vacationing.
No, and that's one of the things that a lot of people aren't going to realize. Like, and I'm not trying to say this in any way. I'm not trying to
You're
start.
being racist. We know. Go ahead.
Well, fuck you. But like,
Where's Bob at?
basically, like in essence, I am a minority now, compared to how many different people are out here. And coming from, you call it. Anybody that knows the UP will tell you that it's the color of snow pretty much up there. And to come out here where everybody is just from a different place, there's so much to learn. It's a really quick learning curve, or Maui will just kick you right the fuck
majority
off.
in Hawaii, is there?
What's that?
There's no majority ethnicity in Hawaii, is there?
It's
In other words,
pretty
I don't
mixed.
even think the Hawaiians outnumber the people that aren't from Hawaii natively, right?
I think that there are more Hawaiians on the mainland probably almost than probably live in Hawaii these days.
That's what
But
I've heard.
there still are a good
It's
number
all
of
mixed.
true, bloodline Hawaiians.
Sure, but I'm just saying it's not like you say you're a minority, but it's a minority in a bunch of minorities. Like there's just
Yes.
a more
Yes.
equally cut pie or whatever, so that there is no majority and everybody else is a minority. It's just everybody's a minority because nobody is
Is
dominating.
the majority. That's right. Well, some people are still pretty bitter about the way that Hawaii was annexed in the first place. So there's still a little residual heat coming off of that all these
Wouldn't
years
they be
later.
lepers if we didn't, though?
What was that?
Wouldn't they all be lepers by now if we didn't?
Actually, they shipped all those lepers to the leper colony over on Molokai. That guy actually just got sainted, I think, in the Vatican, Father Damien. And
But
there is
anyway,
still
I'm
a
just
leper
saying
colony
it's
over
nothing-
there, but I don't think that there is like too many full stage lepers over there these days. And it's just at the one end of the island. It's just for them. But if you've ever watched either the movie or read the book by Michener of Hawaii, how crazy stuff was back in the day, there were a lot of wrongs done to the Hawaiian people. Let's just put it like that.
So do you think that'd be a good place for the Ebola patients?
No, somebody said that the other day and tried to talk about shipping them out here. I'm like, fuck you, man. It might take thousands over there to overrun the U.S. It would take
What
probably
the fuck?
10,
A minute ago
10
you
to
were all
50.
like, aloha, everyone. Aloha.
How
It
quickly
would take.
Go from
he is saying aloha, just not as in welcome.
Yeah, the other way.
I'm saying literally, if it was 10 to 50 cases on this island, dude, that would pretty much be the end of this island, I think.
No, it wouldn't. You got modern. Unless you have unless you have mud roads, no electricity. Unless you're at like the same level they're at in West Africa, we'll be fine.
Which we are not. I'm just saying that the amount of people, that's what I was saying. Is like, you have.
Some of the
We don't even.
It's also a cultural difference between Africa and us that is causing the spread.
True.
Like, your cousin starts dropping dead, the first thing you're going to do is not run over and start prepping his body to bury it out back because there's nowhere else to bury it. You're going to be calling, guys in moon suits and shit. It's a different. The reason the spread is so bad there is it's cultural. It's a terrible disease that spreads really rapidly, but it's a cultural thing that's making it spread there that we don't have here. Like, the only way it's going to spread here is through, like, this ignorance and stupidity. You know what I mean? Like, people just not, fuck it, I feel fine. I'm going to go get a cheeseburger. That's the only way it's going to spread here, which, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Never mind. I take everything I said back. We're fucked.
Well, all I was trying to say was, like, where it might be 1,000 people or something, or even more to affect a large area there, it's going to be under, like, I don't think we could handle, we don't have the technological space, so to speak, on this particular island to deal with, like, 50. Our hospital couldn't handle that. No way.
You guys would ship them somewhere on the West Coast. You'd stick them on a plane and fly them. No, it's true. I'm surprised. I'm waiting. If something happens on the West Coast, I guarantee you they're probably going to come to my city because we have one of the most advanced health and science universities on the West Coast, and they have some of the worst diseases in they probably have Ebola in a little fucking bottle there, Yeah, it's so I wouldn't be surprised if it does spread. They'll show up here in my city.
For sure. Well, our hospital up in Seattle, Harborview.
I've been there.
It's a trauma center.
Yep,
so that was like the major hospital within like the Pacific Northwest, and they actually offered to be volunteered to take in Ebola patients. They asked to be requested on the list or whatever.
When I was 20 years old, I spent 5 days in Harborview.
We're with the hospital in Grey's Anatomy. That's the hospital I'm talking about.
Yeah, our Oregon OHSU's got a whole wing just for infectious diseases and crazy shit. Like, basically, there's enough crap in the basement of that building to kill the United States like 10 times over.
Yeah.
It's wonderful having them right up the hill, right upwind from us, God forbid anything should ever go wrong.
Sure. Oh, I found your M16.
Oh my God.
That Jaeger, whatever.
You just sit around at night thinking about me, don't you?
I think it's the same guy that posted it on like whatever. And
I just looked at one today. I went to the gun show here in Portland. I looked at one that was beat the shit. So
every time I think it's just the same guy that posts it every time.
Yeah, is it the same beat the shit one that I don't care about?
I don't know, maybe.
One of the nice things about here.
I'm still working on my World War II collection. I haven't even shifted to my movie.
Yeah, there's a guy over here that has a freaking M44 and he's trying to sell it for $100. I'm like, yeah, M44.
Depending on what shape it's in, that's not a bad price, is it?
It was a really good price. Really good price all around. But I'm like, I don't know if I need another rifle. I gotta get another caliber.
Dude, buy it and sell. Trade it to me for something.
Okay.
Unless it's totally thrashed.
Plus the ammo for that M44.
I asked him if it was original. I asked him if it was a Russian, and he said, "Yeah, Russian." I'm like, "It's not a clone or anything."
Sounds like a trade loophole.
Oh snap! Don't tell Dan. He's gonna switch out on us.
Yeah, Dano's an expert. He's gonna.
What's the number on that trade?
Do you think
gonna-
that someday there'll be a Nix check as a phone app to deal with that?
I don't know. I highly doubt it.
I don't see
know,
why.
man.
I don't see why not, but at the same time, I doubt it because it's the government. They don't do anything the easy way.
Well, every time I go to register a firearm at the police station, there is a printed sign right there that says it is illegal to perform a NICS background check on anybody that isn't basically trying to purchase a firearm or the need for it or whatever. So, like,
That is
it
correct.
says right there that it's illegal for the police if I'm not technically purchasing or registering to perform that in that manner.
Highly illegal. The police would have no justification. They wouldn't be able to technically because you can't call in. You can't just call the number and start rattling off shit.
That's
You call the
basically what the
number and
sign
you're
says.
asked for your FFL number and then a password. So there's no way for anyone to just use the NICS system without already being a registered.
I think it'd be cool to have an app where like it's your local like sheriff's department or something where they have like stolen guns on there and like they have. I think that'd be cool. So you could see if it's on whatever the stolen gun list, I guess.
If you get a gun stolen, they will call you. They will not call you.
Oh, it's
I can't-
illegal out here to get your gun stolen and not report it.
Yeah, they passed some stupid county law here like that. Like I don't know why you wouldn't. That would be like the first thing I do.
I mean, like you have I think it's less than 3 days, like 3 or 4 days. So literally, if you were on vacation, say I was on the mainland visiting my friends in Texas, and my landlord said, "Oh, your place got broken into. I don't know what's gone, but they ransacked and took whatever, right?" If I wasn't scheduled to be back within that amount of time, I could be in trouble by not reporting to the police
Oh,
in that timeline.
that sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that actively enforced?
I haven't heard of too many
Are they
people
trying
get
to
home.
persecute you or not?
Yeah, exactly. If they got a hard-on for you, you know how it is, Dano. Any place that has a hard-on for you in particular, they will find a way. But if you're just a regular guy and they don't know you, they don't care one way or the other, well, no, they're not going to try and ruin your day.
I guess it's worth it to have somebody house sit for you in that case.
Yeah, pretty much. Or I have somebody that the landlady lives right next door, so I usually try and have her keep a real good eye on shit.
Man, what is with people, dude? All I saw
Dude, all you
today.
have to do is file to buy a 7% of firing pins and then file them down. Simple.
Why would you file?
Oh, but because actually this has happened. I know this happened to
Yeah.
somebody. Whatever happened to the people, they either got raided or caught with it or whatever, right? And when they went to check the registration on the firearm, it was registered to somebody that was on the other side of the island that had never reported it stolen. So the guys that got busted with it got in trouble, and then the guy that didn't report it, he also got in trouble, but not to the same level.
No, that's a bullshit law that accomplishes nothing. It's ridiculous.
I
If
agree.
You don't know it's stolen. Like, what if you?
It sounds like it
How would
turns
you
people
ever know
into
if
criminals
something
that
was
were.
stolen?
Well, you know how it can be. Somebody might have just gave it to somebody else, but then didn't want to admit to it, or this, that, or the other thing too. I mean, there's shady shit everywhere.
I actually just learned today that they relaxed, like the gun show, because it's the first gun show I've been to in a while. They relaxed their rules about private sales somehow. Like, I guess now they're allowing, like, if I don't know how. I don't know
Purchase
how,
private sales at the gun show, not in the parking lot.
yeah, I don't know how they're doing it, but
I've
like,
been to gun shows in so many states. I've never seen one that says you have to do your private sales on the parking lot.
yeah, that sounds just terrible. They used to be you didn't at our gun shows you didn't need to have an FFL to sell a gun in it. They changed that, and now
Well,
today,
as a
I
person,
saw
wouldn't you feel more safe doing it inside the venue as opposed to doing it out in the parking lot? I mean,
I wouldn't. I don't know.
Sorry, the thing is, there's no laws on it, so it shouldn't matter where you do it. You can do whatever you want because there's
Like a
no
pol-
at all laws about it.
It was like a gun show policy, and I think they relaxed that.
Oh, well, that's a policy, but I can't understand why somebody would do that. But I've heard of it.
But I think that it's weird. I have to look into it more before I start talking about it because I really don't know exactly how it works. But it definitely is nice to see.
I'll talk about it. I don't need to know what I'm talking about.
No.
Okay, Yankee.
Calm down
Don't
there.
don't look it up on Wikipedia.
There
I'm
you
right.
go.
Look it up on
There you
Wikipedia.
go.
Right after I'm done editing it, I'll look it up.
See, it says right here, clear as day in black and white.
God, everything on the internet's true.
Everybody knows. Everybody.
Gun show is such a bummer. I don't know why I would go to a gun show on the last day. That's like that's not good gun show etiquette.
I don't know. I've heard
Gun shows
I've
are
heard it
awesome
both
on the last
ways.
day. You
Yeah,
want to
they-
go to a gun show when they open? If you can get in there first, like don't wait in line like a sucker. Never do that. But if you can get in there first for some reason, like help somebody with their table, and then be like, oh, I got to go to the bathroom right when it opens, and then go shop. That's the perfect time to go because you can snatch up everything.
There's
And
never
then-
a line at our gun shows.
And then like the last day when the dude
But then,
doesn't want to
on the
pack it
last
back
day,
up,
yeah.
right?
They don't want to take their heavy ass shit home, or they're sick of
Oh, yeah.
seeing it, or they just
Oh.
need to make whatever. There's so many reasons why they're going to sell you stuff at a loss. It's awesome. You have to go.
The only oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll give you that. But the problem with ours is it's like first of all, they're 3-day shows. They're not 2-day shows, and so by the third day, there's usually nothing left. Like they clean people out. So if you're not on it, then you just don't get anything. Like I was looking for like stuff you'd think you'd find easily. I was actually looking for spam cans of fucking 7.62 R, and there were none. They're all
Like
gone.
out here, gun shows are kind of tough because, for example, we just had like in my county, no gun shows. So literally, you're talking about having to take a plane to go over to Oahu. They had like the state's biggest one at the beginning of this month, I think it was. And I'm like, okay, can I afford this? Okay, let's count the $150 in airfare. Let's talk about staying overnight, taxi or rent a car, and all that. And it's tough. I'm not a guy that isn't a six-figure, job.
Why
where I
don't you have 6 fingers?
Well, I got a few more than
You don't
six.
have 6 fingers?
I have a few more than 6.
Isn't it easier for you just to order online and just pay the premium?
For some things, but like for example, like there's only 2 companies that I've actually seen online that will ship ammo out here in general, without getting a freight forwarder. Like anytime you guys talk about, oh, Cabela's this or this place or that place or whatever, and then I go to look at it and it says clear as day, no ammunition sales to Hawaii.
So wait,
But-
you called this place Paradise earlier?
Well, there is a price to be paid for it. That is no doubt about it.
Yes.
By
I'll
the
stick-
dashboard lights?
I'll stick to my. I'll
Take it easy, Meatloaf.
rainy ass Oregon's looking fucking more like better and better the more you talk.
But the
No,
2 that
I-
I did find were Ammo to Go and Natchez Shooting Supply, I think, are 2 that will basically, as long as you don't have a P.O. box that you're shipping it to, they'll ship it to you. I mean, they charge you a premium for shipping, but at
Yeah.
least the motherfuckers will ship it to you.
I bought from Ammo to Go before. They seem to be pretty good. I mean, every item needs to be evaluated, but generally speaking.
Well, but then, see, it also falls into the, we got probably about 4 or 5 gun shops out here. Yeah, well, 3 or 4. And, I always hear you guys talking about being able to support the mom and pop or the brick and mortar and everything like that. And I try to, as best I can. But, then you're at the whim of their pricing on any and every, right?
But
So
they-
sometimes there are things that I do want to order offline or online, and then there are things that I'll just bite the bullet, so to speak, and just go there and get it for ease of purchase, you know. But ammo is one of those things. What if it's just not on the shelf even? That I run into that a good point of the time because I'm between the 223 and or 5.56, and then the
Yep.
45. Like I paid $35 for a box of 50 Blazers just the other day.
Wow.
Yeah. So when I went to the big box store, I think this was a chat you guys had before. I went to the big box store and I was able to get 100 rounds of Winchester for like $51. And like that's the deal, You either find it where you can, or you wait. That's one of the things. But like I haven't been able to get cheap 223 or 5.56 like in a couple of months. I haven't been able to find anything that's reasonably priced. So sometimes I just wait, and then when I do find it, I'll go in 2-3 days in a row or whatever and get my 4 boxes.
Where do you get it at? Like, what big box store? Do you go?
We got a Sports Authority out here. That's the big box store that'll sell both firearms and ammunition. Our Walmart or Kmart out here, they both do not do either of those things.
Oh, really? Not even ammo?
No, definitely not.
That's bizarre.
Void cards out there?
Nope. But it's already crazy because you have to either pass a NRA safety course, or you have to have taken the hunter safety course in order to acquire a permit to purchase with a background check, and that also requires a mugshot and a fingerprinting to be able to get that permit to purchase. So no, there's no FOID card, but they definitely and then every purchase of a firearm gets the 2-week wait and a background check.
That's crazy. So what's the rules on, like, say if I was to move to Hawaii, how would I, like, import my firearms from Washington State to over there?
Well, like anytime I go to Texas, I bring, whether it's my shotgun or my rifle or whatever, I always bring it on the plane. I just bring it in checked luggage. You just follow the rules and it's no problem. But
for me, like, going to, like, do I have to, like, when you moved over there in 1994, do you have to go do the whole thing, mugshot, whatever, just to bring your firearms to Hawaii, or?
I believe you can just bring your firearms too, but you would have to then register them at the police station within so many hours of them being on island, so to speak. I think it's within 3 days.
Within 3 days, so.
Don't quote me on that, but it's something like 72 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And getting caught with an unregistered long gun is a misdemeanor, which isn't so bad, but getting caught with an unregistered handgun is a felony.
So how would you do it if
Oh, and don't bring anything with more than 10 rounds. That's the other thing. Don't bring any handgun or pistol that carries more than 10 rounds.
How about rifle?
That's no problem. After the 2004 sunset of the AWB, 30 rounders have been allowed. Or tolerated, it seems like, more than allowed, but tolerated.
What about in an AR pistol configuration?
Ooh, there you go. That has a special part in the law out here, in that no quote-unquote assault pistols are legal. And that includes the AK pistol, the AR pistol, the PLR, the PTR 308 pistol, like any of those things. Those are, and then there is also no allowance for any NFA items out here as well. Like you cannot get a suppressor or a short barrel shotgun or rifle.
What if I have like a Kel-Tec Sub 2000 and took Glock mags that were 33 rounders?
You better not bring any of those 33 rounders with you, or have them pegged at 10. I know one guy that he had a PMR 30 and he just pegged it at 10.
Oh man, that's horrible.
But he consequently also has feeding issues with his PMR 30. So.
Word.
Now I don't know if that's just due to the 22 Magnum or the fact that it's pinned or what have you. But that is one that I did want out here. I definitely wanted one of
I
those.
want one still. I remember they were only like $200. They were like $175.
I just think 22 Magnum is fun.
I have a 22 Magnum Marlin like bolt action gun,
There you go.
and then it was one. They were like I remember they were going for like 206 shipped. Something ridiculous.
Like somebody had a Chris Vector out here actually, like 2 or 3 times ago when I went to the range. And yeah, you can own it, but you better not have more than a 10-round magazine for it.
Okay, so if it takes like pistol magazines, you gotta have it pinned at the 10.
You cannot have a pistol magazine of over 10 rounds in the state of Hawaii. Like, so when you go get a Glock 17 from the store, you just get the 10-round magazines.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As opposed to the what is it, 17? Yeah.
Do the police have any limits like that?
I don't know that they have to follow the same rules so much when they're on duty. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I think when they're off duty, because that's the other thing, like the one public range we have here, they can come to the public range days that we have, of course, because they're just regular people, right? But they also have their own set off to the side. They have the keys for it, range that they can come pretty much day or night to go shoot if, you know, if they
That's
got a
training
qualifier.
purposes.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
Because, you know, in their reality, they're not regular people. They're special people. They're special citizens.
So
Well, when you put it like that, though, I do believe that they are special citizens, like you
Yeah,
said.
when they're on
though.
duty, hell yeah.
They
I
are
mean,
special
special duty.
citizens because they were chosen to protect the rest of the citizenry, even though technically, according to the Supreme Court, 2 years ago or whatever, that it's no longer to protect and serve. But
No, but they're doing a job that specifically like puts them in contact with people
harm's
that
way,
shoot.
more of a harm's
Exactly,
way,
it
more
requires
risk.
put them in harm's way, exactly.
A job they chose did not choose them.
I mean, if people were attacking them with long spears or swords or something, they'd start carrying spears. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
We had a guy about 5-6 years ago walk in with like a
Great
ninja
trees.
sword and cut somebody with it.
Oh,
And the
man.
police had to respond to that. I mean, we get some crazy shit out here sometimes.
Well, if you
Nowadays, they
volunteer
just-
something, whether it's volunteer to become a police officer or you volunteer to enter the armed services, you volunteered. You were not drafted.
Yes, but I don't think that they should be. Yes, it takes
Not get
it takes a special person to do that job too, because I don't think that everybody could technically be in the military. I don't think that everybody could technically be a law enforcement officer.
yeah,
Okay.
I know I couldn't do it.
But that has nothing to do with having special rights.
I can see where you're going with that, and
No, but
to
they
some
do
degree
do
I
that.
agree with it. But at the same time, you know, who's going to be the one to turn them in for having that 17 round in there? And to be honest, I don't know if they can have the 17 round magazine in their Glock 17 or not. I personally do not know. I never asked the guy when he was standing next to me.
That's
Like, hey,
why.
bro, can I check that out?
Hey, on another subject, do you guys have like state land where you should shoot off at, or no?
No.
Uh,
Unless you get way out there.
Sort of, not really. Like, there's
Like,
a few
do you
places
have-
that are allowed for hunting, so to speak, that are like state or federal land, but then the rest of it would be private land that's a pseudo nature conservancy, which I don't mean nature conservancy in that they conserve the animals. I mean that it's an area with X amount of acreage where they have, you know, either hogs or deer or goat or sheep, like mouflon rams and stuff like that, you know, that you can go hunt. So there are definitely only certain areas in general that you can
No
go.
like recreational shooting areas, like, or
Just the one public range,
just
as
public
far
land?
as, yeah, just the one public range for that. Other than that, it's either privately owned land or like the Makawao Forest Reserve is an example of a place that during hunting season you can go hunt in certain areas of that reserve. but there are like some private hunting clubs, so to speak, and like those are the guys that are pseudo conservation, where it's a large land trust, and that if you are a member, you can at certain times go out there and hunt. For example, I think one of them was like a $250 a year membership fee.
Hey, Keyshawn, do you guys have Isaac Walton leagues out there?
Isaac Walton League?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
That's like our best conservation group that we have here. That where they would have like a trap house, a shooting range.
Oh yeah.
But like in a way it's more like a shooter's club, but at the same time it's more like a country club. It's more of I don't know. It's no offense to anybody, but it's a bunch of rich white men in a club that pay like $300 a year to be a member of. You know what I'm saying? It's,
So over here we have like
really what it is.
Oh my god, I can't believe you said that.
I did it.
Well,
See,
see,
it got real. Where's
we
my
were
entrance
talking-
music? Hey, come on. Hey, I'm about like, hey, every time I come into the show right now, I'm gonna start doing the Shawn Michaels Sexy Bull poise when I come in there, because if I don't get my entrance music, shit's gonna get real in here.
The
So,
Heartbreak Kid? What?
So we
Is that what
have
you're talking about? What?
So you know how we have a
PK, baby.
logging land out here in Washington. So we have like a Weyerhaeuser Logging Company, and there's another Hancock Forestry. We have Georgia Pacific. Well, some of those are now in like they have like public land, I guess, or
If
you know.
you're out in the middle of the woods around here, you can bet somebody owns it. I mean, you
So-
know, like somebody fucking owns that shit.
Well, at least out here, it's not only the white guys owning all the land. I'll definitely tell you
Well,
that. There's
no.
some rich people
well,
of all
I'm not-
shapes, colors, and sizes.
I'm not gonna say all the rich white people own the land. What I'm saying is that all right. So the 2 county conservation clubs that we have, where shooting is allowed, and it's like like we have like 300 acres conservatory land, and we're also a shooting members club.
Yeah.
But it's like $350 a year,
Yep.
and they're all like 60-year-old white men.
I'm gonna ask you this though: if you have that type of a setup, you better have a chest freezer out in the garage, man, because that's like what a lot of the locals that are members of those
Oh my
clubs.
god, it's
That's
$30 a month? That's like 1% or shit.
I mean, granted, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, please, like, if my ammo was sponsored,
$10 for a 1-week membership to a zombie video game. And I'm like a poor person. We don't have shit. Like we're poor. Right, that $30 a month is not bad.
So my dad pays.
I'd rather go drive off the side of the road and be like, oh, I feel like stretching out my lever action arm. Let me stretch out my lever action arm and flail my arms in my lever action and pull the trigger.
Don't forget your full action army.
Well, I'll tell you what, Marco. You come out here, you can try pulling that in the cane field, and if you're fast enough, you could probably let off a few rounds off the road and then get back in your car and be out of there. But I don't know that I'd ever try it.
Hawaiian 5-0 will be on you.
Well, and that you might never know what you find face down in the cane field either. That unfortunately is some real shit out here sometimes.
Hey, G-Webs and Hux, like, you guys got a lot of, like, shot-out street signs with, like, bullet holes in them?
Up here, yeah. I don't know how much down there anymore.
Just the ones on the side of the road.
Like, literally.
Just the ones that haven't been shot out yet.
Yeah, it's the outskirts of the cities, and up here it's anywhere that's not in the main, like on the main strip in town. There's always at least one load of shotgun and a couple handgun slugs in them.
See, we don't see like none of that exists out here.
Well, Popo would be on you in a heartbeat there, wouldn't it, Marco?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. So, like, versus a state that's very highly gun populated versus a state that's not very gun populated. Look at the
But they
things that
also
we
are
see.
sparsely populated too out in there. Well, not really. Their population
Depends on the
centers are apart.
circumstances. What if the sign is being aggressive towards you.
Hey,
Threatening you.
hey, let me pull a stone guy right now. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm
At
making
least
real
you said it
points
first.
here, but I mean, just start an argument. Let's start an argument. Fuck Arizona. And your
I
shout
don't know
out to
about
Tucson.
that.
So,
I'm
no,
jealous.
I love Arizona,
That's
but
cool. You can stay. We're good. We got plenty here.
I wish our gun laws here were like Arizona gun laws. So I have Arizona envy.
no, but
I'm
like,
gonna say this. Fuck New Mexico.
Well, New Mexico got shitty gun laws, don't they?
no.
Or they have tighter restrictions.
There's like a couple nice mountainous areas there, but for the most part, it's a miserable state.
But as far as the gun laws, aren't they quite
Half
different?
of it's fucking nuclear anyway. Who the
Yeah,
fuck is gonna live there?
Two things I know is that New Mexico has the highest amount per capita of PhDs in the country, and that their gun laws are shitty.
Nah,
So there's a lot of people that
you're
think they're
both.
intelligent.
Well, you got like what, White Sands, the Super Collider. You got all of that crazy stuff over there in New Mexico. It's not
Like,
new and it's
you could
not
probably get
Mexico.
like 100 acres in New Mexico for like $4,000.
Yeah, it's actually, I got a friend who's looking at property out there, and there is some amazing deals out there.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. Like when I drive to West Virginia and I see the prices out there completely, it's like, okay, so what if it's an hour and a half commute just to get to work on like no rush hour?
Do you play the banjo, Marco? Better down, 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 down.
That's okay. I don't give a shit what my neighbors look like. It's all about me.
On fucking eBay, and everything for these little mini revolvers, like all the accessories, every little thing for them is like triple the price on eBay. Like the grips are $18 on the website; they sell for $40 on eBay.
They're just trying to get what they can for it, whatever the market will bear, right?
It's pretty wild.
That's because there's no paperwork when you buy it on eBay. It's the eBay loophole.
Right?
Loophole.
Criminals buy all their stuff without the police even knowing about it.
Is the loophole,
There's people selling cylinders on there.
is the loophole big enough for 30s on everything?
No, you could take out the mag and put it in sideways, and it might fit through there.
Maybe 22s on everything just so the 40 caliber can get squeezed in there.
That's like KCI stuff.
Fuck KCI.
They don't make 30 rounders for 40s.
They don't. So that's how you know rappers are whack. That's how you know rappers can't kill you. Because they got a KCI mag. Oh, so I successfully carried 3 22-round magazines today.
22 rounds?
3 of them.
3 of them.
Holla at me. 2 in
The
the back
girl
pocket.
walks up to me, what are you, happy to see me? He's like, no, those are my 33 rounders.
Literally,
I had one of them. I had one in the pistol, 2 in the back pocket.
You gotta get one of those like you know the Becker BK2 knives. You know how they have like a horizontal like holster or sheath for it. You gotta have those for that.
What are you talking about? Carrying those drum mags?
Yeah, those stick mags.
You know, honestly, a horizontal holster
Or the stick
would
mag?
do it.
Horizontal
Are you talking
holster.
Are you talking about those 250-round drums, or are you talking about stick
No,
mags?
I'm talking about stick mags.
Because if you're going to carry those 250-round drums, carry them in the front like a pair of nuts.
And then you just gotta carry one.
Keep concealment.
People think it's some kind of weird god piece.
Just say it's my round.
You know what's funny? Like, if you don't have a holster for a Glock, the best way to rock the Glock is grip down, like in your junk.
Daddy, hold it.
Yeah, I've done that before, like in a fucking pair of basketball shorts, fucking extendo, 30-round magazine, more than a full size
You're a lefty too. You get one shower. You're a lefty. I always
Clinch
forget.
carry with the stendo.
Yeah.
Oh, what? No.
Yeah.
No.
You don't ever have to worry about shooting yourself. You might shoot somebody else, but you have to worry about shooting yourself.
What was that? What was that ball player that that had his shit fall out in the club, and he shot himself in the
Okay,
motherfucking
wait,
leg?
it's a stupid way. It's a stupid way to carry, but you wanna know what? When you're wearing sweats like that, you don't get patted down either. If you've ever walked into like a fucking concert or club, you
logic.
I don't know. I don't know.
It works. It works.
Fuck it, I say more power to him.
Yeah, if you can, go for it. You
It's
know.
already happened, so.
Just get us.
About it today, I could easily throw a 30 round mag in my Glock while it's in the horizontal shoulder holster, and you'd never see it. Like it hangs down low, like it hangs down straight, so you'd never notice.
I've been funning it up lately. I've been carrying my 1911.
I think that's Arlie Ermying it up.
What are you trying to hurry up to get to 21?
Oh yeah.
Gunny it up.
Funning it up.
Alright. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. A lot of background noise.
How do you carry a 1911?
Oh no!
Oh, we
Oh
can't
no!
hear
Oh
you.
no! You're like underwater, bro.
Okay, try this again.
No, underwater. No, underwater. It's like a bad connection. You might have to reload or
We
something,
know, we know you're talking.
but it sounds like you're underwater.
I'm on my tablet. Can you barely hear me?
Sounds like I'm at a rave.
I'm on my tablet. Can you guys hear me? That's
I'm
all
gonna
I.
bust open the glow stick.
We can make out what you're hearing, but it doesn't sound. It's really
it's
bad. It does
overpowered.
not sound normal.
Are they waterboarding you, good guy? Are they waterboarding you?
Oh, that could be what it is.
This is for all the coyotes you killed.
Hey, good guy, give him the good old Ric Flair. Woo!
Styling and profiling.
Profiling.
It's because he doesn't have a Glock yet.
No. J&G have them for like.
Chris won't own a Glock until somebody gives him a Glock to own, I believe.
Sure.
Hey,
He has
Chris.
He's a principle. He's defining his principle as in I'm not gonna use a Glock.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. Don't answer me now, but answer me when you get a better reception. I want to know what it feels like to be a nothing Glock owner and it be a Glocktober. I'm just curious to know how it feels. And I'm not saying a Glock gun. I'm saying nothing Glock owner, like not even a Glock knife. You don't own a Glock shovel.
Glock flashlight.
Yeah, come on. You know, you are
Hey, one,
nothing
you won
Glock
all
owner.
prizes though.
He did.
I have a Glock.
Oh God, this is bad.
Glock keychain.
Okay, so tell me how awesome your Glock keychain is. Is it not? Is it not the perfection of keychains?
I bet it fits in his hand.
Angle might hurt him. Oh, they don't have any more Glock 23s.
Oh, hey, time out. New hashtag for me. 30s plus on everything. Because
30 plus.
people be trying to outdo me. People be trying to outdo me, so I have to make my name all-encompassing, like gun websites. So it's all-encompassing.
Why should say extendos on everything?
No, because it's not that cool. 30s on everything, I mean...
But an X and then 10.
Because 30s is standard capacity.
What if they're talking rims?
Well,
What if you got 30s on everything? Wouldn't that just be
in like
huge?
15 years, we probably will have 30-inch rims on everything. Yeah, I mean, like 26 was like last year. You know what I'm saying? 26 was like last year. Give us like 2 more years, we'll have 30.
DP, did you shoot the Glocktober's challenge?
I did. I made a video on it. It's on my channel.
Okay.
When did you post it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see you.
Kisan, did you do it?
I have not done it yet. I'm thinking about doing it next Saturday.
Didn't you create it?
Yeah, I've been busy hunting. I can't just go out and shoot.
You're too busy shooting to shoot.
No, you don't shoot when you hunt. You scare animals when you do
Did
that.
you get a deer or no?
I did not get a deer yet.
So on your way back to the
How are we
car,
supposed to have any venison if you don't get a deer?
Yeah. It's still deer season. I still have until the 31st, and then I have late season buck, which is on
so
the
at the end of the day, when you weren't going to bag anything, you couldn't have stapled it to a tree and shot it?
Yeah,
With
it's
a-
frowned
with a
upon.
deer rifle?
It's frowned upon when you shoot like in a hunting like management unit. While
Yeah, they don't want that happening. That's right.
So
I'm talking about shooting in the area that was yours, not somebody else's
No,
area.
no, but it doesn't matter. But like,
No,
It's just
That's
dude,
bad
during-
rule. That's poor etiquette. Yep, that's bad stuff.
during hunting season, like you're like you shoot in your area scares off other animals in other areas. So you just, unless you're gonna bag something, you don't fucking pull the trigger during, like in land. I don't even have land, and why am I telling you this?
you don't even hunt.
Yes, I mean, come on. I don't even know this shit. Come on.
Exactly. So why are you answering?
Because I'm fucking smarter than
That's
you in this
common
situation.
knowledge. It's surprising that you don't know that.
Common knowledge.
Your land, fuck everybody else.
You could look
Street
this up on
smart.
Wikipedia.
Well, now that's a
Street
shit ass.
Look it up on
Street smarts.
Wikipedia.
Street smarts.
Street smarts.
There goes my video of me shooting Keystone. I fucking suck. Gert,
How many
Gert,
do
What
extendos
did
hang
you
out of
shoot?
those? Johns you used?
Use your 40.
I used my 35 to 9 mil conversion.
Okay.
I should have shot with the extend. No, I did shoot with the extend though, because I'm a beast. I shot with the extend though.
So how many points you get?
Well, I don't know how many points each pumpkin is. I got 4 out of 10 shots.
Okay, so you get 4 points.
Yeah, but I don't know if the middle bullseye isn't worth more points.
It's not. It's the same.
Okay, so then I got 4 out of 8, or 4 out of 10.
So you and I are the only ones that have shot?
Well, I mean, shit.
Month's not over yet.
You're in the lead.
I'm already cooler than you, so maybe you can hang out with me.
Daniel, you're in the lead so far. You're number 1.
Hey,
How's
Dano.
that make you feel?
Hey, Dano, start up this bitch.
He's in the top 50%.
Guess what though? I won 2 prizes from the Glock shoot I went to last week.
I don't give a shit. Hey, seriously, if somebody don't pick me for Glocktober winner, I'm gonna be mad because everyone I know is giving out prizes, and I have yet to be picked for Glocktober.
He was in front of Edge when he picked his.
You didn't win one tonight. But did you even try to win?
No, I haven't really tried. I mean, I haven't actually tried. I figured I should be.
He needs a swag pack just cause.
I mean, I don't know how much easier I can make it.
Wait, did you think it's Obama-tober? Everybody wins?
No, because you want to what? I'll only take what I need when I need that drum bag.
Man, I thought Huck's knife was pretty sweet. That he did that job on the handle. That looked pretty. That looked pretty right.
You know what's funny? I put this. I would take that knife, give it away, and pay Huck to give me another one in a different color, the color I want to.
Oh no way! That
I would.
exact
I
knife,
totally
I was in the gun shop the other day. The dude wanted $55 for that.
I don't care, but it's not my color, so I would give it away and pay Huck and
So
pay
if you
Huck to do
win
my
it, you
own.
give it to me because I got sand everywhere
Great,
out
great.
here.
I would totally give it to you. I would totally give it to you, and I would come out of pocket for me to order one directly to his house and be like, here, I'll just ship it to you, and then you ship it to me when it's done.
So it's all
I'll pay for
about
what
color
you do.
with you, Marco, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, that doesn't match his background up there though. He's got a point, you know. He don't have a whole lot of sand in Maryland.
So what you're really saying is, I'm too white for you.
No, I'm Ric Flair, and I gotta be styling, profiling.
Now, did you actually turn to the side and do the walk when you said that?
No, I did a little strut.
Because otherwise, that's perpetrating.
I did hit the strut. Don't fake. I did hit the Ric Flair strut. Get out of here. But act like you know.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
Let me tell you something, brother.
So guns, what do you think of them? Anybody listen to Dano's chat earlier?
I got to listen to some of it.
I totally missed it.
I was too.
I thought it was a good. I thought it was a good chat from what I got to hear of it. There's a lot
Dano,
of
you got the link handy still?
Do I have the link?
To the page that we were reading off of.
Oh, yeah, I still got it. Just a minute.
The script, so to speak.
Yep. Give me a minute.
This weekend
Prophet,
for
did
me.
you hear the concept of it?
Nope, not at all. This weekend for
That's a
me
good
has
one.
been, yeah, because this weekend for me has been nothing but favors. With Howard Homecoming in town, it's fucking nothing but favors this whole weekend.
So when do you get off your knees?
Were
Usually
you
by
talking?
like, I'll get off my knees come Black Friday when I get the coolest shoes and multiple pairs of them, and I make triple the amount, so I can sell them to moms who want to give them for Christmas.
You're not the guy that gets shot in line waiting for the shoes, though, right?
No, he's
You're
the
not
guy
that
that
guy.
goes shooting.
I'm the guy that knows like 3 or 4 or 5 or more sneaker shoe managers that have been there for like 10 plus years, and I get like multiple pairs from each shop.
Nice. You got the hookup.
Yeah, so I walk in like 4 p.m. when everyone was sleeping out there at 4 a.m. and I walk out with what they could have dreamed of getting.
So the link is in the side for those that wanted to see it.
What's this about?
This was Daniel's chat. I know. I'm glad. Like in a way, I'm glad I missed it because I can always watch it fully.
You're gonna want to. It's a good one.
What is this? I got like some home shopping network shit.
Keep talking shit, Marco. Keep talking shit.
Say, there's a lot of. Hey, I'm too inebriated to read.
It's a lot of reading, and reading is hard.
Okay, so there's people out there that don't like guns, and this is their study guide for how to talk to us, the people that like freedom and guns.
Okay, I'm saying.
So the same way that we've seen those things before, like how to talk to the non-gunners, this is how to
talk to the pro-gunner.
How to outmaneuver a pro-freedom gun advocate.
And fuck you, Dano. I read 4 chapters today. Nothing. Did you read like 175 pages today of anything? Of anything? Of anything?
Olden days? Did you have your bifocals on to do that, Grandpa?
I did. About 100 of it was on PDF files. So
I got the.
I did
I have the technology to listen to when I need to read shit.
Shut up.
I read 100 pages on PDF.
DB's in this. DB, you know who you also look like?
They do that.
Your
Sherman
mother.
Williams got me.
You look like Tony Romo.
Your mother.
Sherman Williams.
Tu madre.
Whoa.
I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. How was that Evan Williams, dude?
Madre boca es mi baño.
Got me Sherman Williams.
Was it like tasty?
Dorothy Mantooth is a saint.
If you want to get drunk, just drink vodka like the rest of the bums.
You know what I didn't tell you? This weekend was fucking Howard Homecoming.
Oh yeah, man, I know.
Wild.
Did you
Old
have
friend of
any
mine.
problems getting that belt off fast enough?
SOE, baby.
Yeah, but did you have any road bumps?
No, this weekend was all work.
Oh, stop.
Good. How about these guns, dude? If you have to carry a gun for self-defense, you are already dead. Have you ever heard that?
Well, you're a coward. I've heard that.
No, I mean, well, you're dead.
Well, put it like
Like
this.
you're already dead. Like you're already you're already like living your life. You know how they say like when a terrorist attack, like don't let the terrorists win. You're supposed to just go on with your life like normal. You know?
Oh, the way that you're crippled in fear and having to carry the gun to,
Yeah.
like, as an outward violent way of dealing with your own fears. I got you.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this.
I live that crippling lifestyle.
Well, even Linus had a security blanket, didn't he?
But his security blanket couldn't kill like 630 caliber rounds per second.
I don't know. I
Alright,
bet
so
you could choke a bitch with it. Maybe not
Alright.
600, but
So you know how you're
Got 100
you know
rounds.
how you're less likely. All right, so you know how you're like 1 in a million chance to actually get a chance of a gunfight, and then by the time you get in one, you're only likely to shoot off what 2-3 rounds. So if you're that likely to get into a gunfight, you're probably dead if you have a 5-shot revolver.
Street Fighter's not here, right?
He just left, yeah.
Yeah, he put a thing up on Gun Channels today. It's a watch store guy who lived in L.A., had a watch store in L.A., and he got into like 4 gun fights, like separate gun fights, like over the course of like 10 years or something. And he won every single one. It was like him versus 2 guys, him versus 3 guys. He got shot in the neck.
I bet you he
was like 4-0, man. No, I think he had to have taken classes. Like maybe he went to front sight.
Well, and that sounds more like the exception than the rule, though, too, because isn't that the deal like in Raw or whatever? Like, if you get into more than like 3 gunfights or something like that in Raw or SHTF, that you probably ain't going to make it through that many. Now, granted, most of you guys have had some form of training, so, of course, you might not be the norm that they were polling.
I watched The Walking Dead.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Call of Duty.
No, but you should watch it. It's right on the front page on Gun Channels. It's an interesting 10 minutes. It's an old, remember Inside Edition?
Nice.
It's like an old Inside Edition like segment from the 90s, I guess.
Oh, snap.
But the guy had like guns all over his shop. He had some really nice guns too, like some SIGs, some Colts, and man, he went through every gunfight he had in the shop.
So would that be a smart jeweler or a dumb jeweler that
Fucking
doesn't
crazy,
have all of
right?
that?
I'd say after the second time, it's time to pack up shop. I think he waited till the 3rd or 4th time to pack up, and the only real reason he did, he said, was because the last gunfight he was in was with like Crips, I guess, and the whole gang was like, "We're gonna kill that motherfucker. Like, we're coming back for him and all this stuff."
So
then he was like, "Yeah, he's crazy, dude." It's a good little segment, though. I don't know why I even brought it up, but no, just in terms of like, oh, if you ever get into a gunfight, the small chance that, you're even going to have that thing, like have the gunfight, that's such a small chance. Then the other small chance is like winning, I guess. You know what I mean? Like,
is
for most
winning
people,
living or not getting shot?
No.
Winning is living. You know what I mean? For real. Like, or not getting, I would say not getting shot is winning.
Listen, like, no matter which way you look at it, winning is always a 50% chance. Always a 50%. You always have a 50% chance of winning. Now, there might be other more variables that may later than swoo that, but the actual, like, your first initial chance, like, if you even think you have a chance of winning, you're winning at like 50%. Because if not, like, you're not winning.
Oh, here's a good reason to watch that video too, because the interviewer was hitting him up with all kinds of anti-self-defense like angles, like. The guy said just give you his stuff, like give him your watches, and he was gonna leave. Like, why did you go for the gun and get shot in the neck? And he was like, well, I guess it was all up to him at that point. Like the interviewer was like boggled that the guy had a gun in his face. It was a Glock too. It's a Glocktober. And the guy at the watch store said he was going through his stuff. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you these watches. And then he had a gun in there, and he just pulled the gun up and shot him, and then he shot him in the face, and the guy survived, and I think he got shot in the neck. But the guy obviously lost the fight. Like, he's in jail. And the interviewer was his mind was boggled, like why you would go for the gun if you had a gun in your face, and why would you fight back?
Like, I know
you or not.
I know a lot of the in the middle type people that don't care for guns and that don't give a shit about guns. And that's the last thing on their ticket as far as voting wise is their concentration is they will not shoot someone for property. So they don't give a shit if they see someone in their driver's seat of their car pulling out. They're not going to shoot. They don't care if they see their face inside their home safe of whatever, unless it's your gun safe and they think that you might pull a gun on them and
That's
shoot
the
them.
thing.
But
Is sticking a gun in your face is different than property. That's
different.
not property. That's a twitch of the finger in bed.
But so
it's almost like a home invasion because
I won't shoot somebody over property. I would.
Me neither. Of course not. I mean, either. But I was going to say,
I might.
I was watching this movie the other night, and I know this probably has nothing to do with it, but if Zodiac is on Netflix, and there's one scene in Zodiac where the Zodiac killer's like, let me get your wallet, let me get your keys to this couple, and then he's like, now get on the ground. Now you tie him up.
Okay.
Now then he's tying him up, and at one point the victim says to the Zodiac killer, "We've given you everything you wanted. Like we're completely harmless. Like we're gonna do nothing to you. Why are you doing this?" Like, and then he's like, "Get on the ground." He hogtied them. So at that point, when do you fight? You know what I mean? Like at some point it was just your keys, then it's just your wallet, then it's get on the ground.
All right. So
then
what you told me earlier.
All
right. So hold on. So before you get to that, you told me earlier today what 80% of renters will never be homeowners, or like, would you like?
I think it was like 80% of people that make under $50,000
are renters.
Yeah, they're all renters, obviously.
Okay. So let's just think of it from like this renter's personality, not from an owner's personality or anything. So you have a car payment, blah blah blah. You probably have like 2 kids. You might have a wife, or let's just say you're paying her fucking child support on top of that. If your car gets stolen and you're like a month behind on your insurance and you don't fucking get insurance card trade-in or whatever while your car is stolen for like 2 weeks, you are fucking assed out, bro.
You can't pay your insurance. How can you pay gas and everything else that's in maintenance and everything else?
You probably do pay gas over insurance.
I'm not going to justify ending somebody's life over my poor life judgments on paying my bills and being able to pay my
That is great, but the whole point is that if there is a single mother out there who has a car on expired tags and that's her only means of getting to work, and she's been running expired tags for 3 months already, I will let the single mother blast somebody away who's trying to steal her car, and that's property, and that's the way I feel about it.
You can find other options if you lose a car. There's something can be done. It can be fixed.
You might be able to.
Whatever. Just because you can deal with property damage doesn't mean that everyone has to.
Wait, everybody, calm down. I have an analogy.
There are still.
Well, no, I'm gonna.
If you lose a vehicle, there are still options. You might even get the vehicle back. If you end someone's life, that is the end of the options. There are no more options.
I applaud you if you will never shoot someone over property, but to say that no one should ever shoot someone over property is what I cannot say, because I might.
Inconceivable.
Exactly.
I don't think that word means what you think it means.
I will go on record right now saying I don't think anyone should ever end somebody's life over property.
And I applaud you for thinking that way. I will never charge someone.
I'm going to quote Masada Ayub on this one and say, if he kills you over your wallet or you kill him over your wallet, you still killed somebody over a wallet. And that's like, you better be in danger of serious bodily harm or in fear of your life when you do that, because to a jury, they don't care. Like, if they killed you over a Cadillac Escalade SUV or you killed them over the SUV, you're in a bad spot.
Yankee, if when you own that bar and somebody walked in to rob your bar, how would you have treated that situation?
You're never going to win with Yankee because he doesn't like property enough to defend it.
But that's way too broad of a statement. I do like property. I'm very poor. If we were to lose our car, it would cost us quite a lot. But there's a difference between driving off with my car and sticking a gun in my girlfriend's face to get the car. Those are two different scenarios.
Well, that's why I was asking him about the bar, because that's technically different. It can go in a different way real quick.
Nope. If someone walks into my bar, I always told all my employees, if someone walks in the bar and they don't show you a weapon and they say, give me all the money in the register, give them all the money in the register. Money can be remade. It's going to be a hardship on me. It'll be something I'll have to struggle through, but...
That I would agree, but what if they bust out the pistol or whatever?
If they put a pistol in someone's face, I'm not going to tell my employees to draw on someone that already has a bead on you, because you're behind the bar, they got a bead on you. They're going to kill you if they know how to use that gun in the least little bit. You are ensuring your death if they know how to use that gun, if you try to draw on someone who's already got it. Any one of you right now...
That's the only two extremes a Yankee can understand.
You can be trained to the hilt right now, and I guarantee you...
Nobody's suggesting anyone's a quick draw, Yankee. You're totally putting that in yourself.
There's no Bob Monday.
Here's the situation, though. The guy's already got a gun on him, so I'm going to tell them, give him the money.
Well, what if you're there? And I'm just saying they're robbing your bartender, but you are there.
Somebody, and
you presented the gun. You presented the gun.
I'm shooting someone over property. That's shooting over someone who's posing a threat to them. And like I was going to say, I would never shoot someone for stealing my lawnmower. I would walk out into the street if I saw them doing it and knock them on their ass for stealing my lawnmower. And then if they chose to escalate it to a situation where they were now a threat to me, then I would shoot them.
Okay, that's all I was
If someone threatens your livelihood.
No, my livelihood is not a person. My livelihood is not a life.
If your livelihood is going to the corner diner to go to.
That's also something that's not imminent. Livelihood is something that affects you down the road, not within seconds. You're not going to die right then.
The single mother who has to drive her. I will put it like this. Like once again, not me.
Stop it.
You're trying to appeal to emotion.
Stop it, Diffway.
Yeah.
So why is someone else's right to own your property more important than your right to own your property? Ask them that.
That's a ridiculous way of putting it. What it is it's not my right to take someone's life over property.
We're not talking about life. You're suggesting that someone can walk into your store or whatever it was, your situation, and say, I want your property, and you instructed them to give them their property. Or if someone came in and forced them to take your property, they were also given
That's not respecting someone's right to take my property. That is respecting.
I'm just asking it in a different way. You are willing to give another person your property. Why is it that you think they sit on your property more than yours?
Rather than take someone's life, I would rather just give them my property.
I didn't say anything about life. I'm trying to get away from that whole thing. I'm just asking you on the property end of it, why is it okay for that person to have your property?
It's not okay. You're mistaking the fact that people.
I'm trying to come at it in a different way, and you're trying to jump to your extreme, so that's the only position you can defend.
Create the false impression that by acquiescing to the demand that you're somehow that you're condoning the process. That is not the same thing. Those are intellectually separate.
I don't understand why that's intellectually separate.
Because it is. There's a large difference between acquiescing to something and condoning something. There's two totally different things.
I have an idea. Well, how about this scenario? Like, if you live in a house, this could happen. Or if you live in an apartment, because I know someone this happened to. He looked outside of his apartment window. He saw someone breaking into his car. He lived on, like, the second floor. He grabbed his gun and, like, ran downstairs. That was his choice. I wouldn't do it. Like, to me, I'm not going to go into danger.
So what are you
going to
rob there? All right, so
I'm going to call the cops. That's it. I'm not going to go into danger and possibly get into a gunfight and lose or get stabbed or sliced.
All right.
Why isn't it your responsibility?
Wait.
I'm not a cop. I'm just a person.
Let's put this in perspective. You missing a day or two worth of work does not mean you getting kicked out of your apartment. For many people in America, that does. People
if I miss a month, I'm done. But yeah,
okay,
but I could miss a month if I get arrested.
Okay,
cops could take my gun from me, and I could have court dates and shit.
Wait. But I'm taking this to an extreme of anywhere from anyone to the middle to that single mother that cannot afford to lose a day worth of work, much less her car.
So she's gonna. Can I just say she's gonna put her life in danger to go down there and possibly get sliced? Stabbed, shot. Dude, your argument is such bullshit. It's like she might lose her fucking job. No, she might lose her job. Let me finish. She might lose her job, so go down there and get into a gunfight with somebody. That's so fucking ridiculous, dude. It's hilarious. Get out of here. Well, what are you suggesting she do?
Calm down. All you're doing is getting louder. So let me explain to you the same thing that we explained in the chat that you guys didn't watch earlier. That the fact that you're trying to say that it's never okay to use lethal force to defend your property means that anyone can take that property from that single lady. Now, you are jumping to the Yankees. Let me finish. You're jumping to late Yankees extreme because it's easy to justify.
You're doing an extreme right now. You're saying that therefore,
if you let the world know that it's not okay to take property and somebody else might defend their property, there's going to be less people out there that are trying to take the property.
If you shot someone,
I'll do it quietly now. I'll do it quietly now. So you're talking about a single mother who might lose some time from work because someone stole her car. So you want her to go out there like fucking so you want her to go do something about it.
I want the law to exist so she never has to even carry a firearm. You're the one who suggested that she has to be in a firefight. That's jumping to Yankees' example that they've already got the draw, and we're trying to suggest that they can draw faster than them. We never brought that up. We're
Yes.
suggesting that if it's okay
That
for
was
the
addressing
people
a
to
direct
defend their
question.
right, to defend their property,
You're
then
twisting.
there's never going to be that
Twisting.
issue for the
Twisting.
single mom to have to get confronted.
No, you're twisting. You're twisting completely. That was an answer to a direct question about someone
You're
coming
right.
in.
I'm using it as an example. I'm not twisting. I'm using it
That
as an
was,
example.
you're twisting. That you're saying it was going to an extreme. That was a direct answer to a question about someone asking someone coming into a bar and
All
shoving
right.
it in front of my employees' faces.
You're
Now,
right.
like I said, there is not a reason to kill someone over property. I don't care if it's because you made bad choices in your life and you're like, I'm going to be financially inconvenienced because I lost my property. I don't give a fuck. That doesn't justify murder. You don't believe in the death penalty for most crimes, so I don't see why you would believe in the death penalty for someone taking your lawnmower.
So most people in bad financial situations is because they made bad life choices. All right, great. All right. So hold on.
That's why you can't win with that one, dude. Because if someone doesn't have the same appreciation for property, you're never going to get them to agree on that.
So hold on. So not to tribute. All right. Well, get back to DB's tribulation, and you guys keep battling this after this.
I want to say something real quick.
All right. No, like
Somebody that's trying to steal your car.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about. I'm not.
Chance. He hasn't even said shit yet.
If you shoot somebody that's trying to steal your car will be impounded for evidence, and you'll lose it anyway, because it will be within the
All of
shooting
you
range.
guys got to get off the trip that we're suggesting that there should be gunfights over property. You guys are suggesting that there should be laws against it. We're suggesting there should be laws not against it.
I'm saying
and if there's laws not against it, then the incidents aren't going to happen.
No way did I say there anything about gunfights. I said I will not take someone's life over a piece of property. Something that
implies there's a gunfight over property.
If I find out I'm wrong, or I find out that someone I did not want to shoot, I cannot change that once I take someone's life.
No one's disputing that, and no one's suggesting that anyone even needs to pull out a gun to protect property. You guys are suggesting that it can never happen, which allows criminals to run freely. We're suggesting that the law should exist to allow it, which makes the criminals have to pause.
And you're pretending that that's the only ramifications for stealing a car. It is not. You can get caught and you can go to jail. So there are ramifications still for stealing a car. And your argument could be twisted the other way just as quickly if criminals start thinking anyone who walks out and catches them stealing a car is now okay to shoot them, then they could just as easily adopt I guess we have to shoot everyone first before we steal their car. So that argument can work against you as much as it works for you.
Only if you agree to extrapolate way out to there.
Well, okay.
Extrapolating all the way out to criminals will stop stealing cars if people shoot them. That's extrapolating out just as far.
Yeah, I think that there's historical proof on my position. You'd have to go against history again for yours.
I don't know. Some of the countries that have like the highest violent crime rates, and theft is usually included as a violent crime rate, are also some of the countries where people get away with shooting each other. Like Zimbabwe and Ukraine and some of the Russian states, things like that. So yeah, obviously the threat of death doesn't stop people from doing crimes. They will still do the crimes even under
That's silly, because now you're taking it to a different type of law and a different type of system.
Hold on. But just to get back to what DB said, because so DB trivialized it to, so what if you just lose your car? But what you forget to add is that the particular people that I'm talking about are the people.
That's not what I said.
Okay, no, but.
That's not what I said at all. I said
that you're going to lose
I didn't say that at all.
Okay.
I said you could lose your fucking life, man.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Great, but let me finish. So what? You can lose your life versus your car. But if your car is your life, and that means not only
Get the fuck out of here.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard said. That you're equating a car to life, and that is ridiculous.
Can a car not provide income to someone, enough income to actually provide a roof over their house, food in that person's children's mouth? So pull it this. So if your life, time out.
Why is some guys
time the fuck out. If your life is your family and your children, you as a family man, and your car provides that income for you, how the fuck can you say that?
Someone's life over property. It's
You
still
have insurance, man. You're not. It's illegal to even have a car without insurance. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold off. That's an easy way to blow it off. You have to have insurance against someone else's hospital bills. You don't have to have insurance against
how many people do you know or
theft. Come on.
DB,
I don't have insurance against
DB.
theft. I wish I could.
Dude, if
afford
your
that
car,
kind of
if your car is your life, go ahead with that, man. I'm just telling you that to give someone advice, like a woman, a single woman.
Have you ever not
to
been
give
hit
people advice?
How come you keep saying that, DB? Don't you understand? None of us are suggesting.
I'm giving you this advice, and anyone listening to this chat advice. I'm going to give anyone listening to this chat advice. Unless you have serious reason to think that you are in serious bodily harm, in danger of having serious bodily harm or losing your life, or someone in your family, a friend, even a stranger, is in serious danger of having a fatal injury, then go ahead. But if you're going to go out there to protect your car and cut that corner and start getting into shit because your car alarm's going off, go ahead. I'm not going to do it. That's all.
Totally different perspectives.
Dreaming up little situations and answering them yourself. So
we're coming at it from totally different perspectives, because I'm not coming at it from the perspective that I wouldn't protect my property, because I'm the kind of person I'm not a call the police and hope they come kind of guy. I will go out and protect my property, but I will not take someone's life because I see them running away with my lawnmower or my car. Now,
but they can take your life.
Saying that, how many times you guys listen to us tell you that that's scenarios are completely made up for you guys to just completely argue
This is like the Superman. This is like the Superman thing.
Let me ask you a question. You're standing on your porch, across the street, you see a guy. You walk out on your porch, and as you walk out on your porch, you see that guy's getting in my car and driving off.
Why are we talking about specifics?
You're asking. Put it this, like you're asking me. All right, put it this like you're asking me. I'm 5'7", 210 pounds, and I fucking go hard, and I will swing on anybody. My girlfriend, who lives not near me.
This is the Superman chat. I forgot. Everyone's Superman.
Is 5'2", 110 pounds. What she does is not to me, so that's why I'm saying your theory does not apply to law.
The only thing you've gone hard on is the Snickers bar. But two, I'm just asking you a question. You walk out on your front porch, you see someone stealing your car.
Me or the average American citizen?
No, you. I'm asking you.
Me. Okay, me. I won't shoot someone over property. I won't shoot someone over property because I have insurance. I have everything that you guys talked about. But will I encourage a law or encourage anyone not to because of me? Never.
I will encourage.
Thank you, because that's very well said. That's the part they're not understanding.
Never. So yes, Yankee, I have car insurance. I have homeowners insurance. I have every type of insurance you can imagine. And if someone had, I'd probably walk out like you. I'd be more on top of it than anything else.
I think we solved it. So you're just saying you won't judge somebody who does
exactly.
Like you won't do it, but you won't judge somebody.
And look at this. Some people have more to lose than I do because you know what? I have a rental car. I'll still be able to make my income, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But some people won't, and that will change. That will get them kicked out of their apartment. Yeah. The loss of roof over their head, loss of food in their children's mouth, the loss of the roof over their children's heads, and
I get it, dude.
And it will be the piece of shit 1980 station wagon that's worth a third of what my car is worth. And
I wouldn't judge anybody either.
Mother that shoots somebody for that.
Unless I was on the jury.
Wait a second. What other crimes can someone do to you that would cause you to lose your livelihood that you think it's okay to kill them? If you found out tomorrow someone stole your identity,
stole your Metro Pass,
is it okay?
If you have a subsidized Metro Pass,
I'm asking you a question. If tomorrow someone steals your identity, takes out a credit card in your name, you get reported to a credit agency, your employer goes, hey, your credit's bad, we're going to let you go because you work in a place you have to have good credit. Now, do you have the right, do you think it's okay for you to shoot and kill the person that just took out that credit card in your name?
If you caught him with a hand in your pocket while he was pulling out your credit card at that given instant, yes.
You're not pulling out your credit card, he stole your identity. He committed a crime that damaged your livelihood. Do you get to kill him?
I just think I get upset with these scenarios and shit like this because I'm just saying, once someone leaves they see something bad happening, they have two choices: go hide and call the police, even if you have a firearm or not, it doesn't matter, or go out there and try to do something about it. And if it's not a direct threat to you when you're observing a crime, I'll never judge anybody for going at the problem like they're going to advance towards danger. I'd probably fall back from danger. But if you do that, go ahead. But once you go out there and put yourself in danger to stop the crime that's happening, now you could get hurt or you might have to kill somebody, right? I mean,
yeah.
you could we're not Supermen. I'm not going to, no
But
one's Superman here.
Where we're blaming the victim for causing the crime. If G-Web sees someone stealing his car and he runs out there, he's a big dude, or if he's a small dude, whatever, but he's a big dude, he runs out there and grabs a guy by the collar and goes, "Get the fuck out of my car," and throws him out onto the street, and then that guy pulls a knife out of his pocket and G-Web shoots him. Well, then,
I wouldn't judge him.
G-Web's escalated the situation, so therefore it's his fault for shooting that guy. No, that guy created the scenario that then escalated into where he got shot. It's the criminal fault.
I'm just saying I'm with. I think we all agree. I'm not going to judge anybody either what they do. If they fall back from danger and make a police phone call, or go out there and face the danger, I'm not going to judge you either way because I don't really know what I'm going to do. But I wouldn't advise everybody like that. You have to go out there and save your car and all this shit, or save property.
I'm not going to advise anybody, but
cool. Because I'm not going to advise anybody.
I'm not advised. I mean, put this like, and I admit it myself. I personally would not do it. But for me to pass a law saying that nobody should do it is what I cannot express my dream of. You know what I'm saying? I can't express that type of American law onto people. I can't. I cannot do that. It's not in me.
It's already illegal to kill someone without just cause.
Yeah, it's already a crime. Yeah.
That's already a crime. So you have to have
just property.
Cause to kill someone.
Property to me. Property to me, and to certain people in certain situations.
No situation will stealing property be considered just cause for murder in my book, ever.
And you're exactly what you said. So,
and I will be the kind of guy sitting on those juries that will put you in fucking jail.
Yeah, we might all be on a jury one day. But I just wanted to say, if there's someone is bold enough,
keep in mind, I only need one. So there could be 11 fuckers like you, and I only need one.
Exactly. But if someone is breaking into your house, your car, your store, whatever it is, you can't just assume that's all they're there for. So that's why I would fall back from the threat. I would just fall back if I could. If I was cornered, or then I have no choice, right? Like I'm gonna have to fight. But that's just me because I'm a coward. But I'm just saying, like most people, a lot of people that I know think they're fucking Superman. And every fucking situation, they're like, I'll just fucking do this and I'll do that. And if I get attacked by a shark, I'm gonna kick him in its knee, and then I'll do this and that. And it's all bullshit. Because they don't know what the fuck's going to happen. So anytime you go up on somebody who's doing anything, they could turn around and cut your face. I don't know, like you said, G-Webs could grab the guy by his collar. But, by then he could get hurt. So why would you even get that close?
Somebody's stealing your property, whatever it is, you're supposed to lay hands on them. That's cool. But shooting at them is not good. We know that. So.
Oh, I wouldn't even say that.
Supposed to lay hand. Oh, you're supposed to just let them take it. Somebody wants your property. Do they have
to? It's up to you. I would just say it's up to you.
Taking your property, or do they just walk away with it?
I think it's totally up to you. And the sense of at that point, you should have a sense of the situation.
Because it's really kind of rude.
If you think you can handle it,
just take our stuff.
If you think you can shoot the fair one with the guy and do a little 1-2 fight action going. Hand to hand, that's great. If not, maybe whatever. Maybe you can shoot him. I'm just saying. My whole point is every situation is different. What if there's 3 of them and you're just one of them? You're gonna run around. That's
National police response time is 7.5 minutes.
Marco, I have a personal question for you, if I may.
What's up, yeah?
All right. It hasn't happened as much in the news lately as it has in years past, but people have been shot over Jordans. In the park, walking down, waiting in line, whatever, right?
That only happens in DB's neck of the woods where guns are actually.
That happens all over. It's happened in Texas. It happened in New York. It's happened in D.C. So I'm just saying it has happened more than one time over a pair of shoes, right? So I'm just asking you personally. Somebody walks up to you and says, "Give me those Ferrari Nikes or whatever."
I actually have a size 14 of those if anybody's interested. I'm still trying to get rid of.
That's why I brought them up. But I guess what I'm asking is, obviously, if the dude has the drop on you, so to speak, whether he's got a knife or several people or a gun, you're just going to give him the shoes, right?
I'm going to try one more time to change this discussion. So,
okay.
We're not talking about guns. We're not talking about guns because here in Arizona, I don't have the right to shoot somebody over property. So, that you guys are trying to imply that we're trying to turn it into some kind of everybody quick shoots everybody that borrows their pen. Okay, let's get out of that. Let's talk about on the other side. A person, another person, there's some property, it doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter who the people are. One person owns the property, the other person comes along and wants it. What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just, if the person comes up and says, I'd like your property, we know that we're not just going to hand it over. So somebody give me some feedback. Are we supposed to lay hands on them? Are we supposed to just drop it and call the police because we can replace it? At what point does, property belong to an individual and not be communal?
You don't have to give the property to anybody anytime. And then you have, if they become
so you guys own property, but then there's property that's more valuable or
no, you're making the mistake of assuming that because we say that in a place of business where if people come into a place of business and say, give me all your money.
This isn't a place of business. This is your house. This is just a person.
They have a plan to get that money and give it to them. So you don't want to force your employees that are not me into a situation where they feel the need to protect something that isn't even theirs. But if someone comes to me, like on the street, someone just walks up to me and says, your wallet, I'm going to be like, fuck off. And then
exactly. I would say it's the threat.
So you're going to have this exchange.
It's a negotiation at that point, right? It's a negotiation. They're asking you for your property, and you're going to assess,
they bring out
am I in danger?
Anything. A knife? Like they bring out a knife.
Am I in danger?
So now you're in danger. They brought out a knife. So now...
Right.
All right.
If I can go for my gun and do it, I'm...
You're here for your life. Now
protect yourself, man.
There's no castle doctrine. So as long as it escalates to fear for your life. So, okay, thank you for at least giving me that conversation. So now if it doesn't fear for your life, right, if they're just coming up and going to clobber you or whatever, then no, you don't have to give them your property then. They have to then bring out a knife.
I would not say that, dude. I don't want to get clobbered, dude. I'm 38 years old, and I'm not going to get clobbered in the street. I'm sorry. No.
You don't want to get clobbered, but a little old lady or whatever, somebody comes up and threatens her. As long as he's not threatening her life, she should turn over the property.
Nope.
No, she shouldn't get clobbered either. That's up to her, man.
I'm just trying to understand where you guys have this lovely hypothetical.
You're making a couple of misconceptions here and a couple of misrepresentations. One, you're representing of what we would do in a place of business as what we would do on our personal.
I never said business, fucking Yankee. God damn it! What do you keep bringing up business?
What we said earlier about give them the money, and that's you're doing.
No, now we're on the street, like we're walking home from a movie.
You would never give up your property. You would never use violence for property.
Never at any time said hand over your private property to a mugger. No one said that. So you're.
No, that's why I'm trying to change the subject. You're right. I am bringing up undiscovered topics.
No business. This is just on the street.
Violence to protect your property. I'm wondering where we draw that line.
No one's
clobbering.
Lethal force. Excuse me. You're not using lethal force. Where do we draw the line?
Even if here's the line. If the person is a threat to you, you can use force. If they're not a threat to you, I don't believe in using
turn over your property. So, in other words, we're telling criminals they can walk up to anybody they want and go all the way up until lethal force, and the person is obligated to turn over their property.
No, you don't understand at all. Because walking up to you and demanding your property is now a threat to you. They have put you in the equation. Walking into your yard at 2 a.m. and grabbing your lawnmower has not put you in the equation yet.
Okay.
Then it's
so as long as they help themselves to your property while you're not there, good to go.
No, it's still
illegal. You're entitled to your property because no force.
It's a la carte.
Once again, you're being facetious and being misleading because no, it's not okay.
I'm trying to bring the subject around because you guys are fixated on the
okay, you're being facetious. You're being facetious because what if that lawnmower was you, the fucking Mexican who walked down
that was your
people's yeah.
Not the life.
The lawnmower is now your life.
That
dude.
lawnmower was your life. So
boy.
Great. I wouldn't shoot someone over property, and we all know Yankee Marshall wouldn't shoot somebody over property, but I am not going to tell that one immigrant lawnmower guy who that
Gotcha.
one lawnmower makes his whole income to
I am going
Quit
based
bringing that up, Marco. They can't deal with that. They're not gonna. That's not gonna ever win them
I am
over.
going to tell that one lawnmower guy that he can't jump straight to deadly force over a lawnmower. I'm not going to tell him he can't go out there and kick the guy's ass who's trying to steal his lawnmower, or tell the guy, hey, that's my lawnmower, leave it alone, and try to take it back. And then if the guy becomes a threat to him, he's allowed to deal with the guy as a threat. But I'm not going to say, you are off the hook. All you've got to do if you shoot somebody is say they were going to steal something from me, or say they were taking my property, or
You're repeating that, Yankee. No one's suggesting it. Come on.
G-Webs, you already made the point that it was illegal in your state of Arizona to shoot somebody over property crime, correct?
That's right. And I don't agree with it. So what I'm trying to get at is where you guys are drawing the line between where it's someone else's owns your property to where it's not physical force.
You're creating a facetious and false argument because no one is saying that. No one is even implying.
No, I'm trying to. You're right. Quit getting glitched on the way I'm saying it. I'm trying to change the subject to say it.
We all agree, I think.
You're misrepresenting it, saying it that way.
All right, I'll try to say it in a different way then. So at what point do you guys feel that you can just, you guys have already made it abundantly clear that there's no ever any reason to use lethal force to defend property alone. It can only be, lethal force can only be used to defend personal whatever, violence or risk or whatever.
Personal safety. Personal
okay,
security.
so I'm asking, where does the criminal not just walk up and take things when they're 100% free of risk?
I have a
any
question.
kind of reprisal from you.
For example,
Just quick question for the law. I just have a question.
Somebody over property, though, right?
What?
In the state of Texas, it is legal to shoot someone over
Definitely.
property.
Right. This reminds me of a case in Texas, but I had a question for G-Webs. In that law, where it's illegal to, say, use deadly force to protect property, but does the law say that you can't even stick your neck out on the line for that property? Like you can't say, hey, mister, that's my lawnmower, that's my life
And
right
that's
there.
Exactly. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm trying to just get to that exact point. Why the effing H should we have laws that say we can go right up and get ourselves into all kinds of risk to defend that property? And that might be fine for me. I'm a big guy, right? Yeah, I'm going to go out and I can yell at a guy. Big deal. But it's not me. Laws are about everybody. And why should little old lady have to worry about going up and laying hands on somebody stealing her car? And I'm not going to get into the thing about if property is really someone's life or not. Doesn't matter. It could just be frivolous like a PlayStation or something. At some point, property is yours. And you guys are willing to let people come up and take it. And I'm not saying it well because I'm going to quit this already because I'm not interested in fighting with you guys. I was just trying to say that at some point you're just giving the stuff to somebody, and at some point you're defending it. And I think that the world would be better off if they were in fear of taking it from people instead of what you guys seem to want, which is, again, there's going to be some line in the sand, whether or not you guys can see it or not. There's going to be some line in the sand where they're going to figure out as criminals that if you cross this line, they're justified in shooting you. So if you go right up to this line, the property's yours. And I don't want to create that environment. I don't want to foster that.
So you want the possible penalty for every crime, no matter how minor, to be the complete and total capital punishment of death.
See, so that's, you guys don't see Yankee jumping this. You don't see any reason why I say jump into Yankees extreme. Because now you're saying tic-tac.
Stealing a car or stealing a lawnmower is punishable by death because if you get caught by the person that it belongs to, they can legally kill you. You want that to be punishable by death.
Do you remember that 911 call in Texas where the guy's like, I see, he said, I see them. He said,
not a viable option.
How about a system that can differentiate between the two extremes? Because there are two extremes. There's between them. I mean.
Yeah, I think the guy in Texas, the 911 call from Texas, where the guy was like, they're stealing my neighbor's stuff. My neighbor's out of town. He's on the phone with 911, and they're saying, like, okay, well, what's happening? And he's describing it, and he's like, I'm not going to let them do this anymore. This is the third time they broke into a house in my neighborhood. And he just started shooting at them from his house and killed one of them guys, and he got off because in Texas, you can use deadly force to protect property. So, so, I mean, it was like, wow.
With you.
Yeah, those are holdback laws from back in the cavalry days and everything.
Yeah.
No, now that guy, that's an extreme to me. That's an extreme to me because it wasn't even his property, but he got off, I think. He didn't, I'm not sure. But I mean, yeah. What is the line in the sand we draw when it comes to that? I mean, I don't think
distinct line.
it's up to everybody.
You'll get shot if you fuck around in that neighborhood.
And then also, there's also the line that, like G. Webs was saying, someone walks up to you and says, "Give me your wallet." You don't have to wait till they present a knife either in that situation. Now, I personally probably would wait till I thought they were a bigger threat to me than just saying, "Give me your wallet." But if you're someone that, like, say, a little old lady, and someone walks up to you and says, "Give me your purse," you have the right to right then and there draw your weapon, as far as I'm concerned, because they've already through their actions that they are not a good person. And therefore, you have the right to assume that they're not going to do everything else like a good person would do. So you have the right to assume they're a threat. Just like you have the right, if someone breaks in my house, I don't have...
Can't you go further and say that, can't you see that if there's a law that allows that little old lady to do that, then that's going to make it less attractive for that thug to come up to the little old lady in the first place?
No, because it's already legal to shoot someone if you become a threat to them. And I don't think it needs to be put in somewhere.
If you make it that line in the sand that there has to be a threat to the person, then they can come up and go, "Hey, I'm no threat to you, but give me your purse."
No,
yeah, but that's impossible.
Should the justice system be more able to handle those in between
come up with every variation or examples until you guys?
It doesn't matter what you say. If I come up to you with a knife and say, "Hey, I'm no threat to you," as I'm stabbing you, my words are meaningless. If I'm robbing you while I'm saying I am no threat to you, you're still being physically assaulted by me by being robbed. Have the right to defend yourself. If I'm not physically assaulting you in any way, if I'm not even involving you in the scenario, I don't believe in people shooting people in the back over property. And I won't create a law that says, okay, it's all right to shoot somebody in the back as long as they were stealing some gum. You know, I won't do that.
I'm going to give it to you that we can probably find some middle ground where if the person is stealing, then that's somehow harming you, and then you've got cause, but I think that's about as close as we'll get.
Should the justice system be more effective on the lesser of that? You know what I'm saying? If you're not taking it to the having to shoot them because they're not a threat, should the justice system be more effective in the after effects?
It's almost like stand your ground, man. It's almost like stand your ground.
To be better, though.
Stand your ground laws are awesome, and they do require that someone at least present a threat to you. You have to reasonably believe this person is a physical threat to you.
Why don't we just all agree that when someone's a threat to you, you can use lethal force, and when they're stealing your stuff, you can shoot them in the legs or something.
How about,
That's true.
Yeah, I'm still going to shoot them in the
legs. Or you can shoot the item out of their hand like the Long Ranger.
Okay. Do you walk out on your lawn with your best Clint Eastwood and say, "Get off my lawn"?
The thing, what's funny is that in New York, back like whenever, the popular thing, like I was mugged once, and like a friend of mine was mugged a bunch. I've seen it happen. I've been mugged and stuff. But it's a lot of times it would start off with some sort of like friendly discourse, like, "Hey, can I get a cigarette?" Or "Hey, what size shoes are those?" Or "Where did you get those shoes?" Or like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second? I'm lost. Can I get $1? I need to make a phone call. Can I get a quarter?" All these like innocent start-off conversations, and you have no right. I mean, you don't have any obligation to be like talking to this person. So I learned eventually to ignore it, and if they would always get aggressive. Once you ignore that, it would always escalate, and then you can just keep walking. I mean, or if you were a tough guy, you would be like, "What size are these? They're your size. These sneakers are your size. Like, what are you gonna do about it?" Kind of stuff. I wasn't that guy, so I just kept moving. Or I'd cross the street, or I'd, whatever. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of, like, when someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, can I get your wallet?" That's like some friend. I don't know. I'm just,
I've had multiple.
It is what it is.
The hood or whatever would be different if that little kid could go bang.
Well, because the way it is like they're trying to test you. Like, they're testing you, and it's the first part of the test is to get you to stop. And give them a cigarette, and then the second part of the test is like, "Here's a knife."
Possibly do before they use physical force or threat of intimidation.
I'm not believing DB's story because I think the only black person he's seen most of his life is his doorman.
That's true. Or Robin Quivers.
Well, he didn't specify race when he said he got mugged.
His car washer.
No, I don't even know what the race was. But I'm just saying, like, in terms of the testing of muggers, I think they all do it. I mean, if they're smart and they're good at it, like, they test out the situation, they test their victims, and it's unfortunate. But, like, when they first approach you, to just pull out and shoot them is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you got to keep it moving.
two different things.
No, but what if you throw the random thing out there that the mugger doesn't know if that guy is like Bernard Getz or if he's the lady who's going to hand him the purse?
Well, a mugger should think that, because a mugger is assaulting someone. Someone that gets petty theft out of someone's storage building is not a mugger. They're not physically assaulting anyone. You're confusing two different crimes there.
I hear you. And again, you're trying to put into my argument that I'm saying every time I heard of a Tic Tac being stolen out of my glove box, I'm gonna go out for revenge and I'm gonna go hunt somebody down.
Well, mugging is theft and
like I said,
assault.
probably
Time out.
Fuck you have to beat the lady at Taco Bell if she didn't put mild sauce in his bag.
Fuck
exactly.
DB.
Like, I found it afterwards. I'm really sorry. I wish I could have.
Fuck
but
DB
like I say, we'll probably end
my
up
side.
agreeing when it comes into being mugged. What?
I've actually said that to a couple people. Like, seriously, like, that's the way this shit starts. DB says, what size what size shoe do you wear? And if you are hip to anything, your first response is your size. If you feel confident about yourself, your first response is your size.
You gotta act like a tough guy? Or...
No, it's just because.
No, I swear to God, this happened to a friend of mine, Kevin.
You what size shoe you are, it's like asking how tight is your woman's pussy hole.
I swear to God, this happened. I swear to God, this happened.
You're savvy to the lingo here.
This is like
shoes are 10 and a half, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say this happened to a friend of mine, and I was right there. And these guys walked up to us and they said, "Hey, is that gold chain real?" And my friend said, "No, it's fake." They walked over to the corner, I swear they were 20 or 30 feet from us, and I said to him, "We should leave right now," and he was like, "No, it's okay. It's okay. We were just hanging out on the street." And then they came right back, punched us in the face, took his chain, and it was like, so we had our chance to leave. That was the test. You know what I mean? Like, now that happens when we're kids and stuff. I don't know, but what I've noticed as I've gotten older, sometimes criminals test you, and certain ways are like, hey, can I get $1? Can I get a cigarette? You're ever pumping gas at a gas station and someone comes up to you and asks you for a cigarette? That's the test. I mean, it's sometimes it's a test.
Yeah, you pull out the gas thing, you spray it to them, and you still want that cigarette?
Yeah, there you go. Flick a cigarette at them.
That's the correct way to answer them on the streets.
But seriously,
I guess. I don't know, but
that's absolutely true. People will walk up to you in parking lots and ask you for change and things like that. They'll want to see how you react to them. Do you look like someone that'll help yourself? You always, like someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, dude, you got any money?" And I always say, "None I can give you, fella." And you look them up and down as you tell them that. That way they know, hey, this guy's not going to fuck with me, and he's watching me.
No, but even to be more stereotypical, so like you see a lady walk into the store and say, "Oh, are you shopping by yourself?" I mean, like it's just those little feelers that those crooks throw out at you that like when you think. I mean, yes. So I mean, like we all know, 99.9% of the time, shit's not gonna go down. But that small percent when it's gonna go down, generally, there is a type of behavior that takes place beforehand.
It's unfortunate, but back to the property thing. Anytime that you put your neck out for your property, you are in the right, in my opinion. But I'm not saying that I would. But if you go out there, like Yankee said, I think we all said it. I think we almost all agree. We all agree that Yankee said he's a big guy.
Though. Right?
But I'm just saying, like Yankee said he would go out there and say, "Hey, that's my fucking lawnmower." G-Web said the same thing. Like DP said the same thing. I'm saying I'm the coward that's not going to do that, and don't judge me because I didn't do it and he took off with my lawnmower. You know what I mean? Don't be upset at me.
No one's judging you for it. But what we're mad is that
would it be better to get the camera out, take a better picture so you can ID the criminal to the police when you report it? Is that an option?
We won't judge you, DB, but I am going to send you a full case of Vagisil to your house.
Please, I would never judge you for doing that. But certain people, I would give a free pass on for shooting him with a 44 mag right in his back.
No, I will never give someone a pass on shooting somebody in the back.
If that is their livelihood, walking away from them.
No, but you have the obligation to stop it. No, but DP, what you're saying is you're going from 0 to 100, and you can go to 0 to 50 and say, "Hey, that's my fucking lawnmower. You're not going anywhere with that lawnmower." and let's see what that's like. You're testing a criminal. Like, let's see, that's a test.
Do you
they
really
might
think
say, oh yeah,
50% of
I'm
them-
taking this thing.
Do
And
you really think
Yeah,
50%
but
of
you
Americans
shouldn't.
have
You're
like their
gonna force
livelihood
people
insured?
to be. But again, and you guys keep talking about specifics, but don't think of the middle of the road. Think of an extreme. Why should a single mom have to threaten somebody if they're really going to steal her stuff?
Well, to most criminals, if the single mom like was coming towards them to stop them, that's enough. Like
Her circumstances do not change that the death penalty is too severe for a property crime.
You're putting a moral thing on that, man.
It is a moral thing. Choosing to take someone's life, if you try to remove the moral aspect from that, you can't. You're going to have to live with that decision if you shoot someone. If you pull a trigger on someone, you have to live with the fact that that person died with your hand.
But that's that person's decision and not your will to impose
That's
upon
not what I
others.
meant. Obviously, that's all obvious. So that's not what I'm talking about.
But
Where
there are
does it
women
fall
out
on
there
the
that think
criminal that it was his choice to commit the crime, though? Where is the part of that, though?
And that criminal should have to suffer a penalty that is commiserate with his crime.
A leg shot.
The death penalty.
Well, no, that's what I
most
was
likely
saying.
the average.
We're not
shooter
suggesting that everyone is going to shoot. He should just be at risk. You guys want him to be at no risk for committing that crime, and we want him to be at a perceived risk for doing that crime.
No, I don't.
I
I will never tell someone it's okay to dole out capital punishment over my.
I'm going to blow it up right now. Is that when you give him a warning shot?
Warning. Well, I was going to say that. I was going to say that.
No,
We
honestly.
keep talking about the old lady.
I'm not trying to talk shit. Seriously.
Depends on where you are. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, yeah, of course. If you're in a city, no way.
But I was going to say the old lady. If you were stealing a lawnmower, just put your feet in a criminal's shoes for a second. If you were stealing a lawnmower and an old lady came out and was like, "You're not going anywhere with that lawnmower," you'd be like, "This old lady is crazy, right?" Like, I'm taking this lawnmower.
I would be like,
Criminal is going to punch that old lady in the face.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. That is my point.
You guys
That
are
is
going
my point.
straight to like Thug who's been in prison a few times and he has some
Right.
hot
Some people will run.
lawnmower ring.
You're
We're
right.
talking this is when you guys again we're really talking about should it be legal or not. Not is this individual case good to go or not, or like is
It should
this
be legal.
justified?
It
You
should be
guys are
legal.
going to go justified or not. What I'm saying is when it's legal for someone for the situation to exist that lethal force is justified for property, what you don't get is the little 16-year-old who's like, I'd like to go buy another comic or whatever 16-year-old's trying to do. I'm going to jump the fence and pawn this guy's lawnmower.
Put it like
That's
this.
when
Put it
you
like this.
stop. You don't stop the guy who knows everything about it because he's been in jail 20 times. So quit thinking that guy in your head and start thinking the kid who is like, well, that guy's not home from work till 6, so I'm going to jump the fence and I'm going to sell his 10-speed somewhere. It's not his livelihood, but it's his property. And we're talking if there's a law there that stops people from doing it, that's great. But if there's a law there that says you might die from it, that's a whole different story. And we don't have that here. And we have all kinds of petty theft. Take a look at the Wikipedia, because I'm right, and it'll tell you that there's all kinds of petty theft in this state.
I believe everyone knows that. But that's what I'm scared about.
Hold on. I got something to say.
Some kind of Shiara law just over petty theft. I'm not going to put myself to a country where we can have our hands fucking cut off if we, do something offensive.
Okay.
Sharia.
Okay, so time out.
What's Sharia got to do with this?
So,
all
right, wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
They're watching that. They're watching us, man.
No, he's not saying shoot the kid over there.
Replace.
Kid. I thought that's what you were saying.
Replace the singles mother station wagon, 1980 station wagon, with a rich CEO's $2-3 million personal airplane.
Wait a minute. How many criminals can fly a plane?
Well, that's okay, though. Rich people get a pass, so...
You could be stopping a terrorist attack
And
with
you
the
know
plane.
that plane's insured. That's the other thing.
Well, even if it's not insured, it's still, I don't agree with the death penalty for theft. If you're not...
Most planes get repoed because their insurance payments.
So wait, I have a question for G-Web. Like, so we have like grand larceny, right? There's like their grand theft auto and stuff. So would the amount, the dollar amount of the property change? There you go.
There you go. There, we might be able to meet somewhere there.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to scare little kids from stealing gumdrops. That should be their own conscience. But when we're talking gangs who, steal copper out of buildings or steal ladies' welfare checks, I don't know the weird stuff people do.
Well, let me ask
that's
it
the kind of
this way.
stuff.
Let me phrase it to you this way, G-Webs. You don't like capital punishment, so okay, if we have the right to, if we're going to sign a dollar amount to it, if someone steals more than this much to you, it's okay that you killed them. At what point of theft is it okay for the government to execute you if you steal something, or if you cause damage?
Never. Well, definitely different on that one. I don't want the state to ever have that decision.
So why should your neighbor have that decision to kill you?
Because an individual has the power to make a judgment. I don't think a bureaucracy has that kind of power.
Bureaucracies take more time and make.
I mean, I know they have the power. I recognize that.
I have a real
I don't
situation.
think that they have the way to do it.
I don't like real.
Somebody breaking in, DB?
I have a real situation. This is breaking news.
He would squeal like a girl and piss himself.
You know I'm not doing shit, but I'm going to say that O.J. Simpson. Okay, this is a true story. Okay, someone stole stuff. Someone stole stuff from O.J.'s house, and then O.J. went to the hotel room of the person and tried to steal it back, and is sitting in jail for that.
At
right?
gunpoint.
So my point is that what if you're stealing back property that's yours, and they shoot and kill you? What the hell
Government
happens
wants you
then?
to call the cops and have the cops go get it back. That's what the government
Let's
wants.
clarify one thing. I don't think anyone ever stole anything from his house. That was the story he made up. The people that were selling it had receipts where they had purchased it from people he sold it to, which is one of the reasons he's in jail. He just decided he wanted back stuff he'd already sold.
He just had owned stuff and wanted to steal it.
Yeah.
Nice.
If the property would have been proven to
But
be
he's
his.
rich.
Well,
It's a path.
OJ's
He's
a
good
little
to go.
crazy too.
That's why I like these
Obviously,
paths.
OJ's crazy.
O.J. is
Obviously.
gangster.
At least he didn't
No,
kill
but
him.
seriously, seriously, DB, like, if I could have proven that shit was mine, and I probably would have ran up in somebody's house. I probably would have, and I would have taken the charge.
Not me, man. Not me. I would have, if I would have known they had my shit.
Call the cops.
And they were, yeah.
All right, but so no, here, G-Webs mentioned it earlier, and I don't know if you meant it on purpose, but when I was young, I did dumb shit. I think we all did. But if you're 15, 14, and you're sneaking across someone's fence to steal a mountain bike or something like that, and you get blown away, and it's legal, the entire community is gonna be like, my son was just stealing a mountain bike, and he got his head blown off.
Who's
If it's in the state,
I'm not going to hardly ever disagree with these individual things you guys come up with. But all I'm going to do is I do what I like to do. I'm going to say Texas, because Texas has the right to do it. But all I ask is Texas, right? Compare Texas to Arizona, and let me know which one has more petty crime. If I'm totally wrong, and you guys can go Wikipedia that we have the same or something, then okay. But you're not going to be able to find a bunch of instances of people getting shot running away with a lawnmower, like you keep saying. I know that there was something that happened not too long ago, because we talked about this in one of Matt's chats, and that brought this whole discussion up maybe, not too long ago. So I'm sure there are instances, but I'm just saying Texas, big state, lots of population, they have the right, they don't execute, they don't use the right. But I suspect that they got a little less petty theft.
This is a reboot of an old chat.
I'm gonna reverb Yankee and say, just because you have the right doesn't mean that you have to do it or exercise a particular right.
Amen.
So just because I have the right to shoot someone over property doesn't necessarily me, Yankee, or anybody else who has insurance will do so. But I will never condemn somebody for the fact that that is their livelihood, and for whatever property or minuscule it may seem to you at that time. In fact, I will never condemn them for that.
You're not going to fault them for exercising their right.
Just because you have the right to shoot someone over property doesn't mean you have to, and I won't, Yankee won't, DB won't, but
I give somebody else the legal get-go to just shoot someone over property. I'm okay with you shooting anybody that you had just cause to believe you were threatened by. Kill anyone that's a threat to you or your family. I'm fine with that if they proved a threat to you. But I will not say shoot somebody that stole your lawnmower. No.
I will shoot. Put it this: I will give you anyone who condones to shoot anyone who takes food out of your family's mouth or the roof over your house.
No.
What if the law existed and somebody risked the law to still steal that lawnmower? You're still in that. You're set with that, Yankee?
What's that? What did you say? I forgot.
If the law did exist and someone knowing the law was there still took the risk, jumped over the fence, stole the lawnmower, got shot, you'd still have the same position?
Yes, I still have the same position. It is not okay to shoot someone over that. I will never agree to that. I never will believe in that morally, or I will not find that to be justifiable, period. Like I said, I do not believe in the death penalty for stealing bubble gum, and I will not impose that on anybody.
But in a way, Yankee, you're saying that if they jump over the fence, you're going out there and you're going to put yourself in line to get
That's my
attacked.
own personal choice. It is my personal
Okay.
choice.
So once you do that,
But I'm not defending it with deadly force. I'm not going out there and beating them in the head with a pipe. I will
you're
only
going out there guarded.
I will only use deadly force if I feel someone is going to harm me or my family. I will not use deadly force solely to protect a piece of property.
I mean, I guess the confusion for me comes in where if they're over your fence already, then you have no obligation to assume they're there just for the lawnmower. You know what I mean? So like you can go out there.
Well, and that's where we get into the real situation.
Yeah, people do get shot in the backyard in Texas.
Well, here's where we get into a situation where when Texas's situation is better than Arizona's, and that's where somebody creeps into a house with the intent of, let's say, raping or killing, but they hear the shotgun being racked, so they grab a VCR and haul ass. Now it's like, I got to get out of jail free card. I was just stealing your VCR. I wasn't here to rape you.
Well, I think that's
because you don't know what their
I
intention
wasn't
was.
until you racked your shotgun. I was going to rape you, but then as soon as I heard the shotgun, now I just want your VCR.
So in other words,
and
I'm
you can't shoot me. No,
I'm
no,
using
no,
an
no,
exaggerated
no.
example to give you the guys the idea, and now throw in all the crazy, weird details from real life and the chaos that happened. So now it's so-and-so's boyfriend breaking in to see the daughter. And
That's
you're
a
right.
good
You're
point.
going to say that that's threat on the person, but all I'm saying is it seems like it's giving the bad guys a get-out-of-jail-free card if that situation where they're, I'm about to do my
There is no get out of jail free card. If they get caught, they're still going to jail for,
But it's impossible for you to say they came in here to rape my daughter when he's got the VCR and he's.
Fine. If they're inside my house, I have reason to feel threatened. I have reason. That means I can go in court. I don't need a law that says you can shoot because you had your VCR. I can go in front of a court and argue that because this person entered my domicile without my permission in the middle of the night, where I was
So I guess
threatened.
the real catch-22 is when. Yeah, well, I think the real catch-22 is when they're in the process of the crime, and the crime doesn't directly involve you, and you do something not long range, but say you take a shot, and you don't even go out there and say, "Hey, dude, that's my lawnmower," or whatever. You just you just start shooting.
You're good to go as long as they're coming into your home or coming towards you, but the minute they turn around, now it's like you're not in fear of life.
Let them go. I got you.
Gotta let them.
Now they have to just run off.
I don't agree with that so much because I come from the duty to retreat states. You know what I mean? So I don't like that.
You have to try and leave
duty
where
to.
you're at.
Well, and I've used this example
Stand your ground, man.
before, and I keep saying lawnmower because when I lived over in Northeast Portland, and I've told this story in a live chat before, I was out front one time, I don't remember what I was fucking doing, but I was out in my front yard. All of a sudden, our neighbor runs out. There's this kid walking down the sidewalk with a lawnmower. Neighbor runs out, starts screaming at kid, steal my lawnmower, get him, and he runs over and he grabs the kid, and he starts like he's going to shake the kid around, and I get between him, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Turned out the kid didn't fucking steal his lawnmower. The kid was just walking down the street with the same kind of lawnmower he has because the kid mows lawns. Now, you all want to create a law that would state if he'd have shot that kid, he would be able to get off because he thought he was stealing his property.
No, because he didn't actually steal his property, though. That would get the shooter in trouble.
Yeah, that guy really thought he was stealing his property. So in his mind, just like if you have reason to believe you're under a threat, you can act as if you're under a threat. If you had reason to believe he was stealing from you, you'd be under the same legal protection as if they were actually stealing from you.
I don't know. Wouldn't the court end up, when he's in court, after the shoot, after everything, wouldn't they hang him out to dry over that?
No, because if the law states if you're being stolen from, you can use deadly force. If you, in your mind, have reasonable belief that you are being stolen from, that would be a defense. Just like it's like
In the act of being stolen from.
Where does delusional fall
Whereas
under?
delusional would be you'd have to prove he was delusional. There have been many cases where people have gotten off on shooting people because they believed they were a threat, even though the person didn't actually pose any threat and wasn't really doing what these people thought. Like there's been people that walked into your house accidentally in the middle of the night because they thought it was their neighbor's house, and they were staying with their neighbors, friends, and people shoot them and they're like, oh, I thought he was a threat. Well, he wasn't a threat, but you actually thought he was, and in your mind you were acting in good faith on what you believed to be true. So therefore, you're exonerated. So the same defense could be used in a theft situation.
Well, they might still be able to get you for something else, though, because like G-Webs mentioned Bernie Getz earlier, and
thing that's outside the realm of what we're talking about. As far as shooting them, you would be justified under being threatened by someone being in your home. If you had the castle doctrine, you would be justified. Even though that person did not prove a threat to you, you would still be justified because you reasonably believed that they were being a threat to you. It would be reasonable if you were outside mowing your lawn and you come back 5 minutes later and your lawnmower's gone and you see a kid walking down the street with it. It's reasonable to believe he stole your lawnmower. Even if your son just came home and took the lawnmower and shoved it around in the backyard because he thought you forgot and left it outside. Those are circumstances you weren't aware of, so it was still reasonable for you to believe that happened.
I just want to say real quick, these laws do change, state by state. It's crazy variables, but like there's a state, I think it's Texas, and it might be Georgia too, where if it's after a certain time of night, it becomes like is it like if it's dark out? Like
there's no reasonable reason for them to be in that area.
It's because that I thought the way I read it, and this is just me jumping to conclusions, was I thought if it's dark, the reason why it's like that is because how the hell do you can't even see around you? Like, there might be like it could be a gang, I don't know. Like it just kind of protects the victim.
It's because poor states don't have electricity.
Because of two things. One, it's still a holdover from the old cattle days because that's when cattle rustlers hit, was at night. And two, it is because people still justify it today because in a dark situation you cannot properly assess whether that person is a threat to you or not. They could just be walking away with your lawnmower or they could be pointing a pistol at you. So you have a right to be your situational awareness is lessened, so therefore you have a right to be at a higher state of alert in the dark than you do in the daylight. Where you can
That's why I love these some of these old laws are awesome because it's common sense. Never really these are common sense gun laws. Like it's been common sense back then and it's common sense now. It's dark out and it's dark.
It is common sense that in the dark you have a right to be more on guard and to make judgments based on less information and to make more assumptions in the dark because you cannot see. So therefore that makes sense.
Now, something you said earlier, I forget exactly what, but I was putting my headset back on and it sounded like you were saying it was justified for somebody to do something with some kid or something, to shoot some kid for some reason. But what we're saying, or at least my position, I'm pretty sure it's the same as Prophet, is that by having the law there, it's better off. But that law doesn't give you immunity to responsibility. You're still going to be responsible for your actions, and if you do something illegally, you're still going to be held responsible.
Well, then how do you write the law to where what condition do they have to be meeting for you to shoot them when they're stealing your property?
I'm not going to get into specifics, but I think the reason I have this position is because I'd still rather live in a situation where the society said it's okay. It's always going to be okay for the victim to react. And if the bad guy wants to risk it, he can jump in there and do it, but he's going to have this now more risk. And I know there's always going to be, there's going to be a gray area and there's going to be lawyers fighting over it and all that. And I agree that for Tic Tacs, lethal force seems silly. But that's the things that's like then you want nuclear bombs if you want guns, that's not necessarily the real situation. The real situation would be, like you guys are saying, it would have something to do with, if you're at risk of your life or whatever too, or your livelihood or what. But I'm not sure how Texas is written. If we really wanted to keep going, we should probably look at how Texas is, if it's either written in the law or it's just omitted. Like sometimes they don't really write laws; they just don't have laws against it. I think that all I'm saying is you're still going to be responsible for your actions.
And the best scenario is, like I say, you're able to shoot someone if they're a threat to you. I mean, it doesn't specify how that threat is, or etc. But I will not write laws that say, yeah, you can shoot someone if they're stealing something that costs more than $500. Because basically, you're imposing a death penalty on stealing over $500. I won't agree on a death penalty for stealing over $500.
No, you're right. And there's things that can cost way less that can be important, and there's things that can be really expensive and not be important depending on the person. So again, I'm not suggesting I can figure out a way to write the law.
Because there'd be a lot of people.
Probably should look and see how Texas is written.
Because there'd be a lot of people that could come in here right now, and believe me, I can find people in my family would come in and would make this argument. It should be okay for you to go to your neighbor's house, drag them out, and cut their balls off if they commit adultery. Because then people wouldn't commit adultery if they knew their neighbors were going to cut their balls off. But do we want to live in that type of society? Do we want to stop?
You got one hell of a family, bro. That's crazy.
No, but at least that's a good. I understand what you're saying there, and you're right. But unlike what you're suggesting there, the bad guy would have to do the bad thing first. Barring any unique situation where somebody sets somebody up, or there's a complete confusion or lack of understanding of the circumstances, the bad guy would typically have to have the intent and then jump into the yard and do the bad thing. And you're right. For most of the stuff we're talking about, the guy jumping into the yard and stealing a lawnmower, as soon as he jumped in the yard, in every state, you have justification to use lethal force, especially if you're the grandma or the single mom. It's just when they grab the lawnmower and hightail it, you can no longer pursue them. And again, I'm not suggesting you have the requirement or the need, or what am I saying? That you're obligated to do it. But if the threat is there, I think it might change who jumps over fences. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying it's okay. Like if someone, let's create the situation, and let's say the person used two different defenses, and that's going along with what you just said. Here's scenario one, where like there's actors acting this out, and they're going to act it out in two different ways. Guy jumps the fence to steal a mountain bike, an expensive mountain bike, and just so happens he thought the guy was at work when he was going to steal the mountain bike, but the guy was off sick that day. And he's sitting on his back porch and he has his carry gun on him. Guy jumps over the back porch, grabs the mountain bike. The guy on the back porch sees, shoots him, kills him. Police come, and in scenario number one, he says, "I'm sitting here in my yard. Someone jumps over the back fence. I didn't know what they were here for. I was fearful. I thought they were going to harm me. I'm ill. I'm old, etc. Whatever they want to say. I shot them and killed them." Then I'm like, he's completely in the right. I don't care if that guy was just there to steal a mountain bike. He jumped over someone's fence. He violated the sanctity of their homestead, and he posed a threat to them. They had reason to believe he was a threat. Now, same scenario, but then the guy says to the police, "Yeah, I had the day off today, and my neighbor's kid chose the wrong day to jump across the fence and steal the mountain bike." Put that motherfucker in jail for the rest of his life.
I think in scenario two, that dude is
the guy
going
in scenario
to
two
jail.
who's shooting, you're saying.
Yeah, the guy that shot the guy. The guy that shot the kid that jumped
I hear you, and that's again being responsible or whatever. So yeah, nobody can use the law to their advantage. I totally understand what you're saying there, but that doesn't, to me, that potential doesn't offset the good that I think the law would offer.
So I don't think the law would offer any good, because in states, even in countries where Sharia law is in state where you will get your hands cut off for stealing, theft is still one of the biggest problems they deal with.
You're right, and I'm not all about making laws to threaten people either. I guess I just want to. I'm not doing it so much as like a bravado, like you better watch your criminals because we're all out to get you now. I'm thinking it more of, I think the best thing we've come up with tonight is that scenario where you got a daughter and her boyfriend is weird and he comes in to rape her, and you know that and she knows that, but there's no evidence. You know how weird shit can get with relationships or whatever. So it's one of those kind of things, and he's in the house and he's doing something weird at the door, and then you wake up and he grabs the VCR and runs, and now in one state you can shoot him right in the back and it's over, and in another state he's grabbed his get out of free card and you have to now go on to the next thing. I hear you. You don't want to kill him over property, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to come up with some kind of scenario that explains
right there where it would be too easy to misuse that law, far more than that scenario would ever actually really present itself. So
yeah, you're right, and I'm not justifying it from that one position or anything. I'm just trying to use that as a reason to try to explain why I think it's the other way around. But I think one way to do it would be to see what the petty theft rates are in Arizona and Texas, since that's my concern is the petty theft, just the deterrent against petty theft.
Well, I know, like I forget what country it was. I think it was, oh lordy, it wasn't United Immigrants. It was one of the other countries where theft is punishable by cutting your hands off. Yet theft is still their #1 crime rate. So I don't believe that kind of deterrent. I mean, we all know that murder is punishable by life imprisonment or death, but people still do it.
G-Webs, you believe that, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, this is more of a question than an assumption, but you believe, yes, that every bullet has a lawyer attached to it for the most part, correct?
You bet.
So then you more than likely would also have to be weighing that potential in that situation, whatever the situation may be. Do I want to deal with what's going to come after this?
Well, that's part
of 100%. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that everybody who steals a lawnmower deserves a bullet. I'm just saying I'd rather have a law protect that guy. I hear you. I agree with you. And it's not something that...
Now that Marco's left, it's become much more civilized.
Actually,
I'm back.
Let's switch, because we've gone over this. We'll go over it again or something when it's prime time or something. But if you guys didn't watch Dano's, it's worth watching, because that website he found is pretty neat. But Yankee, you saw a bit of it. I hope you'll do one, because obviously Dano likes running his show his way. But I'd be definitely curious to see how you and Matt or something would do that same thing.
I was just getting angry during that podcast because I'm like, oh my God, we're letting people like Corp and Thin Blue Line sit here and make us look like morons in their defenses of the question.
Well, but it's just everybody's got their approach to it for sure. Exactly. Yeah. But that's why I'm saying it'd be interesting to see other people's viewpoints, because that would help. The
thing that was bothering me the most is like that every argument they made as if it was valid and defending it based on the validity of their own argument. Like when they said, well, we have a murder rate 20 times higher than, 20 times higher than countries like United Kingdom. No, we don't. It's 4 times higher, not 20. We don't have a murder rate 20 times higher than any nation, period, really. And 2, you also have to look at the fact that if you remove our 3 most densely populated cities from our crime rate, then we have a lower crime rate than England, homicide rate than England does, and England under-reports their homicide rates. There's lots of things if they don't solve a murder, then it doesn't count as a murder. It's not a homicide. So,
yeah, it falls to like 100 or whatever on the list or whatever if we take out, what was it, L.A., Chicago, and New York?
New York, yeah.
So we go from like the top to like around 100.
It's like a lot of the arguments they were making, like the ones we were trying to defend, were not true. It was just like, that's not true.
That was the point of the thing, though, too, is that the anti-gunner does come up with what they think to be facts, when in truth they're just either bullshit or skewed statistics.
It's like when they tried to make that argument, like states that have higher gun rates have higher crime rates, murder rates. No, that's not true.
That's never even been true.
The study doesn't conclude that at all. You can only come to that conclusion if you completely disregard scientific principle and you ignore that countries, that states like,
Well, that's the way it ought to be.
Like Vermont, and there's a couple of states up north that have almost no gun laws, and they have almost no crime rate. So the way they make it seem like that states that have, and states like California that have very strict gun laws have very high crime rates. So if you do it city by city, it's by far the cities that have strict gun laws that have higher violent crime rates.
Strict gun laws and high population density.
Well, the way they geared that study to make it look like there's more violent crime or more homicides in states that have higher gun rates is they ignored states like Vermont, etc., because they're low population states, and they paid attention to border states where there's lots of violent crime because they're border states that just happen to also have looser gun laws. They used correlation and not causation to try to prove a point when there was no causation between the ownership of guns. The causation was that they're border states, because the same states that had even looser gun laws that happen to be up north don't have those crime rates. So therefore, if you were really looking at that from a scientific principle, you'd have to be like, well, why doesn't the law apply universally? Why does it only apply in these states along the border? And you'd have to realize, okay, that it's not the gun ownership, it has to be another factor. That's how science works. You have controls. And if, like, if a third of the states that have loose gun laws have low crime rates, then you can't conclude that it's the gun ownership, because that doesn't follow suit throughout. It has to be constant for it to be a law, and therefore they just break their own scientific rules in these studies.
I like the chat, earlier, but yeah, there were terms out there like illegal guns and stuff,
Well, and that was the
that
point
bothered
of it,
me.
though, right? It was to make it seem to us that they
No,
are
they were.
ridiculous.
No, this was from. This wasn't. No, the illegal gun comment just came out of nowhere. Like, well, they have a lot more illegal guns, so that's probably, it was just.
Yeah, I didn't like
me.
that, and I'm
We've all been brainwashed. Like, trust me, it's all brainwashed.
Line isn't working for the NRA defending our gun rights.
I like the chat though. I like the idea of that site. I don't see why. Because you know what, the people who are new to this and stuff, they need a site like that where like you can just, it's basically like connect the dots. Like here's their argument, here's the fact that you can use against that argument. So that's what I've got from that chat, was that there's probably multiple websites like that for anti-gunners, and they've got it all worked out. Yeah.
What I love is the ones that use the things like you was saying earlier, like if you use a gun, then you're a coward. And I actually had a friend say that to me at a party one night. Like if you have to use a gun, you've already proven you're a coward, and you're always just going to be a pussy, blah blah blah. And I actually had to say to him, right? I looked him in his face and I said, Tim, I was like, do you think you could kick my fucking ass right now, or do you think I'd kick your ass? He goes, oh, you kick my ass in a minute. I was like, yeah, and I use a gun, so I don't think your argument holds much weight, does it? Because one-on-one, I'd kick your ass. So unless you had a gun, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Doesn't make you a coward.
You know how they say like terrorists, if you change your lifestyle, you've let the terrorists win. I've seen them use that argument like in the last couple of years of like, if you're gonna put a Glock 19 in a holster and get a belt and put that belt on and then go about your, like, you've let the criminals win. Like it's crazy. It's like you've let them win. You've changed your lifestyle. But for me, I don't really see it that way. I really don't.
I don't think changing your lifestyle is wrong if you've improved your chances of survival.
Exactly. That's just intelligent and playing the odds. They're basically saying that it's a lot of work, so why bother?
Okay, these are hold on. It's like saying if you wear a seatbelt, you've let car accidents win.
No, here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing, guys.
Just let drunk drivers win.
These are the same people that say that in order to solve crime, we have to be nicer to criminals. And if we disarm, the criminals will disarm too. These are the same people doing that saying that if you arm yourselves, you let the criminals win. That is the most backward thinking I've ever heard in my life.
I think it was Nancy Pelosi. She said something like, well, because we always say, I think G-Web said, well, we want criminals to know that, when they do something violent or they do something, crazy towards a victim, that the consequence could be a gun going off into their chest, right? And I think it was Nancy Pelosi who said, like, well, that's just going to make it worse, and criminals will they'll just prepare more. And you're just going to make criminals more violent and preparing and more. So you're making it worse by saying, hey, we want criminals to know.
The Supreme Court case that was in California, for us, as a matter of fact, the state's attorney basically had said to the judges and against the defense attorney or whatever that you are escalating. Said it in open court that you are escalating the situation by having a gun yourself. If you don't have the gun, the criminal will know that he doesn't need to have the gun. She said, I'm paraphrasing. No, she said this in open court, and literally you can hear the laughter in the gallery.
Oh yeah, maybe that's what it was. I knew it was a politician. I thought it was someone like.
Pelosi might have said that too, but this just happened like 6 months ago or something like that because it was over.
I would have loved to have seen her face. I would have loved to have seen her face if she heard that laughter. I would have loved to have seen her face.
We had a similar argument with a friend here, not a friend, and a friend of ours that's a judge downtown. He was at the party. We were all having this conversation. He's very pro-gun, and she made the same argument that if you all didn't have the guns, the criminals wouldn't need the guns. If you have guns, the criminals are just going to get guns, and they're just going to shoot people first. And I'm like, do you realize how ridiculous that is? Because most violent crime is either crime of passion or crime of desperation. If it's a crime of passion, if it's crime of passion, they're going to kill you no matter what because that bitch hates your ass. If it's a crime of desperation, they don't have the means to go prepare and have a gun to fight you. That they're committing that crime because they've hit rock bottom, they have nothing, and they're trying to steal to eat or steal to do this or steal to do that. And he yeah, that's right. He said, I see people all day in my court, and he said, I can easily say 99.9% of all violent crime is crimes of passion or desperation. Those people, none of those people are going to premeditatedly ramp up their game to do it. So that argument holds no weight.
Yeah, do you think do you see the freaking cartels like we're all arming up because we like to do random home invasions. They don't do that.
Well,
you know?
Like what's the difference between professional criminals like you're kind of talking Chris?
Home invasions.
Yeah.
That's the difference between like the regular criminal and professional criminals. Criminals that is their job to be criminals. Like gangs or the mob or the cartels like you're talking.
And they don't necessarily, other than customers who they hurt with drugs, that's a different story. They don't necessarily go after innocent people. They're either gonna kill mostly people, other criminals and cops. They're not.
If they kill one of us, it's collateral damage type.
It's collateral damage, exactly.
They're not usually going after us. It's that bullet that they shot at that guy happened to either hit or miss that guy, but then it winged me as I happened to be walking through the park or whatever.
That or you're a fucking witness. But yeah.
This reminds me of something else. One time I had this opinion that there's only two.
Was there a flute involved?
Yeah, it was that band camp, and man, smell my fingers if you don't believe it. No, but. It's crazy because there's only, to me, home invasions, it's like super popular here where I live. And to me, it seems like there's only two kinds. It's like the people who know your home and the people who think, or they basically break in your house because they think you're not home. And then there's some people who break in your house and they kind of want you to be home. And
when they see the lights on, that's the scary stuff. They see the lights
consider
on,
those people
anyway.
Yeah, dude, those people are the worst. Because I think they're prepared to take it to, like, Clockwork Orange level of, like, dancing around your house and raping your wife and all that shit. So
you start singing in the rain around here, bro, and there's gonna be real trouble.
Yeah, that's why I'm paranoid. No, I'm not paranoid, but I mean, it is what
you're prepared.
But those arguments. No, the argument of, like, the guns make it worse, I'm telling you, Netflix, if you're on Netflix, watch Zodiac. Watch that movie Zodiac, because the director of that movie went through, like, the craziest OCD to get those crime scenes correct and get the victims who lived. Like, he recreated those crime scenes, and I know, like, the Zodiac killer, that's like once in every 1,000 years you get a nut job like that. But you get to see, like, if any one of those victims had a fucking firearm, they would have been able to blow his head off. Like, any one of them. Like, every time they do the... Yes, it's because he was giving them chances. He was, like, pulling up in his car, spooking them the fuck out, or he would, you know what I mean? Like, he was doing weird shit. Like, it was crazy. Like, so just none of those victims had a firearm. None of those victims could fight back. And... it's just funny because I was watching it and I was just thinking, like, well, right there is when I would have got the hell out of there. And then when he comes back or something like that, that's when I would have been armed and I would have fought because I know he's back. It's your line in the sand is like, this is it. He's not there to get your money. He's not. Some criminals. They're in it for more than just the money, I guess. You know what I mean? So those are the ones that scare me.
True crazy ones. They're not just criminal. They're crazy.
And I know G-Webs loves to throw this up all the time, but let's keep saying and remember, crime is going down. Home invasions are not actually on the rise. The whole study that said that was based on reports from local police departments, mostly in Texas and Arizona, that we're seeing more drug houses being raided by other drug cartels and drug organizations, and they listed those as home invasion robberies because they didn't have any other way to classify them. The FBI states that home invasions are not on the rise.
Yeah, what they call this, like I said, criminals fighting, going against criminals. That's the usual thing. That's what. I mean, I was looking at a video one day on home invasions going around to buy a gun.
I was doing a video on that. Home invasions are on the rise, so buy a gun. And I did all this research, and by the time I was done doing the research, I was like, fuck, can't even do the video now because it doesn't even look like home invasions are on the rise.
No, even if they're like decreased by 50% from 5 years ago, if your house is the one getting invaded, I mean, what's the difference, right?
Exactly. Like I said earlier, if you're the victim, well, the way he said it is like, if you're the victim, that's happening 100% of the time. What he meant to say was, if you're the actual victim, then the odds are 100% that it's going to happen. Because I was like, they're like, wow, if you're getting mugged 100% of your time, you might want to hide because you're.
No, that's like that thing that like in the United States, a woman gets raped every 15 minutes. Like, it would suck to be that woman.
Yeah, she must be sore.
You know what's fucked up? This is the craziest shit.
Basement joke right there.
Nah, insert real life like a month ago. You could Google it. New York, woman gets raped. After she gets raped, she goes to try to find help in Brooklyn, and she gets raped a second time. So I mean, the faith in humanity after you read shit like that, it just drops to like negative. So.
I have a counter to that. It was in Detroit, and that also just happened a couple of months ago. A girl was walking home from the store. Somebody pulled her into one of the abandoned houses or whatever. A concealed carrier happened to be walking by or whatever. Ended up stopping the issuance or the crime being happened. And I don't remember if he plugged the dude or if he didn't plug the dude, but the situation was thoroughly ended. And basically, he's coming out as a hero, as he should be. The girl's mom thanked him profusely. The fact that sometimes there are people that will stick their neck out to stop some bad shit from happening. But you're right. There's many other times where people will just look the other way.
There was a video I did a long time ago. I think I did a video on it. I know I did posts on the forums where I was at the dentist with my son. And I'm sitting at the dentist, and when I get the story done, I'll get to the point. But I'm sitting at the dentist, this woman starts screaming, no, you can't have him. The judge said you can't come near us. The judge said you can't. And she's yelling for help. So I stand up, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on around? I stand up, and I look over this little half wall that separates the entry from the little sitting area, and there's this woman struggling with this baby. They're playing tug-of-war over this, like, 1-year-old. And it's a black guy and a black woman and a little baby. And I actually asked her, I said, do you want me to help you? Is something wrong? She's like, yes, please help me. And I get between the two of them, and I'm like, dude, what's the problem? Is this your kid? Blah, blah, blah. And he starts screaming, that's my fucking baby. That's my fucking baby. If I'll take him out, you ain't going to stop me, blah, blah, blah. And all this, he's going to kick my ass and everything else. So at that point, the ladies that work in the office building, and I took pictures of everybody, and I had pictures in my posts and stuff, they come over from behind the desk, and they take the baby, and they ask the lady, they're like, let us take the baby. They take the baby, and they take it back into one of the dental offices, so the baby's out of the situation, which was really good thinking on their part. So I stand there, and this guy's like, you're not going to fuck, I'm going to kick your ass, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't care what you say you're going to do, but we're all just going to stand here nicely, tell the police to get here, and we'll let them sort out the situation, because he's like, I'm taking my baby, and I'm going. I'm like, you're not taking anything. You have to do it over me. So I'm calling 911 as this is happening. He's threatening to kick my ass the whole time I'm on the phone with 911. He's trying to get back in the building. At that point, I had already kind of shoved him out the door. And I'm standing in front of the door into the dentist office. I'm like, you're not going back inside. And I'm talking to 911, and they're like, well, don't, they're, give me the normal bullshit of, don't touch him and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm not touching him until he touches me. But, and it ended up, police came, the guy did have a warrant against him, and he ended up going to jail, and he did have a court order against him being near his kid, so she was 100% in the right. He wasn't supposed to be near him. But after I posted that, I got so many people telling me, you shouldn't have gotten involved. That wasn't your business. You could have escalated that situation into a situation. What if he would have pulled out a knife? You would have had to shoot him, and that would have been your fault, blah, blah, blah. And that mindset just amazes me.
When all you were trying to do was help somebody.
Yeah, and there are, literally, I would say 7 out of 10 comments that I got back were people saying, you shouldn't have done that. You were in the wrong. You could have escalated that into a situation where you had to shoot somebody.
Yeah, that's the point that I think I was failing to make before. Is that you stuck your neck on the line to do something that was right. And if that person escalated to the point where then you were feeling like, okay, my life is at risk right now, or I'm going to get really injured to the point where I might be a vegetable, which could happen easily. So it's just like you make, he grabs a knife out of his pocket or something, and then pulls it out, and then all of a sudden you have to do something, and then they're going to come at you and try to make you like the new Zimmerman or some shit. You know what I mean? Like the media is going to be like, well, this guy was doing it was none of your business. Like you could have just sat there in the chair like 90% of the rest of America and let something evil happen or something bad happen, and just mind your business. Just that's it. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not going to judge you either way. I mean, I guess it depends on how bad it is. But in that case, if he would have taken the kid, you don't know what would have happened. I mean, that's huge. Like, you just don't know what happens with people. So,
well, it's like
I would give you credit for that.
The reason people were getting pissy with me is because they asked me, the first couple questions asked me, were you carrying a gun when you did this? And I'm like, yes. And they're like, well, your number one rule is you don't do anything while carrying a gun you wouldn't normally do, blah, blah, blah. So you shouldn't get yourself in situations like that while you're carrying a gun. And I'm like, there's a big difference between don't do anything you wouldn't normally do, meaning don't start becoming a badass just because you got a gun on you, and not being able to intervene when you're trying to be a good Samaritan. There's two totally different things there.
You're saying there's a difference between instigation and, like, I don't know, lending a hand or concern or something?
Yeah, well, there's a difference between reacting to a situation that's happening in front of you and going, well, normally I wouldn't walk down this dark alley in the middle of the city at 2 a.m., but I'm going to do it because I got a gun on me. No, I'm still going to use good judgment and keep myself out of that situation.
Exactly.
See? Interesting. I guess sometimes I'll be like, oh, I don't know if I should walk down this alley. I got a gun or whatever. I'll just walk down this alley.
Yeah, like, I don't want to go to South Phoenix because I have a gun on me.
Hey, has anybody asked Chris why he's wearing a bandolier? Is it loaded bandolier?
Yes.
Nice.
Whoa. That's dangerous.
80 rounds.
I spent all night. Don't get around a bunch of little kids because I spent all night last night trying to keep 7 through 10-year-old boys from pulling bullets out of their gun belt at a Halloween party.
Yeah.
80 rounds, front and back.
Little boys are very interested in real bullets.
Yeah.
Huh?
You made that?
No, I got this a long time ago. Amazon.
And that's for what, your 38 specials?
38 special, Super 7 Magnum, anything that'll fit in there. 30 will fit in here.
Yeah.
Shit ton of pens.
So pick one up for me while you're looking around, because when I get there, then I can get it off you.
It's Amazon.
I don't do
Amazon.
Amazon though.
Then you should look.
No, I don't.
They don't have Amazon in Canada. They have Forest.
No, we do, but I just don't use it.
Cloud Force.
Amazon A.
It's just not my thing, eh?
You guys will be together soon enough. So
I swear to God, I order something off Amazon at least every day, I think.
And sometimes
You
you
can just
don't
set
even know. And sometimes you didn't even know what you clicked. Like last night, you were saying, "What the hell did I just buy?"
Do you at least go through somebody's link so that they're getting credit or whatever?
I usually do, because the reason I end up buying something is because there's like a banner on our gun forum page or something, and I click on it, like a shopping ad for the thing on Amazon. I'm like, oh crap, I'll buy it. And usually it's only like a little $5 or $6 item, and then it's free shipping because I have Amazon Prime. So I almost do it to justify having Amazon Prime.
Yeah. But that's because you're.
You know what? Last thing I bought on Amazon. I'm not sure about this breakthrough stuff, but I'm sure it's really awesome. I need to get some. But the Fire Clean, I was skeptical, but I really.
From Tac Daddy, I can get you some of that. I got some of the samples.
Yeah, the breakthrough stuff is the cleaner, right? It's not a lubricant. But and I'm a fan. Like you put me on, I think, to the EWL Slip 2000. Is like to me is the be-all.
Are you saying you like Fire Clean?
Yeah, I think I'm starting to realize like it does. It's like
Really?
It's kind of like EWL.
They pissed at me for making them put it on their shit.
Yeah, I like G96.
Oh no, I think it looks worse. I think
gummy and shitty, and they didn't like it. and They got all mad at me.
Oh no, I think it's pretty good. I think like when you get home, it just makes the cleaning process easier, and then EWL is good too, man. I can't decide. I mean, financially, the EWL is like half priced of Fire Clean, but the Fire Clean is as good. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh,
I only
oh
have
my god.
I don't know if it's because of the way I clean my guns or something, but people always ask me, like, what products do you use? And I'm always like, whatever the fuck's on sale at my local shop, because I have never noticed the difference between any of it. Lubricant, cleaners, etc., they all work the same for me. And I just
They work the same. They just have different properties. Some people like the smell or the
Yeah.
spray or the
That's what
consistency.
I
or
do like
whatever.
the smell
Right.
of poppies. I like the smell of that.
Yeah, Hoppies is decent if I have to, but I noticed if I use EWL slip, it smells like water. No one cares. My house doesn't stink, and then on top of that, it works and it's fine. Like I can just use that, unless it gets really. If I shoot a lot, then I might have to use Hoppies down the bore. But other than that, you're pretty good with something that doesn't smell. They say it's non-toxic, and it works.
Yeah, you can get it in your eyes and stuff.
Yeah, DB, what do you care what it smells like? I mean, they're all hired servants in your house. I mean,
I think there's
Well,
one. I think it's called like.
Ballistol.
It doesn't smell too bad. It smells kind of minty or something.
Ballistol smells like death. I mean, it smells like so funky. It's horrible, man.
I like Ballistol.
I like Hoppies way better than fucking Ballistol, but
G96, you guys are missing it all, man.
that's
Spray the gun
Canadian. That's
down, you
crap.
clean it, you lubricate it all at once.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, everything I use now is all in one, except Hoppies. But I still use Hoppies. I don't think there's ever going to be replacing Hoppies. But in terms of just like you shoot a few hundred rounds or come home, do real quick, lube, clean all at once, protect it. EWL Slip 2000, and I'm thinking Fire Clean is pretty awesome too. But
Does
it is
anybody
double the
use
price.
Empro 7 as a lubricant?
Their oil, I have it right here, dude. It is thick. The oil is good, man. It's really thick, but it's like I said, it's not a cleaner. It's just an oil, and their cleaner is like the spray bottle, and that shit really irritates my skin if I get it on my skin. I don't know if it's non-toxic or whatever, but
You're not supposed
like,
to spray that shit on your junk, right?
yeah, I knew that.
What? What?
Spray it on my thing, but no, this thing is EWL Slip 2000 is it's cheaper than their oil, and it's like the new break-free CLP basically for me. It's all I really want to own, but that Fire Clean is awesome too though, but I just can't afford it. Like if it was the same price, I think it's the same formula, dude. I really do think it's like just like a better. That might be a slightly better formula for Fire Clean, or maybe I just think that because it's double the fucking price. It's $20 for a 2-ounce bottle or something like that. It's I think it's $20 for 4 ounces, where Slip would be like 10. That's a double.
That seems like a lot of
hype, right? Yeah, it's incredibly expensive, but you don't use a lot of it. Like I won't, but still. Because I use it on my guns, and I come home and I clean it with a paper towel, and then I run a patch through it, and it's just like, holy shit, this gun is like clean already. You know what I mean? Like nothing is sticking. But I guess if I used enough EWL, it would probably be like that too.
Oh, for sure. Buildup only happens when it's dry.
Yeah, it just nothing sticks with that lube, man.
GUFG, you use Slip 2000 for the most part, right? Or do you use an assortment of stuff?
I have a ton, but the guys all use Slip, and that's what I use on Guns That Matter.
Oh yeah, Chris,
Okay.
I have that grease. I have that exact same tube of grease for the AK. That's pretty good stuff.
Hey, years, but like, what do you use for an actual cleaner though?
Me?
No, G-Webs.
Well, you too.
It's Slip.
Yeah, you can't use white lithium grease for a cleaner. I use Hops. You guys haven't seen my video? I don't even remember when I did it. I did it one time.
I didn't even know you make videos. My bad.
Yeah, before everybody got into like giving a shit about cleaners, so before Frog Lube, or maybe it was right when Frog Lube started happening, and it was like Fred was doing his what was that thing called? Like the the fucking what do you call that thing? The Plate of Truth.
Yeah, that was awesome. The Plate of Truth or whatever.
And I was like, well, here's what I do, and I just am cheap. So unlike Chris, I'm the real deal cheap. I'm not just posing as a cheapster. So I go around begging off of all the gun shops to like have all their empty half-ass bottles, and they give them to me. So I have this big like toolbox that I borrowed. A friend gave me that I have all the cleaners in. So I have a little bit of everything, but I use hops mostly. I have this little system where I have a clean bottle of hops, and I have my dirty bottle of hops, and I pour a little bit of clean into the dirty, and it's pretty gross, but it works. I don't have to clean stuff too often. I'm not like a vagrant. I don't shoot lead.
What, you don't clean before you put them away when you shoot?
I wipe stuff down, but I live in Arizona, so I don't have to worry about rust. And I'm not fastidious, so I don't clean everything all the time. But like I say, if I'm cleaning, I shoot brass or copper-plated stuff, so it's not like I have to scrub. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I used to have to scrub lead. But that's because we were literally casting bullets and loading them, and basically my dad didn't want to have to pay for me when I was learning and shooting, and had a unquenchable thirst for shooting. I had to make my own ammo. So then, and I think what happens when you make your own ammo, right, or when you cast your own lead, it's softer than when you buy lead. The reason you're buying it is because they know what they're doing, and they somehow fiddle with it or do something to make it harder, and you don't get the buildup. But when you cast your own lead, it's filthy in there. So you have to go in there scrubbing the barrels out. I remember having to do that. I never have to do that stuff anymore. So I think it's just from shooting copper. Or maybe 40 is so much better than lesser calibers that it just doesn't even leave residue.
Nothing's better than 357s, my friend.
I think, no, my point is if you use Slip 2000 enough, like not even enough, like you do your gun in it, you clean it when you come home. You clean your gun when you come home from a range with EWL. You lube it with it at the end. You go shooting again, you come home, you're going to notice it's easier to clean, right? And then the second time you come home and do it, like you're going to be like, wow, it's working. So like it cleans, lubes, protects, same like break free, but it's just better. It's way better.
See, that's my thing out here, dude. I'm surrounded by salt air, salt water,
I was going to say, you're
moisture.
totally different than Arizona, man.
It's like, and I'm going to use either Hoppies or CLP or something like that, or both sometimes, depending on what part I'm actually cleaning.
For you, it's probably better to just buy like a gallon with a wide mouth, like pickle jar of some sort of solvent or a cleaner or whatever, and then just leave your gun in there. And when you shoot it, take it out, bring it out, shoot it a bit, and then put it right back in there. So
Put it right back. I saw Matt V do a video the other day, and that's what he had. He had like a Tupperware, and it was like it's when he did the fill in the letters video or whatever, and he had it just sitting in the hops in like a Tupperware dish, and it's like, it just goes in there when I'm done, and I just take it out and wipe it off basically before I use it or whatever. And I need to kind of maybe think about something like that, but that's a lot of hops.
No, that would kill your gun too. It would rust in there.
So wait, in Hawaii, have you tried EWL yet?
I don't even think I know what that is.
I would recommend it off Botash, or it's free shipping or whatever, but EWL Slip 2000, and then there's Slip 2000, and I think the EWL is like a little bit more, it's more viscous or whatever. It's thicker.
It's lube?
Yeah, well, no, it's everything.
EWL is weapons lube, but the Slip 2000 is an all-in-one.
Is a cleaner, okay. Because then I'll either use the gun grease or the Empro 7 after I've done, cleaning what needs to be cleaned.
Don't even worry about that shit.
I would listen to a bunch of Navy people or SEALs or somebody if I was a...
Yeah, because the frog lube works.
Diesel fuel, man. Just put it in diesel fuel. It'll come out clean.
Don't listen
That's clean, but not protected. We're talking about protecting from the rust.
My one buddy, he believes in the oily rag theory. Like, if I just clean it every once in a while and wrap it in oily rags, it'll be all right. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait to see the rust on your fucking gun, dude.
But you want to know what? But when you... If you use frog lube, you don't have to worry about the oily rags.
Frog lube is garbage.
I don't know that I'm into the heating and dealing with all that. I know there's got to be...
Okay.
You can do that, but you don't have to.
Do that.
Everybody jumped on that bandwagon of frog lube. Frog lube
is a shit.
I used it for a little while. It is the worst garbage I've ever used. It collects and cracks and crevices. And when you clean your guns like I clean my guns, you see the potential problems that frog lube is going to be causing in your guns if you use it long term.
Never.
Now, when you say problems, is that going to be an operational or?
Yeah, operational problem. Gumpa, it turns into like a heavy
real quick because
springs and stuff.
That might
Real
just
quick,
be the
because I do
Vaseline
think
coming off your hands.
EWL. Listen, I just want to say this real quick. I'm on their site. Slip 2000 EWL is a CLP. It's a thing in one, but it's thicker, and it was designed for like belt-fed machine guns and stuff, and the I think like the MP5 and stuff. So it's the better product if it came in like two of them. But try it out, dude. I have Frog Lube and I have all this other shit. I have everything. M-Pro. I bought everything there was to buy basically. And I'm telling you, this shit is the truth, man.
You gotta make
It's
a video
really
on
the best.
that, DB.
EWL.
Have you
I
guys
don't know. It never became YouTube hype. Like no one ever fucking talked about it on YouTube. But if you go on the forums, all the fucking guys that know what they're talking about. No, G-Webs did a
We've done
video
lots of
about it.
videos
It just
on
never.
EWL.
Yeah.
They just don't care. They don't advertise. You know why? Because they're legit and they're real. They've got the contract with people that use it, and they don't care. So they're not looking to try to be the thing. But think about it. What Yankee said, we all experienced it. They're basically all going to work. Freaking Chris is using like bearing grease or whatever. So anything works. It's all about marketing. And the difference is, like say, the EWL and some of the newer ones are not solvent-based. That's the only big difference. That's like the stainless steel versus carbon steel difference in cleaners is if it's petroleum-based or whatever. And these ones that aren't are just nicer because you can get them in your eyes and shit. When you're shooting, it can splash up in your eyes and you don't die from it, or you don't get a red eye.
Which is preferable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like that happens every day, but when it does happen, and they don't cost any different. So for me, I prefer the ones that don't smell all gross anymore, even though I grew up with all that. But I think a lot
I've
of
never
it is
used
marketing.
ballast
And you listen to me. I never say stuff's marketing. I think that is marketing because there's how much there's things you can do to make them different from each other, but you can only put stuff into a bottle the same way, so many different ways, right?
Right. Unless you patented some new chemical formula. But you would think that
Well, I think when Slip made their non-solvent-based stuff, that was a big leap. At least, and people rag on them like, "Oh, the food industry's used it." Well, okay, fine, but they're the ones that brought it from the food industry over to the gun industry, and it worked.
This is my version of like reloading. This is my reloading chat is cleaning because I don't reload. But yeah, I'm telling you, Slip, dude.
All right, so
that's the MS Clean version I was gonna get. I did want to get one of them little magazine cleaning kits from that dude that was on the chat a while back, and that was the one I was gonna get over the Frog Lube. Was the Slip 2001.
So check this out. So since we're talking about cleaning, actually today I snapped my 3-piece connector rod set or whatever, some bullshit from Walmart or whatever. So any recommendations on a 3-piece rod set? And I actually want to buy a single-piece rifle rod cleaner, whatever I guess rod again.
One solid rod?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, like, any brand names I should look out for? What's the max price I should pay? Minimum price I should pay? I mean, like, I just want 3-piece just for my kit. I really don't give a shit. But if it's $2 more for one that's more durable than, like, another one,
was it brass the kit you had, the 3-rod?
Nah.
Oh, because Outers is incredibly cheap. I bought mine from, like, I think, from Midway. But you can... Outers.
I have the Otis wires, so it's not
the
like
Otis.
really...
This is Outers, and it's a 3-piece. It's like a pistol, but it's brass. It's a rod kit, and it was cheap, but it's at least 100% brass.
I don't see my rod hitting the fucking length of the barrel, like when my brush is. You know what I'm saying? Like the brush ends and whatever the brush is in. Okay, great. Like let that be brass, but I don't. I mean, like, when I push my rod down, I don't feel the side of it touching the rifle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need brass on the outside.
It rarely happens, but it happens. But that clean bore, I think it's clean bore. They make one that's like Nyclad, like nylon. I like that one. It's my pistol kit. It's like red nylon.
That I like. I mean, like, that's one thing I'm going for.
Not at all.
Yeah. I'm just scared of scratching my crown and shit like that.
I feel you.
I'm the king.
And that's why, like, you know what I'm saying, like, as far as what I saw, like, I would go for, like, you know, like a powder coated joint, where the rod is actually powder coated, like all one single tube.
Yeah, I can show you the red one I got. It's nylon coated. I think it's Clean Bore is the brand name. Clean Bore with a K. It's like KLEEN. They're pretty good. But the you know, any brass kit should do, I think. You want to get the one piece. I think it's Top Shot. I forgot the brand name of that one. It's really, you know, any gun shop. Those things are kind of expensive. I've seen carbon fiber, dude. Like carbon fiber rods.
I'm over like what the
problem I had with carbon fiber rods is it's not the rod you gotta worry about. It's the tip. Okay.
I'm not worried so much about the water. You know about what the rod is made out of. But
I know I could dig myself a hole on that one. But yeah.
I'm more worried about like
Same
whether
with
the
other-
rod's gonna snap. Like I'd rather have a steel rod in powder coat that's not gonna snap versus a carbon fiber rod that is more likely to snap because it's carbon fiber. You know what I'm saying?
I've had a carbon fiber rod before. It worked, but the part that broke on me is the part that the screw of the tip. It snapped off, so it made the rod useless. So I use a 3-piece rod now that I did get from Walmart, but it works because it's solid aluminum.
It is, but I've broken like 3 of them bitches. I've broken like at least 3 of like those 3-piece connector Walmart rods.
Find a military one, dude. Find a.
I've seen those. Like those are super nice.
They're good. The problem I just have them is I keep losing them, but they are good. That's what I used to clean my first gun, and then I lost the damn thing. But yeah, they're all metal. They're steel, and they're very sturdy.
They are, and it's funny because they do have this funky coating on them too, which is like it's not exactly like a powder coating, but I know what you're talking about. Like they have like this like texture coating on the outside.
Yeah. Get yourself an Army like a pouch, like a cleaning kit pouch, if you want to get a durable 3-piece rod.
It's Glocktober though, and you can get the Glock rod every time you buy a gun. Comes with the
Glock rod is perfect, bro.
It's awesome.
But you know what's funny? The Glock rod. So I use a Glock rod for a lot of things, especially when screwing on brushes to scrape out like my bolt carrier, my AR. So like you know like when you're scraping out like your bolt carrier like on your AR, I just use the Glock rod. But the Glock rod does not work for me when it comes into getting the 22 LR. It's too big to get into 22 LR, so I need a rod to get into my 22 Ruger.
The
The
Army one does, because that's what I used on my Model 60. It's made for ARs, so
Yeah.
it'll fit on a 22.
Because you know how the Glock joint bulges out to, to fit the fat eyelet that it has? So since that joint bulges out, I can't get it into my 22 caliber barrel.
Let me see. Army. In fact, if it's cheap enough, I'll buy one myself. So I have a.
Shit, send me some. I'll buy me like 3 of them just so I don't fucking break them.
You're not going to need to clean your AR when you start using EWL. You should forget about it. Just bore snake.
Frog lube.
No, I don't know. Frog lube. I tell you what, it really sucks as a cleaner. It's not a good fucking cleaner, dude.
It's not.
So
It's
it
really
might be
weird.
it might be a good preventative, rust preventative, but
And
EWL cleans well, prevents dirt from happening. It's rust preventative. It's awesome.
I just wrote my frog lube story on the side there.
And to me, it's almost not how important the lube is, because there's so many different ones out there. To me, it's the cleaner.
Well,
and
it depends
I don't
on
know if
what you're
that's
doing.
accurate or not, but
You're all that salt water. I'd be worried about protecting it. 'Cause, I mean, I want something that can fill the gaps and protect it from rust, so like a displacer. And now you get into issues like WD-40 where it does that. It displaces the water, but it gums up. So, is it going to gum up with petroleum or is it going to gum up with food paste?
Well, put it like this:
paste.
it still gums up, but but because it is food based, it is wipeable. So what you think as gumming up, even with carbon, at a hot temperature that the gun is running at, it's wipeable. So by the time the gun gets hot, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter because that shit is running. And it is slip juice 2000.
Yeah, when you're talking about the bolt and the carrier and the barrel and chamber, sure, in a gas system, great. But now you're talking about a spring somewhere where it matters in the trigger group of an AK where it doesn't get hot at all, and now it's a paste and it's going to collect a little, gizmo or a little tic tac of metal, and now or a rock even. And now it's in your trigger group. Come on, now it just puts your weapon out of commission.
But by the time anything collects a little rock in like the trigger string, it doesn't matter whether you use EWL or frog lube. So I mean,
EWL is a liquid all the time, no matter what.
You're giving all debris a medium to stay in, for one, and two, the substance itself starts to interfere in how the springs and the levers and the tumblers and everything work in your mechanisms for your triggers, etc. It's a bad thing. I've never met a single person that's a gunsmith that will tell you to use frog lube.
I love it because when I clean it, I don't get yelled at for smelling like shit.
Did you see my story over there?
No.
EWL smells like water. So you're good.
Really?
It smells better than frog lube because my girlfriend had
said
said
a good story, so I'll tell you off air. I don't want to tell you.
my girlfriend says that frog lube smells like nasty toothpaste. So I mean
Frog
that's
lube
better than
smells like
nothing.
Winter Fresh.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, EWL, you could sit next to whoever hates whatever, and they won't know you're cleaning your fucking gun, dude.
Allergy free. It's GMO free too. And there's
They will not know you're doing anything. You'll just be sitting there, and they'll be like, "What are you doing?" Because my girlfriend used to come home and flip the fuck out from Ballistol or frog lube. I mean, she hated the smell of every of that stuff. She can't tell with EWL.
You sure
I do like the smell of hops, though. I have no problem with the amount of smell that comes out of the hops.
My point is this.
Mom would be like, "I hate you. You don't have a job. You're always talking on the internet." And he's like, "It is the smell of the solvents." That's
You just tell your girl that, baby, if you didn't talk so much shit, your breath wouldn't stink.
I'll tell you this, though. You won't need to use hoppies as much with EWL. Or any of these stuff. Like, I mean, I guess you wouldn't need to use hoppies as much with Break Free. But Break Free smells horrible. It's toxic as hell. But, I'm telling you,
Is that
EWL...
Break Free's the CLP, right?
Yeah, and so is EWL. Slip 2000, but you won't have to use hoppies as much.
Well, no, now the one Attack has is a different kind of break free, right? Or is it a different name?
I think it is a different kind of break. It's breakthrough, right? Not break free.
Okay.
Yeah, that's breakthrough. That's breakthrough is just a cleaner. I think they have a lube now too, but that's completely different.
Well, he sent these little tubes. They're like half size of a pen. So, did you get
That's just a cleaner. No, yeah. Oh, Edge gave me a Glock pack.
Screw you then.
Weapons shield. I kind of like.
What was that?
I heard that's good too.
Weapons shield. I kind of like that stuff. Matt gave me some of that.
I haven't used that.
I heard that's good. I heard that was good. But
y'all are over here yapping. I'm trying to take Instagram pictures over here.
there you go.
As long as it's not of your junk, it's okay.
Oh, the MK25.
Fucking.
Speaking of
Where's
seals,
Dano? Did Dano fall asleep?
Dano just wrote on the side chat.
As soon as I get
Yankee,
on
what do the
Instagram,
seals suggest you clean and lubricate your MK25 with? Any idea?
Oh no, I don't know what seal for you. The only seal I know is Jesse Ventura.
no, there's
fine. I
a
run
new
into
thing called
some out here.
Seal Oil or called Seal Clean. I don't know. I've seen a couple Instagram pictures of it. It's called Seal Clean or Seal Oil. I don't know what it is.
I think I'm the only gun guy on YouTube that doesn't have a cousin who's a seal.
I'm not related to any of them, but I run into them out here because they'll be rolling through on their off time.
My cousin went to Somalia back in the day.
The problem is there's too many Marines on YouTube, and they they tolerate Navy, so that's why you hear so much stuff about SEALs.
But fucking, as soon as I get on Instagram, fucking.
It's pretty much what it is. You notice that? Because everybody in this chat tends to be Army, and then there's whole chats that they tend
Don
to be Navy.
Shipley is for?
What?
Isn't that what Don Shipley or whatever his name is does? He outs all the fake SEALs?
Oh, the Stolen Valor guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love all these people that came on one of my videos. They're like, Jesse Ventura has never been a SEAL. And I'm like, well, you know, that's funny because the Navy says he is and Don Shipley says he is, but I guess you know better.
I don't know. I've been
Shipley said
fortunate
he's
enough
the
to have worked with
equivalent of a
a. Yeah, because it was underwater. What was it? It was.
It was the exact only the only time the word SEAL came in.
Underwater
The reason the word SEAL came into use is because that was the code name that Kennedy gave the group of underwater demolition guys that he chose.
Yeah, but they did special ops stuff. They learned how to jump out of planes.
Same
UDT
training
doesn't do that.
They did
No,
the
they
same
don't.
training they did. Even the Navy comes forward and says, yes, every single person that was this MOS before the term SEAL was created is still a SEAL by official declaration. That Shipley guy says, yep, those guys did the same school that we did. They are SEALs.
Now, isn't it basically as long as you successfully pass Bud's class?
Yes.
Or is there, and then whatever your specialty is?
No.
Yeah, I thought you had to get assigned to a team and then do it.
Well, if you're going to be active, you have to get
Exactly. You pass Buds, and now you're ready for Navy Special Ops, which is
That's
special
what I meant.
operations. You're going out of the Navy and you're going over to special operations, the little spade with the yellow around it. And then you're going to go on either a SEAL team or a UDT team. Or at least back then. I don't know what it is now, but that's what it was. And then SEALs learned how to jump out of airplanes and do their business, and UDT learned how to go under water and do clearing beaches of mines and doing kind of
Really
stuff underwater.
completely true. The SEALs had absolutely no extra training than the underwater demolition people. They were just that was the code name given to those two groups, the two groups of underwater demolition people that Kennedy chose.
At the time of
UDT is
inception, but they
another-
do it different now,
You're
though,
right.
right?
Kind of right. They go to Buds, but then UDT is underwater demolitions, and SEALs is sea, air, and land, and they
That's-
learn how to jump out of airplanes.
The way Shipley defended Ventura wasn't too strongly, but he did say like
Below water training.
Oh, but he also did it way before his issue. He defended him way before that thing was he was suing his.
Yeah, he
wife
wasn't
or whatever.
defending that. He was just defending the fact that he is a SEAL.
yeah. I think he was
Pretty
saying
sure
that
he
that
says he's the
predates
equivalent
SEAL.
of a SEAL.
Right, exactly what he said. He said it was like before the SEAls or whatever when he went through Buds.
That he is a
And
SEAL.
now it might be that they've incorporated it all, but back then it was like you got out of Buds, and then they went, "You're a SEAL, you're a UDT. You're a SEAL, you're a UDT." They wouldn't have done that if they're all SEAls. There was two things. They were equivalent, they could say, but I think that might just be because I got to follow them. Maybe they're all SEAls now, so maybe it's the same as saying, I don't know. So what some unit used to be called back in the day is the same as being them now.
The only reason I knew
There's
that
still
I read that
there's-
Shipley guy's that editorial thing he wrote, and he mentions that in there.
Did Jesse Ventura win all the money from the dead guy's wife?
Yeah.
One case, so yeah.
Did he give it
From
to
the
charity or
estate,
is just
though.
chilling in
I
like
don't know.
Mexico?
He ironically bought a bunch of frog lube with it.
Nice.
Just rolling
Frog lube.
lube right now.
I'll tell you, frog lube is worthless. It's absolutely worthless to me. I have a package in my drawer, and I don't
Yeah, I
know
got a
what to
bunch
do
of it
with it.
sitting over here. I mean, the
If I
first
could
time
sell it, I would.
I had used it on one of my guns that there's one gun I shoot a lot. I mean, I shoot it all the time at the range. It's my favorite gun, so I shoot it a lot. So I clean it a lot, and it was basically my SIG P229 and my Beretta PX4 Storm that I shoot all the time. Every time I go to the range, I shoot those two guns pretty much, and others. But those are the two I shoot every time, and I cleaned them with frog lube every time, treat them with log lube, and then just after using it for 2 months, not even 2 months, probably 6 weeks, I decided, well, I'm going to detail strip these two guns. And oh my God, it looked like I had stuck paste in the springs and stuff in the triggers. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? So I started researching it, and it turned out it's the frog lube. It gets hot, it rolls into places it's not supposed to be, and then it just hardens up like fucking Vaseline concrete.
It's like Cosmoline.
See, and that is one of the other things we got to deal with out here is, yeah, there's the salt and everything like that, but the trade winds and stuff, we get dust in all sorts of stuff all the time. So it just, I don't want anything that's too thick for the most part.
Yeah, I got this.
I think I'd rather have high viscosity than low viscosity.
Yeah, get the EWL, dude. The EWL doesn't cost any more than the regular slip, so that's what I would get. I'm trying to show you a bottle. This is M-Pro Gun Cleaner. The M-Pro Gun Cleaner is like water-based or something, cause I don't know if it's water-based, but it sprays out of this thing like water. And,
you keep them in baggies because you refuse to touch cleaning material?
Pretty much, yeah. Especially when I'm going to rub my eyes with it. But no, yeah, the oil is thick as hell, dude. Like, I'd say
like
that
the oil.
the M-Pro gun oil is pretty good. Yeah, the M-Pro oil is really good.
What do your stores have? I guess M-Pro?
Well, Walmart has this. Walmart has M-Pro 7 now. Because I think Hoppy's
There's a wide variety out
Hoppy's
here.
owns them now, so it's the
Nice.
same. Like, if you ever see Hoppy's...
distributed with them.
If you ever see Hoppy's Elite gun cleaner, it's the same as this. That's what I was told by this, whatever. So, boom, this is good. This whole bottle's full because this oil is really thick. But that's not a cleaner. Like this is.
That's what I like about it.
Yeah, this stuff to me is like a replacement for both of those things that I just showed you. Like,
EWL, that's what it says.
Yeah, Slip 2000 EWL Extreme. Are you extreme enough? I think their motto is like, "Are you extreme enough to be awesome?" But no, I'll show you here on the bottle.
I already know I'm not extreme enough.
Are you extreme enough to lubricate, protect, clean, penetrate? Hey, yo, bond. Are you gonna bond with your weapon? Come on, man. You want to use this?
I will be one with it every once in a while.
By bond with it, you mean occasionally stick my tongue down the barrel? Because that, yes.
No, you don't know if you want to go there, but it says proven to work in all conditions. I don't know. But anyway, so this one bottle to me is like these two bottles, of M-Pro.
So, like, if I go into, like, if I submerge myself in lava and it doesn't work, then I get to sue the company for false advertising?
Well, if you do that in lava, you ain't suing nobody, but...
You got to think. I love their,
there are guys out here, though, that they'll use 40 weight. Some people out here still will use 40 weight. Like, it's interesting. Sometimes we're pretty backwards out here, and other times we're right on the cusp of technology. It's just kind of what people have as their...
I'm not recommending this. No, I kind of would. I would put this on. I think I did put it on my AK bolt, but I'm saying for AKs and stuff, I use grease. I definitely use grease. But this is for my pistols, man. That's mostly what I'm talking about. So I don't know. I don't really know about the other stuff. I used it on my AR belt.
The Soviets didn't use grease. They used liquid.
They did? Yeah, I just...
Remember those little cans? They had a solvent and a lube, so they're both liquids.
I just put a little bit of grease. And I had that same exact grease that good guy showed off. It's like Baron grease or something. White lithium grease.
White lithium Baron grease.
Hops makes a very similar to that gun grease, and it comes in a tube just like the white lithium grease. And I had used that on my bolt on my AR, and it worked great. But at the same time, it definitely seemed like when it was come time to clean, that there was a lot more cleaning to be done than when I used the M-Pro 7. You know what I'm saying? As a lubricant.
Well, grease is going to do the same thing as what Yankee's saying with the paste.
Yeah. And then, so when I saw that, I'm thinking everybody tells me, oh, your AR is going to jam, it's going to misfire, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. Well, I'm like, well, I don't want none of that. I don't need any problems, so to speak, like that. But it works good. It just seems like it's mandatory cleaning when I come home from the range, when I know that I got the gun grease on there. So I'm definitely looking to try other things and still continue to occasionally use the other stuff, because I ain't gonna throw it away. I ain't like that.
You could send your guns to Nothing Fancy and he'll Cerakote them. Him and his son.
I do kind of want to turn that. I was thinking about it the other day. It's like I like all my guns are black or whatever, but I kind of want Ranger green on that Glock 30S.
Oh, don't fuck that up. No, you know what? That would look cool.
I think that would look pretty tight.
Not
the olive drab. Say again?
Talking just on the slide, or?
Man, I was thinking the whole thing at first, but either way.
I'm just not too sold on the whole idea of Duracoat plastic yet.
Oh, I was thinking Cerakoting, but I don't know that makes a difference, to be honest. I don't. Where's Marcello?
You know, like Springfield had the operator, the Marine Corps operator, and it was like green. The slide was like Ranger green. That kind of dark green was pretty cool.
And I'm not saying
frame was black.
Because I don't know enough about it, but it's just not painting plastic. It's just something I'm not told.
Well, and that's the other thing. I don't give two shits about it, really. I mean, it was just a thought I had. Like, I know it's not going to affect its performance or anything like that. It was just one of those things.
Think about what anodizing does to aluminum. You're down with that, right? Changing the chemical properties of the aluminum and making it more dense or whatever, and ideally making it harder. So if you think of the paint as a chemical interaction with the polymer, in other words, I don't know what if Duracoat is. Cerakote. Cerakote is more like enamel, where you're putting it on and then you're baking it on, so it becomes a strong layer on the outside of your item. Yeah. But I'm like Yankee. I'm not totally convinced that's adhesion. So sure, they'll scratch up the surface or blah blah blah. But again, is that adhesion? But if they came out with some process to make me happy, where they would take remember like the old, what was it? They would show that old commercial where they took those teeth made out of like peppermint and they would dip it in green juice or whatever, and then they would say like, look how stained your teeth are. If they did something like that, where they took your frame and they stripped it all down, all the metal off of it, and dunked it in something, and it chemically changed the outside layer of your gun to be a different color, I'd be down with that. Like if it just dyed the plastic, in other words, or something, or like made a physical change to the plastic.
Better yet, I'd like them to have some way. And I mean, it sounds far fetched, but I mean, in today's with technology advancing the way it might be someday be possible. I would like to see them make a way to produce colored metals, like that are colored out. Like if you got a slide that was all the way, it was stainless steel. OD green all the way through.
It's ridiculous. I don't know why they can't do that right. They just haven't tried.
Yeah. Is that like the rainbow sig you're kind of talking, but all one color instead of the rainbow?
No, that's
still just a procedure done to the metal.
I'm talking like you took your slide and cut it in half. And the inside of it would be green inside too.
There's grain in there.
Oh, well, you know what? Isn't that how they do aluminum? Like how they do colored aluminum? Is it actually goes into the powder mix before they do the electrical whatchamacall?
If they take it and they dunk it into a vat of chemical and give it electric, and it's one of those applied type of things. It happens to the outside. It's an electric. It's an electrochemical process happening at the outside skin of the aluminum, but it's in a tank of chemical to do it.
Well, I wish they could. I would like to see aluminum that's colored all the way through.
Yeah, I'm afraid if I owned one of those guns, that gun would be my life. You know what I mean? Like the lawnmower.
It would probably be a waste, though, Yankee, because that would be expensive at the beginning, and then all that inside that you never see, you know what I'm saying, would be extravagant to have all of that. So they'd probably still like.
But then when you got scratches on your gun, the finish wouldn't come off because the inside of the scratch would be the same color as the outside.
I hear you, but they'd probably do some kind of core of regular material and then the outside like that, so that they didn't.
Like 1/8 of an inch of that on the outside of the.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I mean, I don't know that I need a colored firearm, but.
Well, not for just firearms though, but imagine all the things like a fire truck or a car that you never had to repaint.
We just need replicators.
See, that's why they'll never do it right there.
Because,
I would imagine,
the paint industry is gonna die. Paint industry is gonna be compromised on that one.
I don't know if it was bullshit or not, but somebody told me a long time ago, or like 20 years ago, that you think about your tires. You guys were talking about your tires earlier today, right? They were saying that they have the chemical formula for, like, they had it like 30, 40 years ago for tires that don't degrade, or they, it takes more than like 100,000 miles for them to degrade.
Oh yeah.
But the tire industry said, "Fuck that! We're not going to sell enough tires."
Yeah, when you take a economics class in college, one of the things that we were taught right off the bat in economics 401 or 301 is that they teach you the principle of the chair runner. The guy that invented those chair runners that you put under your desk, like if you live in if you work in a carpeted office, you get these thick mats that you put on right in front of your desk, and it kind of out where it goes.
I've had those before.
The guy that made those went bankrupt because
Why?
he made them in a way that they lasted for fucking ever. He sold so many of them, and then demand went down. So because he didn't make them to where they wear out, he went bankrupt. So when they started making them from then on, they started making them in a way that they wear out a lot quicker. The next company that took over the patent, because they have to be able to refurbish their market. And if you sell tires that never go bad, then you're only going to sell tires to manufacturers who make cars and never sell tires to people. And that's where your big market is, on tires to people. So they can't make it. It's like light bulbs. We've had the ability to the first light bulbs Edison made are still burning in his house.
Wow, I didn't know that.
He knew how to make light bulbs that didn't burn out, but the light bulb industry is like, if they don't burn out, who's going to buy more?
Thank you, GE.
Westinghouse.
Westinghouse?
Well, they're both evil bastards, I guess. Didn't Nikola Tesla want electricity to be free and shit? And
I was just going to say, that brings us to Tesla, because he was the one that did want it free, and he could send it through the ground so there was no wires and all sorts of crazy shit.
He wanted to transmit electricity over the air from coils and to house to house.
No, that is not possible, because even a super advanced race like the aliens on Falling Skies have to run the extension cord down to their force field.
That's pathetic. I thought it was through the groundwater.
Yeah, it was through the ground that he wanted to do it.
Well, he had like this big tower that he built, and he wanted to transmit electricity, so over the air. And in fact, one of the biggest beliefs, and this is kind of ridiculous, but it's fascinating anyway, that he built a electric transmission tower so powerful that it was the cause of the Tunguska explosion.
Right. Chris is right. He did want to do that through the air too, because they're still actually they're reapplying some of his principles to things like wireless chargers and stuff now for cell
I was just going to say, so it's impossible for somebody to just set a thing down and be charged. The only reason they're not doing that is probably because we're using the spectrum for other things. The way he wanted to do it would just blow the spectrum out, I'm sure.
Yep.
You know, we wouldn't have radio or TV or anything to broadcast, because it would be
right here.
a bunch of noise.
Right next to my bed, I have a charging pad, and all I have to do every night when I go to bed is I just sit my phone down on it, and it charges.
Well, it didn't help Tesla that he was kind of nuts in other ways that didn't make him socially palatable too.
Yeah. Did you see that thing about the rich guys back then? I forget what the name of the show was now.
What was it?
I forgot the show.
It was on History Channel.
Each of them. I don't think it counted him, but he was touched on in it, if he wasn't in it directly. But it just seemed like he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Edison was like all about, the big picture, and he was all about fiddling around with, experiments. There's quite a few Tesla movies on Netflix, though. I've seen it.
Oh yeah. It's funny. There was a comic book. There was a comic book where I think he was a hero. Him and Mark Twain were like superheroes, and I think the bad guys in the comic book were like Edison. Like Edison was one of the evil bad guys.
There was a show on Sci-Fi called Sanctuary, I think it was what it was called, and Tesla was one of the
Immortals.
Yeah, supernatural beings type of thing. And that's why he was so smart at the time, just because he had all that other stuff going on for him.
I like that movie. Do you ever see that movie Prestige when David Bowie played Tesla in that movie? It's pretty cool.
I don't think I saw that one.
It's pretty cool.
I didn't look it up.
Yeah, he helped the magician, the Hugh Jackman, the Wolverine.
Oh, okay, yeah, I did see that one. Because what was the other movie that came out at the same time? There was The Prestige, and then there was the other movie that was also about magicians.
Yeah, I didn't like that one. I like The Prestige. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Was that the one with Hugh Jackman and
Christian
Batman?
Bale. Yeah, it was Batman. It was the same people who made the Batman movies.
Christopher Nolan? Does that sound right?
Yeah. It's like real magic. I remember that was an awesome movie. Tesla gave him a device that would really like duplicate himself on stage, and then he was like murdering. I don't want to give it away, but whatever.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that movie.
It was incredible.
It's worth watching it.
You'll love it.
Let me switch topics then. And what about this one that was more recent? I think it had Woody Harrelson in it, and it was about magic. It was the guy from the Facebook movie, also.
Oh, that wasn't so bad. Now you see me.
I didn't see
no,
it.
you don't.
Yeah, not.
Well, that's one, yeah, where they're robbing banks and stuff.
Kinda.
Never saw it.
And they're all illusionists or whatever, yeah?
Kind of
more like a bank
almost
heist.
like you can't tell if you like it or not. I mean, it's sort of just a fluffy whatever movie to watch, but it's sort of back and forth, twisty plot. It's kind of good.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was fun. That's what I called it.
Did they
fun.
imply that there was real magic or anything like that, or?
Oh no.
Oh no, it was more of like a crime movie, but like, you know, so many twists and shit, you don't even know if you know what really happened, so you can enjoy watching it more than once.
Ocean's 11 with magic?
Better than Ocean's 11, but not as good as like some of the really good movies with crazy plots.
Right.
It was, like I say, it was enough that you could watch it a few times and enjoy it. And the music, the magic, I mean, was all just like whatever, Las Vegas dumb stuff. It wasn't like mystical magic or whatever.
They're doing a sequel. You might want to check the original.
Oh, really? Good.
It made a lot of money in that movie. And I don't think they expected it to make money like that.
Well,
The most recent movie I saw was Ralph's movie. That God Bless America.
I didn't see that.
You haven't seen that?
No.
It's
Oh,
worth
that's
watching.
there.
It's one of those ones that I'm like, I think I just kept seeing it, and I'm like, quit fucking suggesting this movie. I don't even know what this is. And then I watched it, and then I'm like, oh, all right, I guess I understand why they suggested it to me. It's sort of like, I don't know. It's like a, what's that guy? Quentin Tarantino movie.
Yeah.
Weird, but violent and weird violent for no reason and weird kind of thing.
Like a Natural Born Killers, but
Yeah, different.
more funny, I guess.
Yeah, more
How
of a
sad
comedy.
was it? Last week was the 20th year anniversary of Pulp Fiction last week, and I was like,
20, wow.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
You've never seen Pulp Fiction, Yankee?
I've never seen it.
It was good, man. It was good.
I remember it was really good at the time, but that guy's made a bunch of good movies, so he sort of changed movies to be more cerebral, or whatever would you call that? I don't know.
I think that first movie, yeah, well, it wasn't the first, but Pulp Fiction was a good movie. Like, I don't know if it'll stand the test of time. If you watch it now, you're probably like, oh, it's just corny or whatever.
I like that one.
I
I like
think so.
Reservoir Dogs.
It was pivotal or
most
whatever.
of
That it
those.
changed the direction, I think.
Well, that was when it became okay to not do a linear story, too. Or I don't know if it would be okay, but
What kills me is that
Have some fun with it, and I mean, that's what, like, The Matrix came after that, right?
oh yeah, what kills me is that they're so anti-gun. That guy Weinstein,
Yep.
Harvey and Bob Weinstein.
Yeah.
And
but
I
they
watched
portray
it.
him badly.
It's on Netflix, right? So I watched it I'm like, oh shit, 20 years? Let me check this out again. So I'm watching it, and it starts off with the bank robbers in the diner, the husband and wife or whatever, and they're talking. And that's just how the movie starts off. They're just talking.
I met
And
that
then,
dude.
oh yeah, and then he's a great actor, yeah.
He's pretty cool because we did that fake video or fake gun show, and the first time we did it was with that Hayden Church guy, and then the second time was with that guy, and he was way cooler.
Oh yeah, he's cool as shit. So then all of a sudden, they pull the guns out, and then I think the first thing you see is like Miramax. Like they're like, it's just crazy that like you see like Miramax Films presents, and these two, like dude, your whole all your money basically came from like Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, all gun movies. They're like gun movies to me. They're just movies with guns in them.
No. He said he regrets that he wants to do a 180.
Well, turn your money, then fucking give your money to the fucking to Bloomberg. Like you go give your money
or
to like
give it
I don't know.
to victims support groups or something.
Yeah, do something.
You
Yeah,
know?
fuck that. Take all the money you made off Inglorious Bastards and shit. Because it's really just making movies that my dad liked and my grandpa liked, and my grandpa and my dad didn't like movies that were like not gun. They like gun
shit.
movies, man. Like,
Isn't there some new war movie coming out with Brad Pitt in it?
Yeah, Fury.
Fury.
And that's
Fury,
supposed to be
which I'm
awesome, yeah.
Oh, wish I was going to
Ready or
see
no?
tonight. Damn it, I was going to see that tonight.
No, they said it was
Yeah,
great.
somebody wanted me to go to that today, and I didn't go.
I'm going to do that tomorrow then. I'm going to do that tomorrow.
And that new, I don't, Keanu Reeves, whatever, but he does his
Oh,
own
John
stunt.
Wick. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
that
it
shit
looks
looks
pretty awesome.
pretty good, dude.
It might be the first movie with a Caltech KSG in it.
His name, it's called John Wick.
He plays the hitman, Keanu Reeves.
It's like his version
Like a
of
retired guy.
Reacher. Jack
Yeah,
Reacher.
well, pretty much. Well, he's like a bad guy, kind of. He's the hitman, and he's retired, and then they come and fuck him up, and they kill his dogs.
The
and
wrong,
then he's like,
yeah, the wrong
it's
guy
on.
fucks with them, and they're like, "Man, don't you know who you fucking with?"
They're
kind
like,
of a
"Did you
thing.
kill his dogs?" And they're like, "Yeah, we killed his dogs." And and then they're like, "We're dead. Like we're all dead." And then it's probably like an hour and a half of him just like killing people for stealing his car and killing his family.
For two reasons. One, Keanu Reeves, I can't figure out how that son of a bitch keeps getting work because he sucks. And two, they kill the dogs. Ain't watching it.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. Like I saw like there was a part where they're
I
like
hear you,
killing his dog.
I like Point Break. I have to admit that there's been a lot of. He's not a great actor, I'll agree, but I still enjoy watching most of his movies. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, man.
Matrix 1, dude. It's incredible. I mean, even though he sucks, he might be a bad actor, but it was a good movie.
Johnny
and he doesn't,
Mnemonic.
Ah!
does his
And
own stuff.
I'm not saying that was a good movie. I'm just saying I enjoyed it. But I like cheese. I definitely like B movies or cheese.
I mean, I'm
I find
sorry.
it very
When you let Dolph Lundgren in a non-B movie role, in a non-B movie, you screwed up. And unless you're Sylvester Stallone, he can get away with shit like that. Yeah.
I'll go. I want to see John Wick, but that's the kind of movie I'll watch at home. You know.
Right. It might not be necessary to see it on the big screen.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I'm gonna go see Interstellar on November 7th.
Is that the Matthew McConaughey one?
Yeah, the Christopher Nolan movie.
Oh, what was this robot one I just watched?
That looks. Oh, the cartoon one.
No.
Oh.
It was pretty real. Oh, it was like Blade Runner except different, but it was kind of like a different Blade Runner. Where
Who was
they
the
were
star?
shooting robots that repair themselves.
It wasn't Edge of Tomorrow, right? With Tom Cruise. Those were aliens.
No, it was sort of like Blade Runner. There was robots walking around doing their being our servants, and they weren't allowed to hurt
AI.
people. No, it's not AI. It's brand new.
iRobot. Sounds like
iRobot.
No,
no,
this
he
is
said it's brand new.
It's coming out.
Like it just came out?
I'll go look. Damn it! You guys.
Damn it! Give me a star. Give me a star that's in it. I might be able to cough it up.
I'm not good at. Oh wait, no.
Might not be a star.
No, it's from a TV show guy, and I don't know who the other guy is off the top of my head. It was good. I thought you were talking about TV because you were saying there's like this new version of Blade Runner coming out. I'm looking.
Really quickly, there's a gun question that I'm answering here on the gun channels. Anybody have any opinions on Charter Arms revolvers?
Always wanted one when I was a kid.
I'm impartial. I like them. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but they are inexpensive.
They're inexpensive. But the thing is, I had one. That was my first snubby, and the grip was too big. I don't know. They always want to make it look like a stable. The trigger was just weird. It just snapped differently. Just when I pulled it, it makes my hand want to like jerk. So I was so inaccurate with it. But then I shot my Taurus 85 and 856, and I was more accurate with that because when I squeezed the trigger, it just squeezed the trigger. It didn't want to jerk it. So.
What he's asking here is Taurus better build quality than Charter. I have no idea about that.
Not necessarily.
I don't know about that.
Not necessarily.
I would actually have to say yes. They are better build quality than Charter.
Okay, there's
Is Charger better than Taurus? Yes. Charger's built here.
Wait a minute, is Charger
But
better?
does Taurus have a better warranty though?
No, I'm saying
Taurus isn't going to leave you hanging.
I'm saying Taurus is actually built better than Charter. I have disassembled both brands multiple times. Charter Arms looks like what somebody would build a gun like if they didn't have the machinery to actually build a gun. And I would never own one.
I was going to make a David Berkowitz joke, but he listened to a dog, so I thought he was crazy anyway.
My dog's talking. I was going to say though, Charter Arms
You
had
don't
a
have
great
a
reputation.
44 special, do you?
When I was 12 years old and reading gun magazines, Charter Arms had a really good reputation, right? Like those were like the honeymoon period between gun magazines and
But
manufacturers.
remember when it was though, there wasn't the same competition. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't
The Peltec 32 used to be the shit.
And I don't think they had so much a good reputation as they did buy a lot of magazine articles.
Well, that too, and then like cops would be like, "Oh, that's my backup gun, a 44 Special Bulldog," or was it a Bulldog that was the 44
Yeah,
Special?
Bulldogs. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty badass round to have.
I have to admit, I almost bought one for my first gun even before I bought my AR, and then I have to admit it was on a chat, I think, with Yankee and G-Webs, and you guys were talking about them and how the old ones, like made in the 70s, were pretty good, and then the company had been sold once or twice, and that their quality control has, gone sideways or down pretty much, and that pretty much dissuaded me. And then I think, Chris, when you talked about selling yours, that pretty much talked me out of it, I guess.
I sold my
'Cause I wanted that gun blaster.
I sold mine out of desperation. I wasn't planning on selling it so I can get another so I can get a Taurus 85. But I sold mine because I needed ammo for what's his face?
James Yeager's class.
Yeah, Yeager's class. So, but I wanted to sell it so bad because it was the only stubby I had, and it was like pretty much my fanny pack gun. But when I shot that, I judged my revolvers by how the double action trigger is. And again, the double action trigger on that was bad. I mean, I can shoot single action all day, super accurate single action, but when I'm double actioning, it just wants to. The gun would like make my hand move.
Recently, Charter Arms was going to come out with like a 40 Smith & Wesson and a 9mm revolver that didn't need move clips. And,
they did come out with the 40. I think G-Webs did a video on it even.
Awesome.
I shot the 40.
That's probably where I saw it. But yeah.
I would
That's
totally take one. I just don't really want a 40 one, but I guess, well, if Ruger made one, the 40, I'd probably think about it.
No,
you know what? That might be a smart move for them because they just made the 9mm, so I'm sure they're going to test the waters. But
that's that
why
movie.
not?
Did you guys hear about it? Automata?
I don't know. Never heard of it.
It's got Antonio Banderas, and it's sort of like, it's good. It's definitely like you're saying, like iRobot. The special effects or whatever is definitely iRobot. You can't, the robots, I mean, it looks magic. Like the robot's just walking around. It's awesome. But it's like Blade Runner where the robots only have 2 instructions. They have to help people and they can't repair themselves. And anyway, I forget what actually happens. It's kind of a neat movie, but it's super long, and I wasn't really paying attention. But
Did you go to the movie?
I never even heard of this shit.
Yeah, me neither. I thought you had talked about it, but anyway, it
wasn't me.
And it's, well, yeah, it's good.
Is it in the theaters or is it's on Netflix?
It says its release date was October 10th, so it's in theaters.
Probably a low-key movie.
Yeah, that's
It was
pretty cool.
A-list, but low-key.
I'm looking
but anyway,
at the poster.
what do you call this? Before I go here, I see a Taurus Judge in my future. So
Bought one of those for my father-in-law.
Oh my God!
What?
What you bought?
Why
one of
not
them?
the governor?
I bought one because my father-in-law liked it, so I bought him one for Christmas a long time ago.
how much is a governor?
The governor was not out yet, I will say at that point.
Oh, okay. The governor
How much
is
is
more,
the governor?
especially
Yeah.
the stainless steel one that they just came out with this
600,
year.
right?
So you know who you're talking to here, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's $100.
But you get another round though, dude. I mean, I don't know if that's a big
Yeah,
gun
that's
for
it.
you, but you do
Yeah,
get
you
another
get
round.
45 ATP, 410, and two calibers is fine. You'd rather have 2 than 3.
I'd rather have 3 and the extra round in the cylinder myself, personally.
You can actually run 45 ACP in a Taurus.
Yeah, you can.
You can
shove
do the
a
long
Colt
Colt.
in there.
Okay.
Now here's the thing, though. Long Colt. I've never seen anybody review or do ballistics tests on the Long Colt. So
I have. I thought
I've seen it on
TN did
YouTube,
it.
man.
TN didn't do it.
TN has
I
never
thought-
done any. I looked, but yeah, I mean, the judge. There are Hornady rounds for it. There are like PDX rounds. I don't know about PDX, but there are some hollow points for it. But I've never seen a gel ballistic test. I've seen expansion tests and I've seen bottle tests, which I don't trust. But I've never seen anybody shoot a gel. So
I hate to interrupt this with a gun purchase question, but the gun I have on my screen right now, would you sell an AR pistol to buy this?
No.
Wait.
Hold
on.
What is that?
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
A SIG what?
I can't
That's an
see
X5, like single action only S5. So yeah, I mean X5. Yeah, I'd do that. Yeah.
I'm thinking of selling my AR pistol to buy this.
Because those things don't. They look like a 9 or a 40.
Did you get your Striker 1 or whatever it's called?
Strike one?
They have not called me to tell me it's in from customs yet. I'm about ready to call them. They said it'd be the 15th at the latest, maybe sooner. And it's what, the 20th now?
Yep, it is now.
I don't know why you like
Yankee,
this.
that's-
What's so good about this one? Is it like not
Yankee,
made?
It's a single action only P220.
made in Germany.
Yeah.
It should be made in Germany too by some like special gunsmiths, but it's single action only, so it's like a 1911.
Oh, yeah,
Well, what
check-
caliber is it?
This one I think is a 40.
If it's a P220, it should be
Do you
45.
carry it
right?
around, or just say that you own it, or what's the point of it?
9mm. It's the 9mm.
Yeah, I would get the 9. Well, I'm sure it's more accurate than any SIG that's ever been built. You know what I mean? So that's
So
probably
it's
what.
for the range to be accurate, or is it for carrying, or is it an investment? I don't understand.
They're for like competition. I just want to own it.
It's for the range, dude.
For the
It's for the range.
It's to
It's
give
for the
you
range.
a boner when you carry it.
I wouldn't care. I don't know if I'd care. It's for the range to try to like knock the X off of a target like consistently and have fun with it. You know?
Okay.
But an AR pistol, what is that for? That could be for shit hits.
Yeah, it just seems like 2 rolls.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah,
you
but
getting an
I've got
AK
my-
pistol?
But I've got my little. I'm going to buy an AK pistol eventually, and I've got my little 16-inch barrel Vepr, which I would grab way before I'd ever grab that AR pistol.
Well,
Then it sounds like it's a done
AR
deal.
pistol? Do you have a brace on that pistol?
Yeah, I do.
Well, these X5s are like what? What are they? $2,500?
The entry like this one's only like $1,700.
Okay, because it's like that's a lot. Yeah, it's not an average SIG, that's for sure.
You're risking Chris's life by saying numbers like that right in front of him.
What?
1,700? I thought they were 2,000.
I didn't hear that. What?
Well, some are like the match ones and stuff. Someone's saying hello.
Oh, bad luck, everybody. Look away, look away.
No.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the X5 is fun.
Did he get bigger from yesterday?
She is growing awful fast. She's growing awful big. She was just a tiny little kitty. Now she's getting big. Getting big,
Better
aren't
watch out. Pretty soon
Are you
she's going to be
exploiting that cat in your videos?
you? And guess what I did today? She said, I'm just a baby, and guess what I did?
Killed something.
I killed a mouse today.
Good job.
Mouser, nice.
She came in so proud, just prancing in with a big old dead mouse in her mouth.
And then proceeded to play with it.
You just find it?
No, she got it in the garage. She chased it down. She made quite a ruckus, killing it too.
Oh, okay, good.
She was like, because I've got a storage room, a little building, like a little closet over here underneath our stairwell, and there's a bunch of boxes in there, and I know there's mice in there because I've heard them, and there's an entry, like an entry well to the to the foundation under the house, and I know they get through that because there's a little hole cut for cables to come up through for cable and satellite, and I know that hole is big enough for them to crawl through, so I know they're coming in and out from their house into this little thing in here and eating the cat food. Well, I guess a mouse decided to come up and eat cat food at the wrong time today because she chased him back into the boxes in the storeroom and just tore the place up getting him.
She did her job. Good deal.
And she's not a mouse.
I wish Daniel was here. I wanted to ask him if he can load 45 ACP bullets in 45 long Colt.
Into the same shell, you mean?
Yeah. Probably not.
I think the length is too far off, yeah?
I think their length is wrong, yeah.
Yeah.
And
But,
isn't the
it shouldn't
45
matter
long Colt
too
skinnier, though, too?
Huh?
If you're putting a smaller bullet in there, what does it matter as long as you got the powder right? Because it's not like it has to headspace off the bullet or feed or anything. It's going into a cylinder that you physically put it in, so
Okay.
length or anything shouldn't matter, right?
Yep. So yeah, thinking if I got a judge, it'll also encourage me to freaking reload like a 45 Colt, and if I carry it, I'll probably just carry it with 3 rounds of 410s and 3 rounds of long Colt.
What, are you going to carry it for CCW, you mean?
Yeah, I can carry it. I carried bigger guns than that. Shit.
Well, yeah, but effective guns. Come on, that gun's a novelty.
What's the rifling like on that, G-Webs?
I don't know. They must have some.
Well,
People usually
I know
put
you
themselves
put out
on
like
fire.
2 or 3 videos.
What gun are
Yeah,
y'all
but they're
talking
usually
about?
shooting out their car window or whatever.
Talking about
Those are the
Taurus,
videos I've seen.
We
Taurus
talking
Judge.
about, talking about carrying what? The Taurus Judge? Oh, don't carry that thing. That gun's a novelty. Only
I
way
thought you were talking about it for snakes or something.
Yeah, I would only carry
Carjackers.
We shot my father-in-law's from a vise and could not get like a 12-inch group at like 10 yards.
I would say if you're going to carry it, at least have another gun with you, because that thing is pointless.
Alright.
5 shots later and you're empty.
Okay, another judge then. So I carry cowboy gun in 357 Magnum. So if I get encouraged to carry long Colts, I'll probably just get another cowboy gun.
Or find a Ruger.
What about 44? I had a lot of fun.
Wait. If you want
loading
44, if you want 45 Colt in double action, get find one of the Ruger Redhawks that they made in the 45 long
Heck
Colt.
yeah. And then if you're reloading, you're putting it in a thing that can. I mean, it's possible to break it, I guess, but you're putting it into a solid gun, man.
A tank.
Yeah.
And the barrel's gonna be longer too. You're gonna be more accurate with it out of a Ruger for sure.
All right, let's see how much a Ruger Red Hawk is. Let's see here.
Try and find one used, Chris. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I know, but how it is. Hardest to find used. Here's the thing, in my experience. I mean, if I find them at a store used, fine. But a lot of times, if I try to say gun broker and stuff like that, or even Guns America, it's like people want to get like me. When I sold my M14, I made a profit. People want to make a profit when they sell a gun.
What's the name of that town where J&G is? It's the western town over there.
Prescott. I go there all the
guarantee you can find one and use in a shop up there. I mean, I might be talking out my ass, but
That's
I
a
would
2-hour
think
drive.
that town. I hear you. I'd probably make some calls before I went, or make sure that you were going to see Huck or something.
Hey, Chris, are you going to Big Sandy next weekend?
What? I don't have the time or the
I'm
vacation.
jealous.
I wish I could go
I'm
to Big
jealous.
Sandy. I ain't got
I
the
wanna-
time to leave this.
Yeah.
Are you going to Big Sandy?
I'm not excited yet.
We got to talk him into it, Chris, somehow. Because otherwise, who's going to have videos of it if you don't, G-Webs?
Oh, I probably wouldn't even do that many videos if I went. If I went, I would plan on talking to some of my friends up there and talking about the event and why they do it and why it's they've been doing it for 10 years now. I don't care about shooting guns. There's too many people filming people shooting guns. I've already done that.
The cheapest gun I can get for 45 Colt is a Heritage Rough Rider, the 350. Now
That's about the same price as their 357.
A Ruger for 350?
No,
Heritage
a
Rough Rider.
Heritage Rough Rider.
Oh.
Now a Red Hawk. This is getting a little thicker. This is getting a little thicker here. The numbers are getting thicker.
Oh yeah.
Don't freak out. Where are you looking?
Getting thicker.
Yeah. Deep breaths.
Are you
Deep
going
breaths.
to Buds or are you going to like?
Oh, Slick Guns doesn't even have one. Hold on. All they have are Blackhawks. Hold on.
Well, you want single action, right?
Well, yeah, single action, I can get a Blackhawk.
Do any of you guys ever use Gun Watcher to look up stuff?
I don't look up anything anymore. I can't afford guns. I'm not like Chris. I can't buy guns all the time.
Shut up. I bought what? 4 guns this year.
Damn.
No, man, I bought this.
I sold.
You're out.
I sold 5 guns this year.
Oh, no, wait. I think I traded a gun this year with you.
Yeah.
I might have bought 1 gun. or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can think of one right off the top of my head that I want that you just bought not too long ago, or at least I thought you bought it.
Which one? Which one?
41. When G-Webs bought the 41, that was you
Oh,
did
the
buy
41?
that, right?
I guess technically.
Sorry,
That
didn't mean to
doesn't
call
count
you
as a
out.
clock. That doesn't count though. 'Cause it's a
Well,
clock. And it didn't have a 45 clock, so it doesn't count double.
Motherfucker.
oh yeah,
J&G
then you made a 45. Oh, go. Sorry.
J&G made only 145. Well, yes, 145 long Colt phone. Gun, and that's a freaking Judge.
Wow.
Oh, it's just.
Well, it'll be a single action then.
How much is the Judge?
$450.
I'd say somewhere between
kinda
4 and
lot.
5.
But the thing is, on a Judge, it's half plat. Well, I guess I think of the plastic one. I guess some of them are metal, right? But even
No,
then, they're
most of them are
aluminum.
metal.
But they're aluminum, so I'm just saying that's not as beefy a gun if you're going to be reloading and whatnot. Shoot them through a massive.
Yeah. I'll just get a single action. Somebody should, other than lever guns, long Colts should be used more often on, like modern revolvers. I mean, people keep saying, oh, it's 30 Special 37 Magnum, but
I think it's too long. I think that's the part. They want to have a shorter gun, and that requires a big cylinder, and then that, you probably can't go too short a barrel on that gun. I guess you can. I've seen Derringers that shoot 45-70.
oh yeah, and what do they call this? I mean, it's a 44 Magnum. Any
If they
shorter?
did one, I bet if they did one where it was just the cylinder, like basically a Derringer concept, the bullet's just coming out, but it would revolve 5 times or 6 times. That'd be awesome.
If you want to pay about $350 for a blemished Taurus, you can go to either Firearms for Sale or Bud's Gun Shop for about $350 for one of the Judges.
I don't have that many FFLs here that will do Bud's Gun Shop. So.
You see this
Well,
guy?
the other one is Firearms for Sale.
This guy I got up right here, Chris.
Hmm?
Double action single.
Is that a Ruger?
Double action single action 45 Colt.
Nice.
That's
How much?
beautiful.
Do you still have that one?
No, you should. I wish I still did. That's one gun I
I've never
regret.
had a 45 Colt.
You should get one. You should look up one of those.
Ruger Red Hawk, huh?
Yep.
I've shot Red Hawks before in 44 Magnum.
I don't know if there's any on Gunbroker. Let me look and see.
That's going to be more expensive than a Blackhawk, though, no?
Actually, it wasn't that bad.
Well, they're not that bad. I bought my 44 for like $350 used. I bought more than one.
They're
I bought
new-
all my revolvers for $350-ish.
They're in the 17 range, I think. But
Would you purchase a EAA anything? Because I see a EAA Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
But that's single action.
Let me. You have a blink?
I'm link retarded.
Ruger Red Hawk. Oh, hello. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. 454 Casuls can shoot.
Oh, yeah. That's what you
45
want.
volts.
Yeah.
Yes.
How much is that?
$550. But that's
Yeah,
like
sweet.
but that's just, I think that's a beginner's bid. I'm on Guns America.
what gun is that?
$454.
Ruger Super Red Hawk and 454 Cazul.
Yeah, but those are the ugliest fucking gun with that great big barrel. It looks like a pipe sticking out of the gun.
Yeah.
Out of the end of the, it's like sticking a barrel out of the end of a snubbing.
454? You're thinking of the 45, I think. The 454 is like that too?
Yeah, it looks like a pipe sticking out of an Alaskan.
Oh.
Where are you?
It looks like someone stuck an iron pipe up an Alaskan's ass.
Here's the link. That'll give me that'll just tempt me to reload 454 Casuls.
Now
Here you
that
go.
right there, that have you fired that already? Has anybody here fired one of those? The 454?
Yep.
Yankee has.
Oh, I know. What
Compare
you're
that
talking
to
about.
your 460 and your 500, Yankee, please.
500 shoots softer, 460 is harder.
Yeah, that looks. I don't know why they came up with that. They're like, well, people don't care what the guns look like, really, so let's just make it look like this. It's like they had to go out of their way to screw with it to make it look like that.
I'm not seeing
And
any
it just
45
makes you realize that
You
it's
know
a
it had
Ruger
a
too.
rib. It had a rib, and they cut the damn thing off. It
Well,
was
there's
there.
one here, but they want like $800 for it.
Suck my cock.
The smooth cylinder's pretty good, though. Grip is stupid.
Every time somebody asks me wants me to shell out an exorbitant amount of money, I just tell them to suck my cock. So.
What's Mike Hawk got to do about this?
Now, how many takers have you had, though, Chris? Let's be honest.
Well, no money. Yeah, $779.
That don't sound out of whack, though, for a new one. That
Yeah,
sounds
but
about right.
My range is not. I won't even spend that on a freaking rifle. I won't spend that on an AR. Okay. I'll find a way to get a $600 AR.
You probably build one these days. I mean, I know you definitely could build one for that, but
Yeah, I gave up on 223.556. So.
You're a 7.62 guy these
Yep,
days,
I'm
right?
a 7.62 guy. Yep. The minute I found out that I can have a cheaper gun with cheaper ammo on it and has better reliability than my freaking Mini 14, hell yeah. And I have more
Definitely
access.
makes more frequent trips to the range, that's for sure.
And more access to, and then what do you call this? And more access to more mags instead of having to look for mags under $25. So and most of them are pro mags and they're mixed. I only had like 7 mags total I was able to acquire cheaply for the Mini 14. It was like 20 rounds here, 30 rounds there, and some of them didn't even work. But
Well, that's the problem, is that those Mini 14 mags are inherently expensive.
yeah, $28 for an actual
Pricey.
$28 for a Ruger. You know, it's like, yeah, we now have it's like still kind of like not going against Bill Ruger's philosophy, but still kind of in line with his thinking. Yeah, we'll give you we'll now give you high capacity mags. You're gonna pay for it though. I still don't want you to have it.
Ask Yankee what he's paying for his Gunsight Scout rifle. Ask him what those mags cost for a Ruger.
They ain't cheap.
That's what, $58, $60 per mag, something like that.
The cheapest I've ever found them, I think, is like $48.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, somebody at the range had one next to me in a bay over when I was at the range on last Saturday, and I asked him, and he's only able to get those out here. Where he's like, yeah, man, it's like $58. I'm like, that's kind of ridiculous. He goes, yeah, but it shoots great. The gun itself, obviously not the magazine. It's just hard to have 10 of them, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if it's a you don't need 10. You only need a couple.
I'm gonna have to find a sucker that'll sell me a Red Hawk for under $400. A complete fucking sucker.
Oh, come on.
Find some little old lady take advantage.
Go to the Tucson gun shops then. It might be worth your time coming down here because
It might be, because,
something's changed. I paid $350-ish for my reused revolvers.
I might go down there.
I'll look around and send you some pictures.
In November. I might go down to Tucson in November just to look around because I was told there's powder there. So, might as well
Go buy it. Then you're gonna be pissed.
Huh?
I'm gonna go buy it. Then you'll be pissed.
You're gonna buy it and you're gonna buy it and you're gonna give it to me.
And I'm gonna gouge the shit out of it.
You're gonna buy it. No. You're gonna buy it. You're gonna give it to me. That's what you're gonna do.
Swoop and pull.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Why the fuck, when you search for something, why does it show up if it doesn't exist anymore? I never understood why when you search for something and it comes up in your search, the image is right there in your search, and you click on it like, this webpage doesn't exist anymore. Then why the fuck did it come up on the search?
Because there's still a thumbnail of it, but maybe not a page, right? Isn't that how that works?
Motherfuckers.
The echoes of it.
Yeah, like residual. Yeah, exactly. I've definitely had that happen on the image on Google when you do the images and stuff like that. Like I tried looking up that Medusa one time. I didn't. Is that just really truly a rare revolver? Like there was short manufacture, like only a few out there. Nobody
From the
sells them when
story,
they
Remington bought everything and shit canned it.
said, "Fuck you, you
Something like
can't
that.
have it."
Something like that. I forget the details, but maybe not Remington. They didn't make revolvers. Somebody bought it, or Nike. Was that the guy? I might be mixing it up with that 308.
Have you ever? Okay.
I
Oh,
only
that
learned about
rifle.
some of those when I have a chance to look at them. Yeah, so I'm thinking I might be mixing up some of those.
Was that one you did in your video? Was that one that was for sale out of the shop you go to, or was that just some buddies that actually had one?
That one's for sale. It got sold. I forget who now.
What'd they get for it?
$6,000.
Fuck.
They're rare.
I could not, in good conscience, buy one of those then, unless I win the lotto or something like that.
All right,
That's
so
just-
one of the people I know, I won't use names, I'll just say one of the people I know, I guess if you read a lot of our shit, you'd know who I'm talking about, was the curator of Knights Industries Museum. So, you know, Knights Industries rails and weapons and whatnot, they make all kinds of stuff, small arms, whatever,
Yep.
bigger than small arms, right? So the guy who owns that, I guess, or maybe the company, I don't know the details, has a museum, and this guy was the curator. So right there you got people all over the place that are just in the industry at the level where they got cash that are maintaining collections. So that kind of stuff that's collectible, like, you know, there's only a certain amount, and it's, according to the stuff I read about it, which was interesting because it's an article from like Survival or SWAT magazine, like some magazine that was about the subject back then. And it wasn't just like guns and ammo, it was like some article about like Soldier Fortune, like they were digging into the company and whatnot, and his whole, like, that he'd been fighting in Africa, Rhodesia or wherever. Anyway, it was all about how it was the first, like, extruded aluminum, and it was 7075 or whatever it is, or 7076 or whatever. So it's
super strong, beefy.
Yeah, exactly. Like the best stuff that they could do. It wasn't just like they're making it out of aluminum to save money. And anyway, so it was just interesting that it seemed like it was probably had some placeholder in the evolution of firearms going into the newer stuff. Or at least it's maybe a relevant dead end or something. Like, here's what proves this won't work. Take it
Alright,
easy,
guys,
Chris.
I'm actually out of here, so see you guys later.
See you, but
Have a good one,
thanks,
Chris.
I knew he wasn't going to want to go. Well, maybe he wants to go, but I knew he wasn't going to go.
Gotta get you some tires or rent a car, G.
Yeah, I don't know. I got other things. Here, I wish I can't. Right, and then right, and do. Are you reading the side?
Yes. Yeah, that's a pickle.
So that's where they're at. So my friends or whatever, not my friends, another client of mine had this deal, and then they're like, nope. So I'm like, all right. And then, big deal. That's not my deal. But then they wanted that, and I'm like, all right, why am I doing this? Like, for my own shits and giggles or what? And they're like, yeah, for how about? And I'm like, well, I ain't got time. What the hell? I'm not independently wealthy.
Right.
So anyway, I got no reason to believe.
You're not sponsored.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I am, but people like the people they just screwed, and it they give me a couple of $100 once in a while, not like I'm making a living off of it. So anyway, that's all I'm saying is like I kind of want to go, but then on the other hand, it's like then I'm just doing them a favor or whatever. And I don't know. I don't get paid for the videos anymore, so it's like I don't mind going, but I've been there before. Yeah, exactly. And being put in that position is like, what's the potential? I already know that they do that,
Well, and you, like you just said, you've already been there. You've been to other shoots like that and everything like that. You know,
They shook hands with this
so
other
it's not a
guy.
first.
It's not like I have any confidence that even after they shook hands that it would go through. So anyway, that's why I'm just like, yeah, I'm kind of like, if it would have been like Chris was like, oh shit, I'd go if somebody drove me, and then Huck was like, I'd go if somebody drove, then all right, I'll get a rental car and we'll do it. But for me to
Because
just
then
drive
you're
up there
also
on my
sharing
own,
the experience too. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. If it's a
And-
thing to do, sure, but not, like I say, not just to go up there.
I gotcha, and that makes sense.
I mean, if I did, I
And
could have
like
just
you
rented a car and gone on to Georgia if I had the time and effort, just to go drive around on weekends and shit. But I cover shifts or try to.
Yeah, you still got a regular JOB to handle.
Yeah.
That shootout at Eric's or whatever, that looked pretty sweet, dude.
Really? See, I didn't really. I mean, I like it. I really do, but it's not my thing. I don't really.
Yeah, see, it's not my thing either. They invite me to those things. I think just more or less because of happen to be in a
To be polite.
that has a certain number of subs, so to be polite, they invite me. But I have no desire to do that.
It
Well,
definitely
see, my
seemed like
thing would
fun or
be-
whatever. But I've shot. all
I've
that
never
shit.
I've never shot full auto yet. And if somebody else is supplying the ammo and stuff like that was one of my theories for my taxes. It's like, you guys can spend my taxes on whatever you want, you fuckers, but like when that C-130 goes up and they're doing maneuvers, I want to be in the jump seat. When the Coast Guard goes out and they're going to light up that 50 on the bow, I want a little bit of trigger time. I would feel way less worse about them pissing away my tax dollars if I knew that, I could get a little certificate that said, hey, this guy, I mean, I've already passed all my background checks or whatever, right? To purchase firearms, so they know that I'm not a fucking criminal. I know it's ridiculous and it would never happen. I'm just
What, you
saying.
mean, like if they had a military open house or something and let people pull triggers? They used to do that.
Well, something like that. I was just saying, to not feel so bad about wasting my tax dollars. If some of my tax dollars went for some of the ammo, or like I said, some trigger time, or to go up in the C-130, or some stuff like that, I probably could look the other way when they spend $500 on toilet seats and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know why you want the government to do it. I thought we were talking about Eric's thing. no tax.
Oh, well, no, I guess I was just saying that I've never had a opportunity to fire full auto or anything like that. So I was just extrapolating it to the next.
I gotcha.
But that is one of the main reasons I would love to go to a shoot like that out at Eric's.
Well, see, the Eric's thing was more of a YouTube thing and like a big get-together network. There's I don't know what to call it. There's stuff that you deal with when you're a YouTube person, especially if you're a YouTube person trying to grow a channel so that you can attract people to help support you, so that you can make the channel even bigger and have some sort of direction and have a bigger plan and make that happen. So I mean, back when it was YouTube paying us, then we would all get together and talk about what strategies made the most money or whatever, or like when to put up videos, what software we were using. But now there's like a billion variables to it. So I can totally see Eric's thing being super beneficial for everybody, the audience especially, because not only do they have footage of that's great, but they all know people now, so they're all going to be able to go off and make their channels bigger, hopefully. So it's totally cool. It's just that I'm not trying to make my channel big like that. So I'd rather go to Sandy, and I know people that bring their freaking trailer truckloads full of shit up there because that's what they do twice a year. They don't have mobile homes. They don't have motorcycles. They live in Arizona because twice a year they go up there and shoot the shit out of that mountainside. So I'd rather go up there, and there's like the audience or whatever, I guess they're trying to foster, but it ain't never going to happen. It's 2 hours of driving through the desert to drive off-road for a few miles to be at a place without shitters. So it's not going to be the same thing as driving an hour off into an airport, right? So
they don't really promote it to that degree, right?
They're trying to. That's what I said in the side chat or whatever. But then all I'm saying is I'd much rather sit and talk to those guys who I know and talk to them about why they bought this particular. Like I don't know if you've seen my videos from there. Like Teo goes and takes video of the thing shooting, and people love the shit out of it because who doesn't like watching a thing blow up, especially in slow motion, right? But I go there and talk to my friend who bought a Mod Deuce with his SOT, and how the fuck he bought an FN Mod Deuce from fucking FN, and he just fucking owns it. And I get 1,000 views because no one gives a shit. Because I shot it a few times, but I didn't make it all fancy or whatever. I think the story that you can just go buy an FN from fucking FN or a Mod Deuce from FN, it's pretty fucking cool. And
yeah, that's amazing.
Pick it up twice a year and shoot the shit out of a mountain. There's like 55-gallon drums full of dynamite we're shooting at. So that kind of stuff is fun, and I think that's the fun part of Sandy. And I guess that's contrary to trying to get a big crowd out there. I don't know if they really want a big crowd, but I guess if they're
because the bigger the crowd, the more idiots potential you got too.
Well, it turns it into a Yahoo event, yeah, like Knob Creek or whatever, which is great. But Knob Creek is like right off the damn road. You can get a hotel and stuff. So I don't know if it'll
Have
ever
you
get
been
like
to
that.
Knob Creek?
No, I've tried one
of the
year
Knob Creeks?
when we had money to do it. It costs more money to go to Knob Creek than it did for us to bring like everybody to Florida. It was crazy because the hotels were so expensive.
Well, then there it is.
I think most people go
If
Knob
you
Creek
could
to
set up
drive
a
it.
shoot,
Right in
if
the
you
middle of all
could
that
set up,
population.
yeah, that's true too. If you could set up a shoot though, I was kind of, I'm not trying to pick your brain too much, but what would you like to see, or how would you like to see it set up?
I don't know. I don't think I could, because the only way to really do it good would be to do it like Eric did. And why would I want to compete with him? He's doing it great.
Well, maybe instead of a competition, it would be a companion to it, so to speak.
I hear you. Then there's the military ones that already exist, and I'm not a military guy like that, so I'm not going to try to compete with those. So I don't know what my niche would be like. The Sandy, dude. It would be people that just own hardcore shit and go whale on the side of a mountain with it once in a while. But it already exists. I don't have to promote it. It already happens.
It's like you talking about how it's great for people who want to grow their channels and stuff, but it's so hard. People seem to have this real problem understanding the fact when they call me and say to me like, hey, this would be great for your channel, and I'm like, my goal is not to grow my channel. My channel's not there as a business. It's not there for me to enlarge it to some standard where I finally feel like I'm doing something. My channel is purely there for me to indulge my desire to run my mouth and say what I want to say. So,
An outlet for fun.
Yeah, and I'm not about going out there and being connected to the industry and, getting stuff from the industry or being part of some greater thing. It's just for me to run my mouth. That's all it is. And some people just don't understand that. That maybe my goal for my channel is not the same as Tac Daddy's goal or, Guns 101 or whatever they want to call it. Their goals are great. That's fine. I love people that want to be involved in the industry. I don't want to be an industry person.
And I don't have a problem being in the industry. And I am trying to make money. It's just I'm not trying to do it in the same way as everybody else, I don't think.
Yeah, you've got a different goal for your channel than they do.
With that said, if I had the cash, I probably would have drove over there. But driving across Texas sucks. I would have wanted
Texas
at least done
is
something else.
I'm just not social. I'm just not very social. I tend to like.
Yeah, I would not have gone well with the whole let's take a shit ton of pictures of each other. No, thanks. Not interested.
I don't need pictures.
Well, yeah, you'd have had to have the black bar or the pixelation or.
No, I've been around these things. People aren't stupid about it. It's just that. No. I don't know. I think it was better than Media Day. It sounded way better than Media Day for sure. And I think it was probably more. Whatever Media Days tried to accomplish, it probably happened times 1,000 at Eric's shoot because it wasn't.
It definitely seemed like people had more actual fun. Like they weren't necessarily there to do reviews or get their
it wasn't like a job, exactly.
magazine or whatever. They were there to, have a good time. Yes, meet some vendors and network like that for sure. I'm just jealous because we don't have none of that shit out here. I don't even think I can get a GSSF match set up out here, man. But we do have some IPSC and some SAS. I guess look to do any of that.
You can do some sort of virtual one at some point, maybe. Do you remember back
one
in
of the
day,
places
they had
that
virtual hunting things on the web? It was like a big controversy for a while. They would set up guns with like remote control. It was back when webcams were cool and you could take over a webcam and point it at stuff. And then they figured out they could put a rifle on one of those systems, and then they would shoot at
and
stuff,
pull
and then
the
you could
trigger.
hunt even. Yeah.
I don't know how I'd, man, because, you know, if for hunting, and it makes me think of Yankees story, that, you know, you got to take the one good shot. So I don't know how I would necessarily feel about that with you know, the ability to get a clean shot, so to speak.
I don't remember how they dealt with it. I remember they were trying to do it or something. I think they did it a few times. Crazy.
Probably until PETA or something, you know,
everybody
tried
freaked
to
out.
protest them or something.
Everybody freaked out. That was a long time ago, too.
Well, and technically back in the day when they had those webcams like that, couldn't you hack one through the radio frequency or something like that?
I don't know. I remember they were a lot of fun, though. Some of them you had to wait in line for, and then you'd get a hold of it, and you could point it at stuff. There was telescopes you could look at stuff with.
That would definitely seem
around. There was all those weather or like traffic cams too, where you could take over control when they weren't doing the news and look at stuff around towns.
Oh, what's going on over here? Oh, it's clear and sunny. Shit, it's raining.
You still here, Yankee?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I'm gonna pick your brain on health food shit again.
Okay.
So, the whole eating throughout the days is a concept that everybody agrees is the way to go. Keeps your metabolism going.
Yep.
So, does it matter if you start screwing around with like, you wake up, eat some oatmeal, a little while later you eat a bar or whatever, a little while later you eat lunch, a little while later you eat a shake, a little while later you eat dinner, and a little while later you eat some kind of snack and you quit eating. So, if you switch it around, eat dinner here and a shake there and all that, does that screw with it, or do you try to keep it the same all the time?
A lot of people will actually say it's better to mix it up a little bit, because if you follow too severe of a schedule, your body starts to adjust.
That's what I was thinking.
You lose weight slower. So a lot of health people will actually tell you, mix it up. Have your big meal for breakfast one day, and then have it for lunch the next, then have it for dinner the next day, and never give your body a chance to know, when it should turn on and off for stuff. And always, your best thing is to always kind of schedule your exercise around your big meals. Like after you've had a big meal, exercise a little bit. Don't have to do like all your exercise at one time. Do your exercise relative to what calories you just took in. That way your body knows, okay, I took in this much, but I used it, so there's no reason to go into, no reason, I don't have to store all that. And then, but then don't eat like a Cliff Bar and nothing else, and then go out and do a big run, because then your body will go like, wow, I didn't get hardly any calories, and I'm burning a lot. I got to shut down, non-essential systems and start conserving calories. So always kind of keep things relative.
So if you can't change when you're exercising, you do want to keep your food more consistent then.
If you can't change when you're going to exercise, I would. But it doesn't got to be a lot of exercise. I mean, if like I'll eat, like earlier I ate a bowl of cereal, and I shouldn't really eat sugared cereals because of my blood sugar, etc. So I ate a bowl of cereal. It was 200 calories. I got on the treadmill, burnt 200 calories. Took my blood sugar, it was 95, because I used up those calories that I just took in, that sugar that I just took in.
Yeah, I don't got a treadmill though. It'd be a pain in the ass. Like, oh, I ate, now I have to go walk around or whatever.
Yeah.
Where does just maintaining a higher level of activity, not necessarily exercising, but or exercising like at the gym or whatever, if you can just maintain a higher activity level? Can that fall in place?
Well, I mean, if you burn more calories than you take in, you're going to do fine.
Well, I'm definitely not burning more than I take in or whatever, and I can't change that. I mean, if your fucking job is to sit there, you have to sit there.
Yeah, you got to sit there if that's your job.
I went out and bought a shit ton of different bars, though. Do you do those, or do you just...
No, I don't do any bars or anything. Mainly because I just can't stand them. I just don't like them. So
Yeah.
I mean, my son loves them. I buy them for him because he likes to eat them. He just eats them as a snack, like after school.
What can you get them?
I'm getting those like not Cliff bars. They're like these 90-calorie snack bars. I get him those. They're like some of them are like chocolate chip cookie, and some of them are like lemon bars. And then I get him the they're like granola bars, but they're like strawberry and crap like that. I mean, I'm gonna go and look at the drawer here. Let me see what they are.
So you don't go to like a health food store, though. You're not worried about it.
If anything, you go to that health food store, you're just going to end up overpaying for something that you might be able to get at the grocery store. Comparable.
That's why I've got like $70 worth probably altogether just to try a bunch of different flavors and try the different types, because some of them I'm sure are just candy bars.
It's like
Well,
he likes like these ones. He likes like these Special K bars that are like the strawberry Special K bars and stuff. He likes those.
So it's more than a granola bar because they add stuff to them.
And he really likes these things, like the fiber ones. They have like cinnamon coffee cake and lemon cake and stuff. He likes to have these things around his snacks, because this is what he'll have one of these for a snack after school.
Well, because I guess when you guys, Stone Guy, and you were saying about that, I always just eat one meal, and then if I eat something else, it's like a handful of peanuts or something. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm trying to spread out the thing, trying to keep the metabolism going or whatever. So I figured the bars would be a good way to be able to like keep them in the bag and in the glove box or something. That way, if I'm out, I can be like, oh shit, I should eat something and eat crap or whatever. I have something there.
Yeah, that was my big mistake. I used to always just not eat anything all day long and then just gorge late that night. That was the worst thing I could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did for like 40 years.
Sorry. I'm with you on that, though. Trying to, I find that if I eat a big breakfast, try and, I don't know, have fruit or something like that. But now I got to be careful watching my sugar intake and stuff like that.
The sugar from fruit you gotta watch? That would suck.
No, I mean, not necessarily just that. I just mean I got to keep an eye on the sugar in general. I was borderline for the diabetes, so I need to pay more attention than I do, because I don't want to cross over into the dark side,
Yeah. Like I'm always, it's like I said, I ate that cereal, so I'd get on the treadmill for 20 minutes, and then my blood sugar after I got on the treadmill, and it was like 95, so I'm like, okay, great. That means I burnt it off before it damaged me.
When's the last time you had a Pepsi?
Day before yesterday.
All right. When's the last time you passed a stone?
I haven't passed a stone in probably 8 months.
Did you start drinking less cola?
That Pepsi that I drank the day before yesterday is the one Pepsi I've had in the last month.
That's man, the first time anyway, I don't think we're having this talk. Never mind. Sorry.
I live on this shit right here. I mean, I live on this, the Sunkist 10, and I live on that Propel Fitness Water.
Okay.
Oh, I just found out you can get those, I like Vitamin Water. You can get the extracts of those things now, so you can just use regular water and only have to buy the juice part.
I do that with the Crystal Light, the lemonade, Crystal Light lemonade. It comes in.
I've known about them, but now the electrolyte replacement kind of drinks, you can get that.
Yeah,
I mean, I do the same thing with my Crystal when we go skating, when we go roller skating, so that I don't drink Pepsi roller skating. Although I can, that's when I did drink my Pepsi, was roller skating. I can drink it when I'm roller skating because I burn 1,200 calories roller skating for 2 hours, so I can drink a Pepsi while I'm doing that if I want because I burn it right off. But every now and then I'll be like, well, I don't even want to waste my calorie on Pepsi, so I'll take those little packets of Crystal Light, just get a bottle of water, pour it in it, and shake it up and drink that. Those little packet things, those little extract
Shit,
bottles.
1,200 calories from roller skating around?
Oh, yeah. And at 2 hours of roller skating burns 1,200 calories.
How many miles is that? You have any idea?
Oh, quite a bit. Quite a few.
And thank you for posting that fall like last week or whatever. When that chick turned around, it looked like it hurt her almost as much as it hurt you.
When she heard me hit the ground, you see her, she goes, "Oh my God!" And it turns around. She's like, "You."
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, my son just happened to be taping right at the right time. That was a good fall too. I hit the ground hard.
I think you bounced your head, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I hit the ground. I was moving pretty quick, and I went to spin around, and my shoelace got right under my back wheel.
Well, that'll do it.
And so my feet just stopped moving, and my whole body did not stop moving. So I just went at a full tilt straight down onto my back. And when you're going down that hard, like people would think they can hold themselves in a car wreck without, against the steering wheel. You can't. Your body weight moving that fast is just way more than you can hold. So my head snapped back and hit the wood flooring, just wham. So it was not a pleasant.
I was gonna suggest wearing a helmet, but I know that ain't your style.
No, I don't even wear the wrist braces and stuff. I need to start wearing the wrist braces.
Yeah, you mess that up, you're not gonna be able to go to the range. I don't know, for some reason, though, I can see you in some 70s roller derby garb out there, though.
I wish I could skate like some of those guys that get out there and get into that shit, though. There's some guys there, they can skate.
I think I'm about your height or a little taller, and I gotta admit to you, I don't like falling from this height, just standing up. It ain't cool.
No, it ain't fun. Trust me. I've hit the ground hard more than once. Okay, all right. I've made the decision. I'm buying that freaking X5 if they answer my question.
This is off a private seller or something?
No, it's actually from a dealer. But it says it's.
What was the actual question?
Well, the gun is 10 rounds, and I'm sure that's just because it has a California compliant magazine in it.
Right.
And I'm just calling to make sure of that. I'm like, they didn't fuck with the gun in any way, did they? It's like this, not like a shorter grip or anything. So I don't want to buy it and find out, oh yeah, our gunsmith shortened the grip, and it only takes a 10-round magazine there.
What's the other SIG that's like the X5, but it's like just almost as expensive? Is it the Classic or?
Well, there's five. There's X5 Classic, X5 Entry, X5 Competition, X5 All Around. There's all different types of X5s.
Was it a 210 maybe? Does that sound right?
Well, there is one. There's a 210. That's a little different gun. That's one of the ones got like the slide mounted inside the frame and.
But that one's is about the same price range. Is kind of what I mean.
It's pricey and it's a blued gun. They're blue. They're not available in stainless. At least I've never seen stainless. They look more like an old-timey kind of target gun.
Yeah, long barrel, nice wood grips.
Yeah, external frame. The frame wraps up around the slide instead of the other way around. Kind of an old-timey looking hammer, a big old-timey looking trigger. Just kind of weird looking gun, but people love it.
Kind of looks a little heavy.
It is a little heavy. I got to shoot one. It looks a little narrow too. It's almost got like what I call when some guns have pencil dick syndrome, where they look a little thick at the beginning, and then the front of the gun just doesn't look like it's as thick as it should be for the grip and back of the gun. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about that one you took a picture of, or you showed us a picture of before?
What is that? It comes with.
It's just like instead of having just a dust cover down there, they just added a big lug for like weight distribution or something.
I wonder if that's a nickel coated one or if that's actually stainless. Oh, well, here, let me find a picture of one here. There's a picture of one right here. View image. Here's the P210, right? Wait, where's my page? Where are you all at? There you are. Here's the P210. Right there. See how it's real thick and everything back in the grip and everything, and then it's got the little thin, long front end.
Yeah. Like those wood grips seem to make it real thick.
But
and those serrations on it are pretty wild too.
There's this picture here, though. I see in this picture, I'm like, wow, is that actually a stainless one or is that nickeled? But that's pretty cool looking.
If it's stainless, would you change your mind? Or would you want to more stick with the X25?
You'd be able to find one of these if it was stainless, so it wouldn't matter. I'd still get the X25.
Would any of you own the Kunin on a totally different note?
Nah. I mean, I would own it if someone gave it to me, but it's nothing I will pay for because it's just not comfortable.
Is that the 357?
Yeah. That 357 Magnum 1911 style single action.
I never researched it, but yeah, I would take one, I suppose, when they gave it to me. But
yeah, I wouldn't buy one.
But coughing up like the 13, 14, 1500, whatever it is, not happening.
The 2x4, the grip is so thick.
It's not what I'm playing on. It's not what I collect.
Yeah, it does look wide, or it looks kind of. It looks the thin in the one direction and then wide because of how long the bullet is.
When you get up close to them and look at them up close, they look like a surprisingly unfinished gun for the price.
That's surprising.
They don't look that well finished. I mean, they look okay, but they don't like go over the top. They're not like nicely bead blasted and rounded edges and diamond corners or anything like a Colt. It's just they're okay. They're like a mid-level entry, like an entry-level 1911 as far as finish is concerned. And you're buying the novelty of it being a 357 Magnum, not
357.
Yep.
Do any of you have any familiarity with the 50 GI?
No, I don't have any experience with those really.
I looked at them. I never got to shoot one though.
I'm not even really familiar with the round itself.
They just made it themselves.
And it's just basically a beefed up 1911, basically.
Well, they make a Glock in a 1911. And it's just the 50 cal in a 45 length, I think. So it's a big fat 45.
Wow. It sounds like you. Wow. Okay. So like the 50 Action Express would be faster, longer cased.
Yeah.
Than the GI then. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it can't be that good because it barely exists. Are they even in business still? I remember seeing them whatever year it was, and I thought it was the shit, but, as a novelty, but it never caught on or anything.
Yeah, I'd only seen pictures like in a gun magazine, like Guns and Ammo or whatever.
Really nice guys. They were in with the ATI people. Whatever year that was, the year with the hot chick in the cat suit.
You know what I noticed? I don't see too many of those car firearms commercials with the hot chicks these days. I don't know what the deal with that is.
What is she? She's like his sister or his wife or something.
What? In those ads?
Maybe I'm wrong. I was kind of late, but I thought there was some reason that it's like she just she's like, maybe not that, maybe she's just like the president or something, but whatever reason I think it's just that she was like, okay, I'm done doing that.
I can understand that, but she's pretty hot. Not to sound like Stone Guy, but she's pretty hot.
I hear you. She's too skinny for me. But I like when they bought Thompson, they would have they still do always have the World War II motorcycle with the Thompson in the scabbard. Super cool. I think they also have one like going across the handlebars. Like two
for when you're
drag them around.
Right.
It's just to hold it. It's not like to shoot it or anything. It's just like putting it across your handlebars, but that way it's easy access. You can grab it right away. But I think that's how they actually did it in the war.
So it was accurate, historically accurate, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a historian or anything. It just looked like it, yeah. I'm assuming it was. Why would they bother to do all that and then not be right? You know, I'm sure whoever refurbished the bike or whatever knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're selling a Thompson for crying out loud. They would have to know they're going to get feedback if they didn't do it right.
Yeah, they'd get their asses chewed on. I mean, they might not care, but they would definitely get people commenting for sure.
Definitely is a nice guy, the guy that runs car. He definitely seems like he's likes running this gun shop or the guns manufacturer.
I'd have to say that those are some of my favorite videos of yours, G-Webs, are when you're able to interview some of those guys. Like, I think
Did you see him talking about it? Oh, I haven't got a cover video, I don't think. Do I? I didn't think I had the camera going. I don't think I did, dude. No. I might have talked about it, but I don't think I had the camera
You
going.
had a video about him, that's what it was.
Yeah. No, I went up and talked to him. He doesn't really speak good English, and I mean, I didn't know him. I didn't know what I was even saying probably, but and I was wrong. I thought I was right about a few things, and I was like, "What about this gun?" He's like, "I didn't build that gun." I'm like, shit. I like killed 3 other questions. So like, when I was trying to figure out what to ask him, and it's not like he's just like, "Do I got nothing to do." He's like the fucking boss of Caltech, so he's running around. But
Right.
This year I'm gonna have shit to ask him, and I'll be better prepared. But it's not my fault. Wikipedia sucked. Wikipedia was like not helpful, and I drew some conclusions. I thought he made the P22, or the Tech 22, but he didn't.
But seemed to be a genuinely alright guy, or
He's totally just a regular dude. Yeah, he's a nice guy. He was like, just like amused that I gave a shit about like the Grendel, and I'm like, the Grendel with the clip, was that to like screw it to California? It's like, no, just made that gun. Why do you care? It was a dumb gun.
right?
Sorry.
How do you even know about this? Why are you even interested in this?
You're supposed to be asking me about the PMR-30. Like, what are you asking me this stuff for?
Yeah, right. About what's new now. But I mean, like
and
your.
I also don't know what's going on, so I got the impression after talking to him that like he didn't just like do I'm going to be in Intratec and do now I'm in Grendel do now I'm in Caltech. I think there was like issues, you know, like they probably got in fights with people or whatever, and he wasn't telling me. I'm not, you know, he's not.
Yeah.
So like I said, I need to be better prepared, and then I can ask him shit that's pertinent that he'll actually be able to answer, and you know. But he's a nice guy. He's a foreigner, so you know, he's different. His kids are pretty nice. Talked to them a couple of times already.
Well, that's cool. Then, at least, you know, it's always nice when you meet somebody that is somebody, quote, you know, air quotes on that or whatever, that they're not an asshole. Oh, that sounded like it hurt.
Yeah. Didn't feel good, that's for sure.
Are you okay, Yankee? Do we need to call 911?
Oh, I'm fine. Just bashed my fucking head on the side of my safe.
What got hurt more, the safe or you?
Probably me. The safe is pretty sturdy. I gotta be more careful when I stand up.
Well, I've gotten myself into a place where I either have to take a quick nap or just stay up for a few hours to get to a 6 o'clock thing.
I was going to say, I just looked at the clock, and I don't know how you guys do it. I
was
just
working
crossed
on
it
shit,
at
and we got talking, and then I had to finish the shit, and now it's fucking 3 a.m.
I always do this thing where I plan on going to bed at a reasonable hour and then get up and get my kids off to school, and then be able to stay up for the day. But it'd always get to the point where I'm like, crap, I got to get the first one up in like 2 hours, so why go to bed?
If I go now, I'll get about 5 hours of sleep.
See, I'll just probably.
But my job and your guys' jobs are, as you saw in that chat earlier, I just got to get somebody to smile. That's about it.
Job.
Yeah. Get people to smile at about 6:45.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a bum, but they pay me to take pictures.
Oh. Somebody pay me to take pictures.
Well, let's just say they ain't paying me a whole lot. But they keep paying me and I keep showing up. It's been a real good deal for about 13 years, 14 years now.
My son just got his school pictures. That reminds me. I got him today and I haven't even looked at them yet.
So does that mean he's going to post them right now? Is that what he's doing?
That's going to get him. It's going to look all. He turned out cute. He usually makes a face or ends up looking stupid in him. He looks actually pretty good tonight. He usually makes a stupid face or something, but he actually turned out kind of cute in this one.
That's a decent smile.
Yeah. He's not making a goofy face or anything. Every other picture, he's like, eee, or something. Well, that's a good one. His grandmother will finally be happy.
I was going to say, that's a grandmother's picture right there.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's amazing what it takes to make them happy, and then other times it's amazing how much it takes to make them happy.
Grandparents, you mean?
Yeah, well, I was thinking of my grandma in particular. I love her.
Well, see, my kid, my youngest one, he's really cute, but he doesn't laugh well. He always looks gooberish in his pictures. Whereas, like my oldest kid, he's one of these people that you can take a picture of him at any time, and he always looks perfect. Even though he doesn't look perfect, it comes across really well on film.
Like I meant to do that.
Yeah, he's just like he's got a look that always looks good when you take a picture of him. Whereas my youngest one, he always looks like should he be out without his helmet on every time you take his picture. I photograph well, surprisingly. And I used to photograph really, really well, but not so much anymore. Now I take photographs and I look like, what the fuck where did that come from? Or where did that go?
I have to say that there's a reason that I'm on the other side of the camera as opposed to in front of it. I do prefer it that way.
Okay, this place, this gun shop is in... Where are they at? They are in... Which state is MO? Is that Montana?
Missouri.
Missouri?
Isn't it?
I don't know.
MO?
MT is Montana, I think.
MO is probably Missouri, so they're in Missouri, so, well, hell, they're not that far ahead of me time-wise, then. I was hoping their 9 a.m. opening time would come early, since...
Yeah, they should be central.
I was hoping they were, like, East Coast time, so it'd be, like, 6 o'clock.
Well, it's going to be a bigger time difference for Hawaii, so have him call for you.
Yeah. Actually, you should have been able to call an hour ago. They should be open for you an hour ago. Call them.
Let's see, what would that be? Is it 5 hours right now, Central? Well, that's the other thing. We don't change time either out here, so I get messed up. I got to remember fall behind and spring forward or whatever.
When we flew over there about a year ago, I remember my sons thinking they were amazed at how long it took to fly to Hawaii. They thought it was just like right off the coast of California.
It is the most, geographically isolated spot you can fly to, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's why I can't live there. Every time I'm there, I just feel trapped. I'm like, oh my god, I'm trapped here.
That's island fever, for sure.
It's just overwhelming. I mean, it's okay if you're there like vacationing, and I can see how people vacation there, fine. But try to imagine what it'd be like to live in a place where I have to shop at the same mall, drive the same streets, you know, see the same people all the time. Yeah.
Let's just say that driving to work every morning is pretty much autopilot. Like, sometimes I'll be going to a different part of the island, but I'll still be going the same way for most of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta catch myself sometimes because I'll make that left turn instead of going right just because it's like on program, you know, or myself. It's like, oh shit, I'm not going to work. I'm going over there.
I do that all the time, even here. I do that all the time in the car. I'm like, I'll be driving along, and all of a sudden I hear, "Where are you going?" I'll be like, "Oh crap, that's right. We're going to the store. I thought I was going to the gun shop."
So it's always good to have a co-pilot, I guess.
My son always does that too. Dad's losing his mind. He doesn't know where he's going.
I know exactly where I'm going.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about going somewhere else, and now I changed my mind.
Every time my son says something, every time anyone says something like that to me, I'm always like, "Well, I know where I'm going. I'm going to go buy a shovel, and then I'm going to find a secluded spot."
Shovel, bag of lye, what?
Then we need to find this very secluded side of the road area. Who's Kevin Smalley, and why does he want to be my Facebook friend? I think I'm just going to go down my Facebook list now and go, why do I know you, and how do I know you, and why should you be on my friends list? Because I don't know 3/4 of these people.
That's why that Google Plus was way easier for any of that. You just, roll up and you just add somebody. There's no, will you be my friend?
Yeah.
Well, what I don't like about it is you go to your phone, and then the next thing you know, there's like hundreds of thousands of people in my phone because they import all your circles or whatever.
What I don't like is the first time I posted a picture on fucking Facebook and it said, "You just posted a picture of this person. Do you want to let them know?" I'm like, what the fuck? How do you know I posted a picture of that person? I'm like, I didn't put
that's the thing. My phone number's not on any of my social media as far as I know.
My real address isn't even. I always use my business address for my social media crap.
Not to comment on it, but did anybody watch The Walking Dead this evening?
Yes, I did.
Gee, did you get a chance, or were you busy doing stuff?
No, I've been in here all night.
I won't give anything away, but there are parts of it that made me say out loud while we're watching it with friends, whoever wrote this episode is a fucking moron.
Well, I'm going to jump out because I'm going to try to get a nap in so you guys can talk about it, because I don't think anybody will care at this hour if you guys talking about it. I'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Why, did you watch it?
Yeah, it just seemed like how they almost did last season. Well, they have a good episode, action-packed, and then they'll have an episode, and then they'll have a good episode, and then they'll have an
I didn't mind that it was a building episode or a character episode. That was fine with me. I was okay with all of that. I liked the pace and the story. And if anybody's listening that hasn't watched it yet and doesn't want to hear, you better either close your ears or leave. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, and I'm getting ready to say something.
Spoilers.
Whenever they decided, let's go into murky water up to our waist where we know there's a bunch of walkers wading around, and not even consider the idea that there might be even a floor full of them laying on the ground underneath.
I thought about that too. I'm like, you can't see down there. You don't know what's down there.
And they're like, let's get down there and kill them. I'm like, okay, you've got all the fucking time in the world. You don't got to be at work at noon or anything. So you see the walkers in right below you in a hole in the floor. Say to yourself, hey, let's go find a couple of brooms, sharpen the end, and kill them from up here. And then
like
just
spear type.
then just start throwing the nets down there to get stuff. Yeah, because I'm like, I'm not going into that water, black water up to my waist that is full of walkers.
Well, and one of my other questions is, you've read the comics, the graphic novels or the comics or whatever. What is going to be the deal with this Preacher Man? What's his deal?
Everyone out when things went bad. He wasn't there alone. He locked everybody out, took all the food and stuff for himself.
Okay, that's what I thought I was reading into it, with the knife marks and the carved into the back of the church, and
they were trying to get in, and he was not letting them.
And my sins I confess to God and not to you, cracker.
Yeah, and I did like the fact that they did the Dale thing, but they did it with Bob instead of Dale.
Dude, how was that barbecue? I think
where they're eating.
That was. I was gonna make some joke about Georgia barbecue or something like that, and I just put
Yeah, and they're going to eat him, and then he's going to he's going to start laughing and like, I'm infected, because he got bit when he was in the water.
Dude, that's what I thought too, because that's why he was acting all weird and like, kiss me twice, baby, and then like hanging outside, being all lonerish and shit. And
yeah,
I was like, man, he got bit or something somewhere.
He got bit when he was underwater with that walker, and he hasn't told him yet. So.
And then you also find out, again, spoilers, that obviously Tyrese didn't beat the dude to death. He just beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, no, that didn't make sense, because the guy didn't even look like he'd been beaten, and this is like 2 days later. And Tyrese beat him to where he was bleeding out the ears, basically. It's like,
yeah.
I love it how and what's his face got shot in the shoulder with an AK like 2 days earlier, and he's out like harassing people now. No.
Yeah, like no problem. Yeah.
In the apocalypse, you wouldn't just have a bandage on your shoulder. You'd be dying from fever and infection and everything else by now, probably.
And the Daryl and Carol little side trip. Now, I'm sure you saw before the season started when they were doing like the preview stuff, and you saw that Beth was in some type of institution place or whatever.
Yeah.
Did they end up doing that in the comics, or that's just the show stuff?
Just something.
Because
in the comics. I mean, I don't remember seeing that in the comics at all.
Because like Herschel's daughters died in the prison, right?
No, they never
originally.
Made it. Well, Maggie made it out, but not the other ones.
Okay.
And his sons all died there. Of course, in the comic book, he didn't even have any sons there. So, I mean, in the movie, I mean, in the
show,
he didn't even have any sons at the prison.
Because that was like on the next week's little sneak peek or whatever. Like, 3 of our people are missing. We got to get serious about some shit. What the fuck is going on? I'd be like, man, if you don't know, I can't tell you.
There's a lot of differences, but I was happy to see them do the Bob thing. They're doing the Dale thing with Bob, because that's going to end up being the Dale thing. And the Preacher was in the comics, so it's pretty easy to figure that out. Yeah, I need to save all this for tomorrow when we do our Walking Dead chat, though.
Right.
I'm going to get out of here. I'll see you later. Who else?
All right, take care. Have a good one.
You and I guess he ain't really.
Yeah, that's Ralph on autopilot.
Yeah. All right, talk to you later.
Peace.